Rebels and Traitors. Atlantis Outcasts, Book 3, written by G.K. Lund. Chapter 1. You'd think that visiting your witch friend late at night would involve alcohol and chit-chat. Not a magical spell thrown your way the moment you walked in through the door. Not that that was unheard of or impossible in a magical city of Atlantis' magnitude. You just didn't expect it. I sure hadn't. I'd been coming in through the front door which Dell, my friend and the proprietor of Alba's Herbs and Potions, had told me she'd leave open. Like most of the businesses centered around Pingbrook Square, Dell had closed her shop for the night, and it was fairly quiet out there, with the odd people walking across the square. So I had heard or seen nothing unusual or suspicious when approaching or when opening the door, until the explosion of blue light hit. That had been a clue. I'd barely taken a step inside when it filled my entire vision, a surge of raw power sent to melt my face off, no doubt. If not for the door, it would have. At least I had the reflexes to pull it shut in front of me, reacting on instinct more than understanding. The door slammed hard into me, and it was that, more than the magic hurled my way, that pushed me back and had me staggering for balance to avoid falling on my ass. For a second, I stared at the smoking door like an idiot, trying to comprehend what was going on, and glad that my roommate wasn't here to witness this. Loki would have scolded me for my inattentiveness in walking into any place without being aware of my surroundings. Those particular surroundings, though, were again quiet. No one was in the square at the moment to witness my unsuccessful entrance to a shop, but the door was smoking. There was no need to have ever won first prize at a science fair competition to understand something was horribly wrong here. I drew the daggers sheathed on my hip and approached the door again, slightly more cautious this time. If there was a magical attack on me at play here, my daggers were my only defense. They were made from an unknown metal alloy, monochrome from the tip of the blades to the pommel on the hilts. Most importantly, they nullified magic and were connected to me. How much magic they could withstand was another matter. So, I gently eased the door open with a foot and made sure not to be standing in the opening when it swung inward. The bell that usually announced incoming customers lay on the floor, the metal a little crunched from the magical onslaught. There were lights on inside, and I could see the upended shelves and the herbs that were strewn everywhere. I stepped inside, saw no one, and then closed the door behind me. It was still smoking due to patches of heat, but it wasn't on fire. The last thing Dell needed now was thieves seeing the chaos and coming inside to join the party. Whoever had been here a few seconds ago was gone. I could see the mess behind the long counter that separated a third of the room from the rest. Behind it were shelves with little drawers in them. Many had been forced open, judging by the smoke wafting up there, too. I knew Dell used magic to seal them. The smell of numerous herbs and smoke reminded me of incense. I walked through the debris, careful not to step on something in case it could be salvaged, aiming for the opening that led farther into the building. I had no idea who or what I was up against here. I knew for certain it wasn't Dell. She wouldn't attack me or mess up her shop like this. She took so much pride in it. With my daggers at the ready, I stepped behind the massive counter and headed into the kitchen behind the shop. It was also a spacious room, with a massive kitchen island to prepare everything she sold in the shop, and a fairy-tale-looking old stove to match. Usually, herbs hung from the ceiling, and some of them still did, but most lay scattered on every surface, scorch marks among them. What in the hells was going on? I was minded to call out Dell's name, but that could reveal where I was to whoever was behind this mess. So far, if one disregarded the attack at the door, I was alone and had walked without a sound. But where was Dell? That question troubled me. She was a bog witch, and as far as I knew, a skilled one. That didn't mean others weren't stronger or had caught her off guard. The sound of a creaking step stopped me short. I was standing next to the giant stove, the kitchen island to my left, when I heard it. The door into the back rooms stood open, and I went toward it. Dell had some storage rooms back there, and a flight of stairs that led up to her private rooms. Someone had invaded, not only her shop, but her home too. The thought spurred me on. This was supposed to be a safe place for her, and now it wasn't. I pushed the door to the back rooms fully open, expecting trouble, and was still surprised to see a figure in the narrow hallway there. The slight increase in light when I opened the door alerted the person to my presence. "Hey!" I shouted for no good reason as she fled. I could see it was a woman from her build, but she wore dark clothing under a long coat with a hood up over her head. "Stop!" I yelled and ran after her, my shoes sounding like thunder on the wooden floor. It didn't matter now. We were both well aware of each other. The woman ran toward a door farther down the hallway, a back door, no doubt. I'd never had use of it before, so I couldn't be sure. But the woman's desperate handling of the doorknob told me it was the case. She turned then, and a magic force swirled around her right hand while she continued to yank at the doorknob. The magic glowed blue, and I knew what was coming. A mere moment before she threw it at me, I pulled at a nearby door and opened it, barely hiding behind it in time. The magical force threatened to slam the door into me when it hit. Blue flashed all around me, and then it died down. I jumped out and saw she'd managed to yank the door open. I ran past the smoking door and after her. This witch, I had no doubt that was what she was, had broken in here and done who knew what to my friend. I needed to stop her and get her to spill the beans. I burst out through the open back door and found myself in a darker area between a cluster of houses that all faced different streets and Pingbrook Square. Something stinky and yellow exploded right next to me, and I leaped sideways, unable to avoid the sulfuric smell. A sleeper potion. I've gotten these kinds of bottled potions from Dell myself. They were handy in a fight, but your aim had to be good to make sure the fumes hit your target's airways. I heard a string of curse words from down a narrow and dark passageway between two of the houses. I legged it and followed, close on the witch's heels. More sleeper potions came flying, but I saw them despite my darkened surroundings. There was a faint golden glow to them that wasn't as visible in daylight when they appeared yellow. This made them an easy match for my daggers. I cut through the brittle glass and the wax webbing protecting the outside of the bottles. The glass broke and the potions within fizzled into nothing as my daggers sliced through and destroyed the spells. The witch swore some more at this sight and turned to run, only to stumble and fall over some trash cans. She tried looking back at me at the same time and ended up falling over another metal trash can, landing on her ass with a pained, "Oof." I smiled and slowed down a little. I guessed this wasn't the coven leader then. Not when she was this clumsy. The witch hissed at me and then threw another potion for good measure. It met the same end of the sharp blade of my daggers. "Blood and bile!" she shouted, and then called upon her flickering lights of blue magic again. There were no more doors to hide behind here, so I picked up speed and ran for her. I could see she needed a moment or two to conjure this force, likely why the bottled potions were easier to use when running. I needed to stop her before she hit me straight on. But she didn't aim it at me, nor did she wait for her full force to return. Instead, she sent a pulsating flash of the magic against a stack of barrels and various equipment I couldn't discern properly in the dark. Only that there was a lot of it. The magic exploded against the wall of the house, sending everything there flying in every direction. I didn't have time for anything more than covering my head with my arms before being pummeled by flying debris. I cried out in pain as I was hit all over, crouching down to make myself a smaller target. By the time things clattered to the ground and I looked up, she had a hovering orb of magic between her hands and a wicked smile on her face. I could see it because the magic illuminated the lower half of her face. "Oh, crap," I whispered and got up fast, backing up a few steps. There was nowhere to seek any kind of protection. All I could do was back up quickly and raise my daggers. I didn't dare turn my back on her. When the magic came, all I could do was meet it with my daggers and hope for the best. Still, I couldn't help but turn a little sideways, squeezing my eyes shut as the bright, pulsating force hit me straight on. Chapter 2. The sound of laughter, followed by shoes hitting the ground, was the first thing I was conscious of. I opened my eyes in time to see the witch run away, out of the passageway and into the street back there. I groaned in pain and tried moving, only to make a few extra unladylike noises. When my mind cleared, I could see she'd flung me at least 20 meters. I'd crashed into the back wall of Dell's house. I remembered the painful magic then and desperately checked myself for injuries. There were traces of scorch marks on my clothes and a few strands of my hair were singed, but my skin had thankfully not melted off me. I exhaled, relief flooding me. I looked down at the daggers I held in each hand. There wasn't a mark on them. The mysterious metal alloy still shone like the weapons had been honed and polished 2 minutes ago. They always did. I'd never had to sharpen those blades as long as I'd had them in my possession. They had protected me from the most severe damage of the magic, but not all of it. I'd long suspected they couldn't nullify all magic, and had been proven right tonight. Still, not being burned to a crisp was worth being thrown around like a rag doll, give and take and all that. A groan that was decidedly not mine reached my ears. I sat up and then winced from the pain of my banged-up and stiff body. Nothing was broken, though, so, as Loki would say, there was no excuse to lie down like a slopper. I didn't know what that was, but I assumed, from context and the exasperated look on his face when he'd said it, that it was an insult directed at those of lazy dispositions. The pained noise came again, and I was certain it came from inside Dell's house this time. I pushed my pain aside and ran in, back to the kitchen. That was where I found her, but on the other side of the massive kitchen island, where I hadn't been able to see her before. Dell lay in a heap on the floor, moving slowly, trying to get her bearings, no doubt. Her long blonde hair spread around and over her head, so the only reason I knew she was conscious was because of her movements. "Dell, it's Emery," I told her when she swatted at me for trying to help her. She calmed down then and allowed me to help her up. Her white blouse was full of various colorful stains. Her shop was a chaos of herbs and potions that had been thrown around. By the looks of Dell, she was shook up, but not hurt, so it had probably not been the most potent potions. "Caught me off guard," she mumbled when I righted an upended chair and had her sit on it. "What?" "She caught me off guard. I'm such a fool." Dell made a fist and slammed it into the table, then grimaced in pain, shaking her hand. "Feel better?" "Yes." "Good. Now, who in the hells was that witch?" "You saw her?" "That's one way of putting it. She threw me several meters through the air with that blue magic of hers." "Oh, Emery, are you all right?" Dell seemed to forget all about her pain as she stood and began checking me for injuries. "I'm fine," I said, and shook her off gently, nudging her until she sat again. "My daggers did the trick," I said, and indicated the weapon strapped to my hip. Dell quirked an eyebrow. "Those protected you from Brennan's magic?" "More or less. At least I'm in one piece." Dell considered this by staring at me. Then she nodded. "So, is that her name then?" I asked. "Brennan?" "Brennan Shadowend. She's a witch. I was a fool not to pay attention, but I didn't think she'd stoop to this. She was proving her threats were real, I suppose." Dell got up and wandered into the shop proper and stepped over the mess on the floor as she made her way along the shelves behind the counter. "Dell, wait. From the beginning, please?" I hurried to catch up. Dell stopped by a section of shelves with drawers that were still mostly shut. She opened one of them, without magic, and took out a small bottle with a purple liquid in it. "This," she gulped down quickly. She made a moue of disgust and then handed me the half-full bottle. Tempting, but no?" Del's facial features returned to normal, and she waved at me to get on with it. Drink it. If she threw you through the air, I'm sure you bumped into something, and this will take the edge off. I stared dubiously at the bottle, then shrugged and downed it. The moment I stopped drinking, the aftertaste hit me and my face contorted into the same grimaces Del had a moment ago. It tasted like sour flowers. But she was right. I could feel the effect immediately. The soreness in my body faded to a subtle numbness. Whoa! I handed her back the empty bottle. Why are you not out there healing the realms with this? Del shook her head and took the bottle, putting it on a shelf under the drawer it had come from. It's not a cure. More of a trick of the mind. It makes your body think it's doing better. Oh, like a placebo? A what-o? She frowned and then leaned on the counter. I was about to ask her to sit down, but the barely suppressed rage in her stance and face told me she didn't need the kindness right now. She was pissed off. Placebo. If people think they are getting the medicine they need, their brain tricks them into thinking they're getting better. And sometimes they do get better. It's a thing Earthside. I explained. Ah. Del nodded and her gaze roamed over her messy store. I suppose it's more or less the same, except it works even though you know it's not medicine. It takes the edge off while your body tries to heal. It's not a good fit unless the injuries are minor. I could understand that. Internal bleeding would certainly not heal if a person didn't feel the pain and kept running around. What happened here, Del? I asked her now that we both felt physically better. Why would a witch attack you? Who is she? She's a witch as you experienced. Del rolled her eyes, and I got the distinct impression that she was doing it to herself. She's extorting me. The admission came through clenched teeth. This was hard for her to admit. I didn't see the attack coming, fool that I am. Wait, I interrupted her. Extorting you for what? She needs money, and she knows something about me that wouldn't be good if it came out. It's a perfect recipe for blackmail. She met my eyes then and shook her head. I'm sorry you got hurt, but never mind that. Tell me what's going on, Del. Maybe I can help. I can take her on my own. I'm sure you can, and still you're not rushing after her. When did you become so perceptive? She cringed at her own comment. That was uncalled for. No, not really. I don't have the best track record with reading people, that's true. If I did, I wouldn't have followed a cult leader for 10 years and partaken in a coup d'etat. But I am getting better. Last week, Loki was instructing me on how best to spot the most likely person in a crowd to cause a scene. So you know. If I ever need that. You have an odd taste in friends, Del said, but she was smiling now. That's actually you insulting yourself since you're one of the few. Which was also not an understatement. Spending half your life in a cult meant you had few outside friends. I was up to 3, though, having had only Del a couple of months ago, so I was progressing there too. Fine. She's a member of the Argent Coven. So am I. Somehow she found out I deal in illegal goods, for lack of a better term. What kind of goods? Have you heard of Ophidian rash? She asked me. Yeah, a nasty skin disease, like Earthside scabies, only worse. There are remedies, I think. All of that is true. Some salves will ease the pain and itching and keep the rash at bay, maybe even cure it if one is meticulous with the treatment over at least a year. She glanced around, but there was no one but us there. Then she lowered her voice. But I sell the cure. You know? Under the counter? I couldn't help it. My eyes were drawn to the underside of the counter we were standing next to, but there was nothing there but more drawers. There's a cure? I said then, realizing what she'd actually told me. There is, but no one's supposed to know. The coven keeps it a secret. Why? Because the salves are expensive and earn witches more money than the cure would. The cure is short-term. Are you kidding? I couldn't help the reproach in my voice. I wish I was. Dell looked ashamed. Her coven should be. I wasn't so sure about her. If she was helping people despite this rule, then... How dangerous is she to you? I asked. Had Dell merely been surprised, or was this Brennan stronger? I'd like to say we're evenly matched, but I'm not much of a fighter, Em. I'm a bog witch. We're more into being one with nature, you know? Kind of... literally. I nodded at that. I had 1,000 questions about it, but now was not the time. I'd heard bog witches submerged themselves in bogs and marshes for a prolonged time. You're doing something good for people, Dell, I told her, no hesitation to be traced in my voice. Fill me in on the details and I'll help you. Emery, you don't have to do that. Of course I do. I might have learned nothing but stupid, blind loyalty in the Redkin, but true loyalty seems better. That's what friends are for, right? Chapter 3. It's nice to not be manhandled by guards for once when coming here, I said, and rolled my shoulder tentatively. Dell's pain relief potion had lasted overnight and had spared me the worst, but she was right. It was not a healing potion, and there was a distinct dull ache in my shoulder now. You are mistaken, Loki said, looking more like he was lying than sitting on his chair. What would be nice is not coming here at all. Cheer up. This is the way to our free lives in Atlantis. Loki scoffed at me, leaned his head back against the wall, and closed his eyes. He wasn't particularly enthusiastic about our job. Well, forced labor for the state, but it did keep us out of prison, so he couldn't argue that point at least. But my aspirations were bigger than that. One thing was my years in a cult, following a leader who was set on banishing magic from this realm. Another was being part of that cult's coup and subsequent rule of the city. I was lucky not to have been convicted as a traitor, and I knew it. So was Loki, though I wasn't entirely sure of his connection to the Red Kin yet. He wasn't talkative about it, which was weird for such a chattering guy, but I knew he hadn't been a kinsman, because as an ex-god he represented everything the kin hated, magical powers in all its forms. Loki's supramundane powers might be weakened in Atlantis, and he was strong Earthside, but even there, not near what the gods had once been. Still, he was essentially a magical being, albeit human and mortalish in addition now. You might find, he said in his lazy drawl, that any realm is more manageable when you stop believing in fairy tale nonsense like pure hearts, redemption, and order. Are you, of all beings in the realms, telling me not to believe in fairy tales? Loki smiled. I am not a fairy tale. Anyway, I said and ignored his smugness, I don't believe pure hearts are a thing. No one is perfect, and there can't be complete order where humans and magicals are concerned. We are too unpredictable. I see you are not as lost in naivete as I feared. But I do believe in redemption, I pointed out. That was what I was working toward. I couldn't change what had been done, what I'd been part of, but I could work to make amends. And therein lies your weakness, Red, he said with mock disappointment, or a hint of genuine disappointment. Well, we were forced to work together, so I'd make him come around one way or another. The guy was known in several realms for being an untrustworthy, shifty, lying, and charming jerk. I couldn't imagine spending my allotted time like that. Wouldn't it be better to do something good? Here's your coffee, Mr. Loft, the young, dark-haired woman who wasn't even Agaton's secretary said when she appeared before Loki, smiling brightly over the proffered cup. She was some official he'd chatted up farther down the corridor. Loki opened his eyes, flashed her a dazzling smile, and thanked her. I rolled my eyes, but neither paid me any heed. The woman went back toward her office after a few exchanged words, and Loki sipped the smoking coffee. She doesn't even work for Agaton, I said. Is that my fault? It is when you trick people into doing things for you. I can't help it if I want coffee, and someone wants to make it for me and then bring it to me. I snorted. I think the word for people like you is incorrigible. Loki shrugged. Yes, but also dashing, charming, manipulative, egocentric, full of shit. Come now, Red. You're only saying that because she didn't make you anything. I'm not her type. I'm not even sure you are, yet you talked her around. There had been a picture of a blonde man on her desk, which I'd noticed, because I'd unfortunately been there when Loki had struck up a conversation with her 10 minutes ago, asking for directions for Agaton's office, like we didn't know that by now. This wasn't our first time here, but Loki's good looks, despite his raven black hair instead of her preferred blonde, and unnaturally bright emerald green eyes had affected her. I'd noticed it did on many women. It didn't hurt that he looked to be a fit 30-something, despite being old enough to have known Methuselah. Add in his silver tongue, and the woman had fallen for the trick. At least I knew better because he'd tricked me too the first time I'd met him. Only that had nearly cost me my freedom, so I didn't view him the same way as the coffee lady. I wondered if telling her about Loki's marital status would have helped draw her out of it. Probably not, considering blonde photo guy hadn't seemed to matter. Ah, yes, people see what they want to. Loki sighed contentedly after a bigger sip of the warm beverage. Such is the walk of the world. I blinked. You mean the way of the world? Isn't that what I said? The sound of heavy boots hitting the stone floor filled the corridor, and I sat up, wondering what we'd done wrong now when the sight of soldiers in a rush came toward us. I got up and noticed they wore the blue Royal Guards uniform. That lessened the chance of them being after us specifically. Still, I'd been on the wrong end of soldiers and arrests or escorted trips lately to not worry. These soldiers, 6 of them, entered the corridor and a few stopped at the doors where people were working. 2 of them came farther in, toward Loki and me, arms raised, palms up to stop us from coming that way. "Do not approach!" one of them snapped at us. He stopped right in front of me and I took a step back, my own hands raised in a non-threatening gesture. I noticed the flicker of confusion on the other soldier's face. He was focused on Loki, who hadn't even risen. He seemed much more interested in his coffee. "I don't think you're reacting enough," I told him, wondering when I'd found an affinity for being rude to the various city soldiers. Maybe being arrested or detained too often had made me tired of them. Or maybe Loki's attitude was rubbing off on me. Maybe both. "Really?" Loki said, and raised his eyes just when a familiar-looking woman walked past at the end of the corridor. Her long, dark hair flowed down her back, and a stylish green cloak billowed behind her in her haste. Haste to leave the dusty lower levels of the pyramid was my guess. Loki huffed and looked positively bored. Yet that was the elected and soon-to-be-crowned Queen Iseri, the 16th of Atlantis, still known as Lady Cora Lan Terra for a few days more. At some point, the state had embraced both democracy and monarchy and fused the two opposites. The soldiers gave Loki wary glances. I mean, it's a queen. I have never seen such a creature before. I simply must gawk, he said in a theatrically interested, not interested kind of voice. Then he drank some more coffee. "Now, that is more interesting," he admitted when the Queen's entourage filed past down there. I understood who he was referring to at once when a white-haired woman in her 70s or 72, to be precise according to the newspapers, walked in and then out of my sight. Prima Lorenza, one of the 2 high ministers of government, the magical one of them. They were said to be more powerful than the reigning monarch, but it was an old and sometimes fragile system. "Why is she more interesting?" I asked Loki, and ignored the soldiers, who in return ignored us as they swung around and walked back now that the people they were guarding had passed. Because the people born to power are predictable. He made a lazy circle in the air with his free hand. They have the same victories and make the same mistakes, fall equally hard most of the time. And? I rolled my hand, but with much more impatience. He'd spouted these opinions before. But people not born to high power, yet who gain it. Now, there are stories there. Interesting minds. When they fall, sometimes it is soft, not hard like those who shine bright, and often behind closed doors. I huffed. Falls hard? Says someone who was born a god. Loki was not perturbed. He smiled again, yet this one seemed more genuine. Yes, and look at how we fell. They can say what they want, but it was magnificent. He almost whispered that last word, looking for a moment like he was far away from the cold pyramid basement. I eyed him, hoping he'd elaborate, but he didn't. Again, for such a talkative guy, there were things he clamped up on tighter than a vice. Fair enough. Everyone had their secrets. I suspected his were worth listening to, though. The door to Agaton's office creaked slightly as it opened behind me. "You may enter," he said, and had disappeared from the opening by the time I turned. I sighed and went inside. For once, like we'd agreed, he hadn't sent soldiers to fetch us, but rather a messenger who'd left again the moment he'd delivered what he came to do. I was pleased about this because it meant less for the neighbors to stare at. Still, we had hurried, that is to say, I had hurried and dragged Loki with me. I suspected he'd been out all night, and that was why he was so desperate for coffee today. But being late only risked Agaton sending soldiers to hurry us up next time, so we'd managed to be here all of 5 minutes ahead of time. Which was why it was so annoying that Agaton was late. I saw why, though, the moment I entered his office. There were more stacks of papers and files on it than the last time we were there. Things were getting busy, and no wonder, with a coronation set to take place in 10 days. Agaton gestured for us to sit on the 2 chairs placed in front of his desk. He was dressed in light gray clothes today, his forgettable features of an unremarkable face under a dark blonde mane. Light brown eyes considered us while we took our places. I noticed how they snagged on my t-shirt, but not in a creepy way. I'd been in a hurry and thrown some clothes on, jeans, a light jacket that reached my thighs and partially hid the daggers, and a t-shirt that was worn and old, with a faded red color. Was he wondering if this was some kind of cry from the past? I was usually careful not to wear red because that had been what we wore in the kin. We'd never really had uniforms as such, just the color. Where the t-shirt had come from, I wasn't sure. It had probably moved forward in my closet when I'd searched for a pair of jeans the other day. "Interesting choice of color, Ms. Morgan," Agaton said, confirming my suspicions and showing his reserved attitude toward us at the same time. I went with saying nothing. Whatever I spat out, it wouldn't make it look better. "You have a job?" Loki asked, pulling the man back on track. "Yes." Agaton sat back and lifted some files to his right before he found the correct one. "I apologize for the mess. This won't take long," he added, and opened the dark blue folder. I was sure he was right about that. With a queen and at least one high minister running around the pyramid, things had to be busy around here. The royal ember, the symbol of the dignity of kings. Queens. Loki yawned and leaned back. "Pardon?" Agaton looked a little flustered. Funny, I didn't think I'd seen that before. "Surely it is the dignity of queens at the moment." "Yes, quite right." Agaton focused on the file again and cleared his throat. "The royal ember is, as the name implies, a ruby." Agaton didn't raise his eyes from the file, merely took out an old photo and handed it to us over his desk. I sat up and reached out to take it. It was a photo of a round ruby with a pointed underside, though not to scale, or else it would be 20 centimeters wide. I'd seen the crown when Agaton had us brought into the lowest levels of the pyramid, and it had only had room for a 4-centimeter wide gem. Tops. I showed the photo to Loki, who shrugged. This assignment wasn't a surprise to either of us. There was still one missing crown jewel, and now we assumed Agaton's agents had gathered enough information for us to retrieve it. The Red Kin might not have liked magic very much, but it had turned out that many of us had escaped with valuable magical artifacts in the chaos when the pyramid fell. So, I said, which one of us took it? Us? Agaton repeated, his gaze back to resting on me. What was with this guy today? Or me? Was I reverting back to old ways? I nervously brushed a hand through my hair, which I'd kept down today, but suddenly the red color felt like it burned bright, shouting my past out to anyone nearby. We are all criminals, no? I managed. Agaton's cool stare remained for a heartbeat, and then he nodded and looked down again. The kin member under suspicion, based on witness statements that were hard to get, was that of a low-level member named Saphiro. Both Loki and Agaton eyed me at that. Loki wouldn't know the guy. I had been the only full-fledged kin member after all. Doesn't ring a bell, I said. It didn't. Was he someone special? Not as a kin member. His name is Saphiro Lanvero. No way! I blurted and sat up straight again. A royal kin member? That was surely a royal surname. There were 15 royal families in Atlantis, all of them powerful, some more than others. It was no coincidence Elan Terra had been elected as our new sovereign after the fall of the kin. They were among the most powerful royal families, but that any of them had been a kinsman? That was a surprise to me, more so than the magic-wielding members of the anti-magic group. I see, Loki said, slightly less ecstatic than me. So he is an important person now? Yes, Agaton nodded. Important and a problem. He will not hand the gem over. It is a matter of principle. He is protected by his family despite his past actions for that group. Cult, I volunteered. I felt it was important not to lose sight of that, especially when I started blundering with what I wore and said about it. Cult? Yes, Agaton agreed in his slow, assessing manner. Is the gem in this guy's possession, then? I asked. No, and that is the only bright spot in this predicament. We cannot steal from a royal member, no matter how lowly he is in the family hierarchy. He was right, unfortunately. Saphiro sounded like a less powerful royal, but that could shift in 10 years. He could potentially be elected king, and then what would happen to those who had caused him trouble? I sighed and sat back. Stupid democracy, monarchy system of government. What then does our part in this entail? Loki asked. It is simple, Agaton said in a tone that suggested the exact opposite. He closed the folder and put his hands flat on top of it. Our agents have gathered what evidence they could, but we are running out of time. The Lanveros see no harm in leaving the new queen with a lesser crown. It will be noticed, even with replicas. The gems are magical, and there are too many who will sense that one is missing. So it is up to you now. And I must say that despite your pasts and ill-advised life choices, you did retrieve the other 2 missing crown jewels. What a lovely way to say thank you. Slapping us with backhanded compliments. We cannot risk agents of the state doing this. If caught, it will cause a chasm with the royals and look bad. Agaton went on, hammering in how expendable Loki and I were. Good times. And the gem is where? I prompted. In the Lantian Trading and Savings Bank. Oh, great, I muttered. Most likely, Agaton went on, and we cannot be certain of this, but it is most likely in a safety deposit box in there. This keeps getting better. I met Loki's eyes, and he seemed less despondent than me. He merely raised an eyebrow at this. You're saying we need to break into a bank to do this? I asked Agaton. Of course not. The state would never condone such a thing, and therefore I would not ask it. I opened my mouth to respond, but couldn't think of anything. However, Agaton said, Mr. Loft is a con man, and you, Ms. Morgan, are easily influenced and adaptable, judging by your past. I'm sure that together, you'll think of something. Understand? What was there to do but nod? Great. Now we had to resort to bank robbery, and not even the sanctioned kind. How was that going to help in restoring our names and situations in this city? Chapter 4. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. You understand that, right? I said, and sidestepped 2 children who were playing a game of tic-tac-toe in the dirt. If my betrothed needs assistance, I will naturally give it, Yar said, sounding unenthusiastic as he walked past the kids, barely giving them a glance beyond making sure not to step on them. His hulking form had them gaping up at him. He'd been a big guy in the Enchanted Flatlands where I'd met him, but he seemed to have bulked up even more after coming to Atlantis. From what I could tell, he did little but use the gym Loki and I had made in the basement, or go outside in the back garden and train there. His transition from a nomadic hunter to living in a city with over 1 million people had not been easy. Add in the fact that we'd met in what to me had been a one-night stand, but to his people was an engagement confirmation. And yes, his life was not turning out the way he expected. According to the customs of his people, we were supposed to be married. According to the customs of mine, we should be peripheral friends on social media. Not that we had such things in Atlantis. But yes, it was a match made in, well, a china shop. By a rabid elephant. Emery is fine, you know, I said. I could never get accustomed to being called betrothed. I needed to talk to him about that, but now was not the time. I'd been telling myself that a lot lately. I already felt guilty enough about being the reason Yard had to leave his homeland. This would be another blow. Maybe not such a shocking one. His demeanor lately hinted that he knew I wasn't interested in marriage. I glanced sideways at him as we walked on in uncomfortable silence, the busy streets of Atlantis during the day's few hours of daylight, a cacophony of noise to someone used to living on open and vast plains. I saw him grimace now and then to the most harrowing shouts and cries in the streets. Yar was a handsome guy with long, chestnut-colored hair and hazel eyes that radiated kindness and honesty, much like the young ones in his tribe had been raised to be. But there was a sadness there now. I wasn't to blame for all of it, thankfully. The elders of his people had almost murdered all the children of a neighboring tribe, but add in our failing match, and Yar's life wasn't much for the guy to be happy about. What I do not understand, Yar said as we neared Pingbrook Square. Emery, he added, paying heed to my request, is how a witch can be attacked. I briefly told him about Dell's predicament when I'd been on my way out and had seen him practicing precise swings with his heavy club. He now carried the weapon in his right hand. It was the preferred weapon of his people, except for bows and arrows and spears, and the bulbous weapons could be deadly when wielded by strong hands. Dell's not really... I grasped for words. She's not a violent person. She might have magical powers, but she'd rather not attack another living being. Yar walked past a pair of women, oblivious to their ogling of him. That is an honorable trait, especially in a place like this, he added, and frowned at the sight of 2 men farther down the street who exchanged a packet and a wad of cash near the entrance to an alley. Yar was unusually blunt and candid, a trait instilled in his generation for the tribe elders to control the young ones, but he wasn't usually this negative. Maybe he was reaching the end of his tether in Atlantis. What can I tell you? I said, and pointed at Dell's shop when we entered the square. Dell's one of the good ones. Dell, the good one, was on the floor, behind the counter when we entered her shop. I eyed the note on the door stating she was closed for the day, and then paid attention to the swearing from my friend. "Damn toads, warts, and bile!" she snapped somewhere down there. I couldn't help a small smile. She certainly sounded like a cliché of a witch. The sight of the still messy store killed my smile fast, though. "I thought you could open up today," I said when I reached the counter. "Who?" Dell uttered, and then banged her head under an open drawer. "Ow!" She groaned and eased out from under it. "Emery? Oh, hi." She grimaced in pain and rubbed her head, her fingers under the loose blonde bun on top of it. "I couldn't open. She stopped herself, and her eyes drifted to Yar, who was halfway into the room, staring down at a few bottles with something shiny in them. The bottles had been lined up there, waiting to be moved to their right place, no doubt. "Oh yeah, Dell, this is Yar," I said, and the guy greeted her with about as much enthusiasm as he did everything these days. He was polite, though, and that was all I cared about at this point. "That's the guy you don't want to marry?" Dell asked me, her voice lowered to a hissing whisper. "What's wrong with you?" I sighed. Yes, Yar was attractive. That was what had drawn me in his direction in the first place. That and his clear-as-day kind nature. But that was not a reason to marry the man. Dell knew this, of course. I'd told her all about it, but she'd never seen him before. We'd laughed about it, which had done me good, and Dell had teased me a lot less than Loki had. Obviously, she was a nicer friend than him. So was Yar, to be honest. And though I thought he knew he was in the friend zone, he probably didn't understand it all that well. Growing up in the Enchanted Flatlands called for less layered relationships among the tribes. Yes, I absolutely needed to stop postponing and have a real talk with Yar. At the moment, though, Dell had bigger problems, and Loki and I needed to branch out into bank robbery, so it would have to wait. "Why haven't you opened yet?" I asked her, instead of answering her question. We'd spent hours last night cleaning up the place, yet now there was stuff all over the shop again. Granted, I did notice a lot of it was stacked or placed in an orderly form on the floor and counter. There was also less smashed glass around. Because there was more damage than I thought in drawers and cabinets. She pulled a small drawer out from behind the counter and lifted it for me to see. I wrinkled my nose at the sharp chemical smell from brown and neon green liquids that wouldn't blend but swirled around each other like water and oil. Mixed into it were a lot of glass shards. "What does that do?" I asked Dell. "Besides affronting the senses?" "No idea," she admitted and waved her hand over the drawer. Silvery light emanated from her palm and smoke wafted up, accompanied by a now burned chemical smell. When Dell turned the drawer upside down, ashes floated down on the counter. "Unfortunately, not everything I've found can be so easily destroyed." "Great." I sighed heavily and eyed all the drawers behind her warily. "Shadowend did a number on your store then, didn't she?" Dell nodded. "This isn't even half of what will happen if she tells the Coven what I've been doing." She looked so forlorn then, and yet so understanding of her surroundings. This wasn't the worst for her. She'd told me last night when we'd been cleaning up the place. The Coven would ban her, strip her of her rank. She'd have no standing among witches in general, and she'd have a hard time running her shop in Atlantis. I hadn't known the witch covens were such guilds. I didn't like it. Especially when my friend's only act of rebellion was helping people who couldn't afford the costly treatments the covens had agreed to sell. Seriously, who in the hells withheld cures to diseases? Dell deserved a medal, not being shunned. "I should have been more careful," Dell said, and pulled at a drawer that was stuck. "If she hadn't been lurking when I helped that mother and her little boy— Whoa!" She stumbled back as the drawer gave way. Something shimmering and green flew from it, and I heard the crunch of broken glass in there, too. The green thing landed on the floor next to Dell's high-heeled boots, and then scurried up the counter. For a moment, it stared at me, tiny black eyes unblinking. "Is that a salamander?" I asked, too shocked to do something. The lizard started shimmering again, golden pulsating flames engulfing it, and then it scuttered down the other side of the counter, amazingly without setting it on fire or even leaving scorch marks. "No, come back!" Dell blurted and ran after it, but she was on the wrong side of the counter. Before she could summon her magic and catch it, the lizard stopped in front of Yar and the flames died down. The big guy bent and scooped it up into his palms, the tail sticking out between his fingers. "I didn't expect to see someone like you here in this city," he told the salamander, which, thankfully, didn't turn fiery again. Instead, its tail twitched a bit, but it remained in the confines of Yar's hands. "Here you go," Yar said to Dell as he approached with the runaway lizard. Dell held up a large jar she found under the counter, and Yar eased the magical creature into it. Once inside, the salamander turned fiery again, apparently heating the glass, because when that was done, it curled up and went to sleep. "You've seen these before?" Dell asked. "Yes, we have them in the flatlands. They can be a nuisance, but they never cause actual trouble." "Like burning down your camps?" I asked. "Sometimes they like playing in our fire pits, that's all." Yar shrugged and glanced around the shop, his eyes catching on the herbs still hanging from the rafters under the ceiling. "You have a curious shop here. So much of nature in this cold city." For the first time since he'd gotten here, I saw a spark of interest in his eyes. Why hadn't I brought him here before? Of course he'd take to Dell's shop. He was right. She was a bog witch, attuned to nature and bringing it with her wherever she lived. That gave me an idea, too. Once the sun went down, I was going to meet up with Loki to check out the bank. I couldn't bring Yar along for that. He was too honest and honorable. Committing a theft wasn't really up his alley. "Maybe you could stick around a bit and help Dell out," I asked him. "Don't force the man to do chores, Em," she protested. "And if trouble comes knocking, he's handy with that club too," I said, disregarding her objection and indicating the massive weapon he'd left leaning against the wall. Yar needed something to do, something other than brooding over his lost life and how foreign this city was to him. "It would be a big help, Yar," I told him. He stared up at the herbs again and then down at the salamander. He nodded. "Yes, I will help." "Great," I said in a chirpy voice as Dell opened her mouth to protest. "And while he does that, I have a new job, but I will pay Brennan a visit, I promise." Dell produced a worried frown on her face. "Please be careful." "Of course. And besides, I have my daggers. They will aid me." Chapter 5. I hadn't been entirely truthful with Dell when I'd left. I was going to pay Brennan Shadowend a visit, but not later. I had a couple of hours before meeting up with Loki, so why not make short of this witch now? This time she would not catch me unawares. I knew where she lived. I'd had Dell tell me that last night. So after I left her shop, and Yar with her, I headed south to find the blackmailing witch. Her house was easy enough to locate. It was situated in the finance district with banks, attorney offices, accounting businesses, brokers, and fancy hotels all around. The witch shop looked different from them all, yet toned down to a degree. There were few potions, feathers, and crystals in the window display than in any other magic shop I had seen in the city. The house was made of brick, and a simple and elegant sign, colored anthracite with golden letters, stated this was the Shadow End Arcane Services. Nice way of saying witch shop, I muttered while surveying the place. I kept my distance and had a look from all sides as far as possible. I had no intention of the woman seeing me approaching, so I avoided getting too close. Just like with Dell's house, though, Brennan's looked to be the easiest to access from the back, which meant I had to get close on that side. I spent some time doing this, taking care not to be noticeable to any of her neighbors either, but about 10 minutes later, after approaching and hiding and looking like I had every right to be there, I tried the handle on the back door. An electric buzz ran through my hand, and a glow of blue lights flowed over it. I pulled my hand back. It felt like electricity, but it wasn't. Brennan had infused the door with magic, likely a ward of some kind to keep thieves out. I frowned and chewed my lip while considering, but I couldn't loiter. If someone noticed and took an interest, I'd have to leave, and word would likely get back to the witch inside. I drew my daggers and used one to stick inside the lock while I used the other to press the handle down. I felt no more of the magic warning, and despite the daggers not substituting a lockpick, the lock clicked and the door swung open. I immediately stepped to the side in case Brennan was waiting inside, ready to blast me with her infernal magic. But nothing happened. I peeked inside and saw I was alone. I could only assume my daggers had done the trick, and she hadn't been alerted by her system. Once inside and moving through her house, I saw why she was in money trouble. She had wares stacked throughout the back rooms, all with the price tags on. I'd been in Dell's shop enough times now to know that this was grossly overpricing her goods. Had she thought establishing a witch's shop in this district would be high-end and profitable? Increasing the prices could not have helped. I doubted she had much of a clientele from her neighborhood, and the rent alone had to be sky-high. Still, that was no excuse to blackmail Dell. She could have followed Dell's example and helped people in the process, but no. Instead, she kept to their coven's stupid rule and used it against my friend. That was a double slight to the people in need of the medicine for Ophidian rash. Brennan had the same setup as Dell in her house, though. Like Dell, she lived upstairs. I carefully ascended the stairs, making sure not to make any noise. Now that I knew how much her magic stung, I was going to do this the careful way and make sure she couldn't hit me with her full force. I found her in a nice and stylish-looking living room on the first floor. Sleek furniture and light-colored walls contrasted heavily with the dark colors I had seen downstairs. Even a high-end witch's shop had to live up to some clichés. But up here? Well, her real tastes shone through. Nothing struck me as expensive, though. She seemed to have gathered things from all around to get the modern Earthside look she so clearly wanted. Still, there were traces of her magical business even up here, with trinkets placed on shelves and dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. Brennan herself was leaning back on a couch, her feet on a coffee table and her long hair, which I could now see was dark brown, slung back over the back of the couch. She was watching an old Earthside movie on a clunky and thick television. Flat screens were still a new thing here. DVDs weren't, so the VHS player next to the TV was a bit of a surprise. She probably couldn't afford an upgrade. I decided to approach. This was my chance with her being distracted. I kept a little to the side to avoid my reflection getting caught on the screen and went for it. With the tiled floor being easy to walk quietly on, I was on her before she caught on. I slid to position behind her and the couch, and placed both daggers at her throat, the sharp edge barely touching her skin. I had no wish to kill her by accident, and that could easily happen with these blades unless I paid attention. "Hi there, Brennan," I told her, and smiled down at the widened eyes that now stared up at me instead of over at the TV. I noticed she was wearing sweats and a t-shirt, instead of being dressed for minding her shop downstairs. "Remember me?" She quickly reined in her shock. She looked like she was in her 20s, but you could never really tell or know with witches. Blue swirls of magic began forming around her left hand, and I lifted one dagger from her throat and smacked her hand with the flat of the blade. The magic died down, nullified and gone. "No more of that," I ordered her. "You and I need to have a chat." She didn't agree to that, since the next thing she did was call forth her powers again. The blue magic flowed from her hands, but instead of throwing it my way, she sent it down to the couch and back up against my hands and daggers to push away from her throat. Clever, except my trusted weapons protected me to a degree when I held them, and the magic didn't hurt my hands and forearms. "Stop it!" I said, my voice hard and loud enough to be heard with no problems over the car chase on the TV. "I just want to talk." Brennan was not in a talkative mood. that was for sure. She persisted in her damn magic use and this time sent the flickering blue force past me and upward. I fought my initial instinct to turn my head and have a look. I really shouldn't have done that. The next thing I knew, something landed on me. It wasn't hard or heavy, but startled me enough to pull back a little. That was all the witch needed. She rolled forward and landed on the floor between the couch and the table, while I stepped back and waved my arms around, fending off what turned out to be several posies of herbs that had fallen from the ceiling. The burnt smell from their impact with Brennan's magic hit my senses more than the natural smell of the herbs themselves. Blue lights caught my eye, and I raised my daggers in time for the blast Brennan sent my way. The weapons deflected the charge, yet I staggered back more due to the surprise. The fact that her magic didn't work against me didn't seem to bother her much. Instead, she was smiling and getting to her feet. She waved her hands, and the confusion I felt at not seeing her most preferred type of magic was what it took for her to get the best of me. Something slammed into my legs, and I toppled over and hit the floor hard. I barely managed to groan before more things pummeled into me. I had little choice but to curl up and hold my hands and daggers in front of my face for protection. I saw the onslaught of flying chairs and other assorted knickknacks headed my way. Then my body, completely out of my control, was straightened out. It felt like a giant hand, forcing me out in a straight line. I couldn't see anything. The rope came slithering along the floor and coiled around me, tightening and trapping me there. I was too shocked to even utter a word of protest. "You may withstand my magic," Brennan said, and I could hear her walking, her soft footfalls coming closer. "But that does not make you impervious to regular physical attacks." Damn it. She was right. My daggers nullified magic. They didn't work against indirect magic, like throwing objects at you. "I told you I just want to talk." "With sharp blades at my throat?" She came into my field of vision then, staring down at me with a mix of amusement and outrage on her face. "You attacked my friend last night, and then me. Can you blame me for being cautious?" I wriggled, but the ropes wouldn't give. I was lying in an uncomfortable position too, with one arm halfway under my back, my dagger close to the rope. If only I could twist my hand and cut the bonds. "As I remember it, you attacked me." "Seriously?" I snarled at her. "I thought you'd murdered my friend. Attacking her and blackmailing her is only slightly better." "Delphine's friend, huh?" Brennan walked out of my sight and into the kitchen in the next room by the sounds of it. I heard her open a fridge in there. "Yes, I'm her friend, and your low-life blackmailing scheme is despicable." Now, don't be so quick to judge. Delphine has something to hide, and there's a reason for that." "Yeah," I grunted, twisting harder now that she was out of the room. "The reason being your corrupt coven." It didn't help, and I tried the dagger again. At least I'd managed to turn my wrist into a better position. Brennan was only wearing socks, but her feet hitting the floor sounded like thunder nonetheless when she returned. I calmed down a little so she wouldn't see what I was attempting. "Our coven is not corrupt. It only sees a profitable solution, much like I do with Delphine's scheming and lying." Brennan stopped next to my shoulder and smiled down at me. Then I noticed the large bottle of milk in her hand. "You need a lesson in manners," I told her, "and decent human behavior." "I rather think you need a lesson in humility, my dear, and to stay out of witches' business." I was about to retort, but that was when she lifted the bottle and began pouring the contents over me. She hit my face first, and no amount of swearing or twisting got me out of this. From what came into my mouth, it was cream, not milk. It didn't make it any better. "Mr. Whiskers will not appreciate this, but I think even he understands the need to send nosy home invaders a message." I gasped for breath when she stopped splashing my face and somehow focused on the animal she was referring to. Mr. Whiskers? Her familiar? What an awe-inspiring name. She emptied the bottle and then hunched down beside me. Make no mistake, this is a warning. Next time I will not be so kind. I was soaked from head to knee, the smell of cream all over. I opened my mouth to draw breath and then tell her off, but before I could do that, or cut myself loose, Brennan smiled wickedly and got up. She waved her hand, and I flew away from her. All I had time for was a gasp, and I was whisked across the floor and down the stairs. I was still tied up and defenseless. The only reason I wasn't hurt on the stairs was the fact that she kept me hovering above the floor, barely touching it. Downstairs, I crashed into the wall when she turned me 90 degrees to aim for the back door where I'd come in. I cried out in pain then, but was already outside before the pained sound left my mouth. Bright sunlight hit my widened eyes, and I squinted on reflex and then hit a pile of garbage and trash cans stacked against one of her neighbor's house. "No!" I wheezed as all kinds of nasty things flew around me, landing on me or too near. The smell of spoiled food and other sour things assaulted my nose. I heard laughter and then the sound of a door banging shut. I didn't need to see it to know it was Brennan. It took me another 10 seconds in that environment to cut the damn rope before I stumbled out of the trash, brushing nasty things I didn't want to look twice at off myself. Movement caught my eye, and I spun to face whatever it was. I squinted. Was that someone running between two buildings dressed in red? I shook my head. I had to be seeing things. I glared at the witch's house but knew I wouldn't be able to enter again. She wouldn't be that careless twice. "Damn! Damn! Damn!" I whispered in strained anger. I glanced down at myself. I looked and smelled awful, like a garbage monster had taken a dump on me, and then added cream for sweetness. Great. "Do you need some help, dear?" an older woman asked. I turned to see her with a bag of garbage in one hand, coming to throw it out, no doubt. "No!" I snapped, and then added a more demure "thank you" as I pushed past her. It wasn't lost on me that she wrinkled her nose when I did so. I glanced up at a nearby clock tower, the easiest timekeepers in the city to locate. I had some time before meeting Loki. He was not going to see this. I'd never hear the end of it. Besides, I needed to handle this on my own, not go running to him, or Dell for that matter, for magical assistance. "Regroup, readjust, improve," I muttered, not caring that I was quoting the most hated man in Atlantis. No one was around to hear me anyway. Besides, Illustrious Guide might have had a point there. Next time, I wouldn't be taken by surprise so easily. I hoped. Chapter 6. The Lantean Trading and Savings Bank looked like a big box of concrete, sealed off to protect the valuables within. The building was a dark cube, casting its brutal design onto the nicer buildings surrounding it. "We need some height for this," Loki said and looked around. We were about a 10-minute walk north of the pyramid, so the bank was situated in quite a nice area of the city. At the moment, few people were about, but that was mostly because of the darkness, and that the people who lived nearby seemed to take coaches whenever they stepped outside. I'd been in a hurry the last hour, though, running back home for a change of clothes and a longer-than-quick shower, so as not to smell like a garbage dump any longer. "Here, this will do," the ex-god decided and pointed at a building across the street. It looked to be a business and not a residential building, too. But I already knew that what interested Loki was the number of windows, deep grouts between the building stones, and the sturdy-looking drain pipes. Ugh. I rolled my eyes. "Do we have to?" "Do you think the proprietors would allow us access at all?" Loki asked when a man came walking out. He was dressed in a fancy suit and a uniformed guard held the door open for him and tipped his hat. "No," I said, unable to hide my sullen mood. Loki and I wore a very different kind of clothing altogether, with our dark garb that helped us blend into the night and move more freely. Of course, I was on outfit number 2, but so far Loki didn't seem to have noticed anything. As usual, I was armed with my daggers and had my recently blow-dried hair fastened in a chignon high on my head. Loki was armed with his sword, the scabbard strapped to his back. A young couple, dressed like they belonged in this neighborhood with a gown and suit, passed us. They stopped talking for that short beat, eyeing our outfits more than our weapons. The man had a sword strapped to his hip. There was nothing unusual about that in Atlantis. No, our clothes didn't scream thieves. They just marked us as belonging to another stratum of society. "Fancy people," I huffed when the couple was out of earshot. "Says she who lives in a mansion." "Shut up," I told him, and walked into the nearest alleyway. It wouldn't do to scale the wall of a guarded building from the front of the building. Although I was learning a lot from training with Loki, his insistence I should be able to scale buildings was insufferable. Especially when, like now, the guy surpassed me and was waiting on the roof when I came climbing up. By that time, my arms were shaking with the strain. Still, I managed to haul myself up over the edge and onto the roof, while the smug bastard hovered over me. "This is a first," Loki said as I tried catching my breath. "What is?" "Usually I must drag you up the last way. Perhaps those pipe stalks you call arms have the ability to develop muscles." "We've been over this. I do not have pipe stalks," I protested and got to my feet. "Maybe they're developing into cigars. I am pleased that you seem to remember both push and pull-ups. Sometimes I think you skip these things." "Cigars?" I blurted, too tired from the climb to address all the insults. "Do you want me to bulk up like Yar?" "I don't care what you do, as long as you can do this on your own." I grumbled and followed him to the side of the roof that faced the bank. He'd been dragging me around the city to climb up various buildings, and it was always equally nerve-wracking because, unlike Loki, I cared about the owners of the houses opening a window and catching me. Not that we'd been anywhere to steal anything, just practice, but people wouldn't know that. "What if someone chases you, or someone is waiting on top of the roof?" Loki went on. "Yeah, I know. You need to not be saddled with lazy and slow me," I chanted theatrically. "You've said this 1,000 times." Loki tisked at me. "It really shouldn't take this long for the message to get through, Chastity." "Don't call me that," I said on reflex. The guy had latched onto my ridiculous middle name the moment he found out, especially because he'd also caught on to how much I didn't like it. "So," I said, ready to change the subject away from me and my still shaking arms. I got why he was strict. If I was a liability, that could cause trouble for both of us. I didn't want that. "What are we here for?" I crouched down next to Loki behind the barrier, but the dark and height made it unlikely that anyone below would see or hear us. "Pay attention to the building. Note anything of worth," Loki said, and then quieted. I did the same and tried to do as told. Life below went by while we did this, and in the quiet street, around 20 people had passed on foot, and several carriages had clattered by, the horses' hoofs echoing between the buildings before Loki spoke again. "Now then," he said, and turned his eyes on me. One couldn't see the eerie green in the dark. "How many cameras?" "2. One above the front door, and then I think there's one up in that corner." I pointed toward the white shape that hung under the roof's edge. "Good. And how many guards?" "Impossible to tell. I've seen 4 different ones in windows and that one who opens the door, but there could be more, right?" "Yes. Anything else?" "The cameras look like they're from the 80s or something. They're not the modern ones behind black glass orbs." Despite Loki having lived, from what I could gather, for centuries in Atlantis, he seemed well-versed in life Earthside. He usually followed comments like these without looking like a question mark. He'd told me he returned to Earth now and then, not just when he'd been exiled there. "This is also true. The cameras may be of lesser quality, but Lanteans maintain the technology they have when they've spent money on it. I would not disregard those cameras. Anything else?" "No?" He tisked at me again, so I nudged him with my elbow, which unsettled him enough to stop. "The wires, Red." He rubbed his upper arm for no good reason. "What wires?" "Look around the front door, every window." I did, and had to squint in the dark, but he was right. Even with the faint glow up on the walls from the streetlights below, I could see wires fastened to the wall and window frames. "Seems the bankers have spent a lot on Earthside tech to secure their bank," I said. "I would also assume there are magical wards." "You can tell?" "Not from here. They shouldn't broadcast their potency far away. That would be pointless. No, they need to be undetected." "So we have camera surveillance, alarms, mundane and magical, and guards. How in the realms are we going to rob this bank?" "Rob it?" Loki shook his head. "Do you see this being resolved with us busting in there with guns, in Atlantis?" I did not. Guns were nearly non-existent in the city. Magic wielders had seen to that a long time ago. What did magic help if someone shot you before you could fling your fireball after them? "Besides," Loki added, "we are too close to the pyramid. There is an abundance of soldiers and constables alike in this area. We'd never get 2 blocks. So, dig our way in?" "We don't have time for that. The coronation is in 9 days. "Okay. So I'm going to stop asking then, since you clearly already have thought this through and have a plan anyway." Loki smiled and patted the chignon on my head. I narrowed my eyes at him, and though he could see it in the semi-dark up on the roof, it didn't faze him. "We shall burgle the bank." "That's exactly what I said." "No, you said rob. That indicates opening hours and tellers being threatened. I said burgle." "Oh, for crying out loud. You're one of those." "Fine. Burglary, not robbery. We sneak in at night. How?" "This I do not know yet." He held up his index finger in front of my face. "Any such activity—" "You mean crime?" "Activity must be planned carefully. I don't like the fact that Agaton doesn't use the full force of the state to make the bankers open the vault and hand over the gem, but I am not going down for this either. We plan and do this carefully." "Okay." I nodded and swatted his finger to the side. "I'm with you so far. So, what's our next move?" "Recognizance." Loki turned his attention to the bank again. "I suggest we split the work. I will look further into the alarms, both kinds. You will gain knowledge of the people who work here, especially the number of guards." "Wait, why do I have to deal with people? As Agaton so accurately put it, you're the con man. You should deal with people. I'm socially awkward, remember?" Loki sighed demonstratively. "How could I forget? But no, alarms are not your forte, and we don't have time for you to learn." "And you know about alarms, do you? Where did you learn that?" "From a very intractable lady." I snorted. "Figures." Loki chuckled. "Cheer up! We'll make a thief of you yet, Chastity." "I don't want to be a thief. I want to make things better, become a citizen with no grounds for being arrested, and to walk around with my head held high." Loki looked puzzled. "You can do that last one regardless." "I mean on the inside, too." Loki shook his head in exasperation. "Sometimes I don't understand you, Red." He moved back from the barrier and stood. "But I suppose I must make do anyway. Come." "Where are we going?" "To a party." "No, I don't want to go to a party. We have work to do." I indicated the bank with a brusque hand gesture. "And our first step in that regard is to crash a royal party." "A royal party?" "Yes." I pursed my lips a moment, thinking it through. "Well, okay then." Chapter 7. I can't believe this is my first royal party, and this is how I enter, I whispered. A burly guard ambled past us, where we stood stock still, awkwardly bent under some branches, hiding inside a perfectly trimmed hedge, which, despite its geometric form, was no doubt full of bugs and cobwebs anyway. We'd already scaled a tall fence, crawled along grass behind some flower installations, and were now trying to enter the large villa in Atlas Gardens, the most expensive and popular area in the city, the neighborhood of all the royal family members in Atlantis. I'd bet money that few of them had done anything but inherit these homes or been gifted them. Just walking these streets with the wrong type of clothes got you weird looks, much like Loki and I had a few minutes ago. Now, though, we were sneaking in, avoiding guards right and left. The sound of music, voices, and laughter was present everywhere. Whoever owned this house had spent money on a proper sound system. The bass of the Earthside music reached us outside. "Now," Loki said, nudging me forward. I went for it and crossed the narrow section of the lawn between the hedge and the villa. Loki folded his hands and gave me a boost up to an open window a couple of meters above. Then he jumped up and climbed in after me. "Show off," I muttered, while taking in my surroundings. We were in a small bathroom, and by small in this neighborhood, it was a bathroom with a shower and no bathtub. I stared for a second at all the gilded edges on the marble that surrounded us. "In case you're wondering," Loki said, his ear pressed to the door, "it's probably real gold." I shook my head, and a few leaves from the hedge fell in front of my face. I checked myself in the mirror and removed some more, as well as a smudge on my cheek. Who knew where it had come from? At least my chignon still sat perfectly. "Ready?" Loki asked. I pressed my lips together but nodded. "Great. Let's go to a party," he said, and opened the door. He must have heard no one talking nearby, and I followed him into a hallway, decorated with paintings of old, toga-clad people with a predilection for grapes. "And this is your sound plan?" I asked him, deeming it safe to speak normally now. "Crash the party and—" I was interrupted by a couple who bumped past us, no better word for it, in their haste to eat each other's mouths and rip and pull at their clothes. "Crash the party and then what?" I repeated when the door to the bathroom shut behind them with a bang. I shook my head at the smirk on Loki's face. He indicated our route with a nod toward the music. "See if we can get this Safiro Lan Vero talking." "Great. Maybe we shall make this a bet. See who can get him talking about the gem first." "Like you don't have an advantage with your stupid silver tongue?" I said. But according to what little was said in Agaton's file, and what little I could find out while you went witch-hunting, I haven't gone witch-hunting yet." I avoided his eyes then, not wanting even a question about the defeat at Brennan's cream splurge to ever come up. "Nevertheless, Saphiro is fond of women, but never the same one. That's your advantage." "Even more great," I grumbled. Flirting wasn't exactly my thing either. By the looks of it, the party itself took place in several large rooms that faced the garden. From what I could see from inside, there were magnificent flower beds, statues, and more sculpted bushes out there. People crowded the patio, and several were using the giant swimming pool outside. There were people everywhere, inside and outside. Not everyone could be royal, but they, unlike Loki and I, had probably had their names on the guest list for various reasons. The villa itself was extravagant, with a luxurious interior. Expensive-looking furniture filled the sitting rooms, and the walls were covered with paintings that seemed more modern than the toga people outside the bathroom we'd come in through. The music wasn't live, but spread through the crowd via loudspeakers mounted on the walls, and it was the modern tech that told me most about the wealth of the owner of this house. I could spot several radios throughout, a large TV screen, and several game consoles and DVD players, too. There was no broadcasting network for TV in Atlantis. If you wanted a screen, you needed to provide something to watch on it yourself. But the sheer amount of money it had taken to import this from Earth had to be staggering. It cost more to get it here than it did to buy it Earthside. "That, I believe, is your man," Loki said, indicating a guy on a white piece of furniture with a red flower print on it in the middle of one of the rooms. "For crying out loud!" I huffed at the sight. "He's lying on a divan." The guy really was, and he wasn't lying there, but lounging. He was in his 20s and dark-haired. His style of clothing was fairly modern, with suit pants and a light blue shirt that opened to show chest hair. His dark eyes were locked on a woman who I could only assume was laughing at his jokes, and a seriously bulked-up handsome guy who was not. "What are we supposed—" I began and then realized I was talking to myself. Loki had vanished. A few swear words were about to tumble out of me when someone pricked my shoulder. I whirled around, ready to yell at Loki, but found someone else standing there instead. "Who are you?" I blurted, surprised by his proximity. "My name's Cyprius." He smiled. He was a handsome guy, blonde and blue-eyed with clothes I instantly marked as having an expensive, tailored cut. Most people in Atlantis didn't have that. He probably belonged in this neighborhood. "I'm Emery," I said, almost adding, "What's it to you?" but managed to stop myself, which meant completely stopping myself. Was I supposed to say something else? God. I sucked at this. Cyprius, thankfully, didn't seem bothered. "I saw you standing here with that dark-haired fellow, but he left, so he must be a fool." "He is a fool," I agreed, "but not for the reason you think. I'm not interested in talking about him anyway. What brings you here, Emery?" The weather?" I could feel my cheeks burn. Was he flirting, or was this small talk? "The weather?" He glanced toward the patio, but as with most of the time in Atlantis, even when dark, the weather was fine, warm and uneventful. Tonight's weather was nothing to seek shelter from, and certainly not at a royal party. Cyprius's brows creased. "Who invited?" he began, but was interrupted by a man's deep voice behind me. "Remove yourself, Cyprius. I want a word with her." I turned to find the man who'd been talking to Saphiro when we came in standing next to me. The man was a mountain of muscles. I was sure he would have dwarfed even Yar had he been here. I had to crane my neck to see his face and took a step back. Cyprius scurried away without a word, probably not sad to escape weird me anyway. "Anything particular you want to talk to me about?" I asked the man. "I hope it's not about the sunshine we've been having lately." The man blinked, confusion clear on his handsome face. He really was, too. The bones under his perfectly tanned skin could have been chiseled from stone. His soft brown hair flowed down over his shoulder, making me wonder what shampoo brand he used. Sharp hazel eyes considered me. "Why did you arrive here together with Loki Laufey?" Interesting. The man knew and could pronounce Loki's last name. "Because we came here together," I said. I had no reason to deny this. "Then he ditched me. What's it to you?" This time, I did ask that question out loud. I didn't like this guy's tone, but at least this was a conversation I could handle. If nothing else, it wasn't time wasted. "Do you know he's one of the supramundane?" "Yeah. And again, what's it to you?" "So am I." I paused. I knew there were other gods of old living in Atlantis, of course, but I'd never come across any before now. And this one knew my roommate. "Herky!" a drunken Saphiro shouted and bumped into the ex-god's huge form. It didn't affect the man at all, and Saphiro bumped back, swaying on his feet. "Who's this lovely flower you're talking to?" He slurred my way and added a leer. "Ugh, gross," I said before I thought about it. I was supposed to talk to this guy, not offend him. I supposed I had won Loki's proposed bet, though. "Is my sister not good enough?" Saphiro went on, not seeming to notice my reaction. He indicated a woman across the room who was busy making out with the much more toned-down version of the male species. The woman, from what I could tell with another face locked onto hers, was in her mid-20s and heavily pregnant. Saphiro started laughing, sloshing wine from the goblet in his hand. "I'll be right back. Must find wine," he announced loudly, and walked between us and away. The muscle man must have noticed the confusion on my face because he tried to explain this. My brother-in-law, Safiro Lanvero, our host's cousin. I nodded like I knew who the host was. Herky? As in Hercules? Yes. And that lady over there is your wife? The man grumbled something, but didn't strike me as being jealous of the man who had his tongue down his wife's throat. They were going at it pretty heftily, too. Shouldn't you be more concerned with that than who I, a perfect stranger, hang out with? Hercules scanned the room and then pulled me with him toward a corner, which was less populated. His grip was loose and friendly. I could easily pull away. And judging by his general size, he had the option of not giving me a choice. Either way, my curiosity was piqued, and with the general heavy scent of bodies, perfumes, and booze, the corner was marginally better. "Who are you?" he asked bluntly. I liked that. Blunt, straightforward questions were easy. Clear things to discuss? Cool. I didn't have to think and feign interest then. My name is Emery Morgan, and that's about it. Oh, and I work with Loki. Work with him? That scoundrel has a job? Why wouldn't he? He needs to eat too. Don't you all, considering you're mortals? Well, Hercules crossed his ginormous arms over his wide chest, which was already stretching the shirt over it. His eating habits are one of the things that concern me. Okay. This seemed an odd thing to be suspicious of. Haven't you wondered why there are so many gods in Atlantis? Not really. You're the second one I've ever talked to. I wondered if I was supposed to be awestruck to meet a living legend, but I couldn't seem to muster the feeling. I'd seen enough magic in my short time outside the Red Kin not to be that surprised. Hell, I'd even seen a bit of it within the organization. Hercules eyed me a moment, but his mind had likely been made up the moment he saw me with Loki, thinking me in need of rescue. I was not. But I didn't mind getting some info, and this guy was talkative. We are mortals, as you put it, but also not quite. His eyes zoned in on his wife's amorous displays across the room before focusing on me again. Was that a slight eye roll I saw? On Earth, we are still strong. Very much so. Not as much as we were. I nodded. I'd seen the strength of Loki's powers when he'd come upon me and my unfortunate traveling companions before returning to Atlantis. But Earthside, Hercules said, his voice wistful now. There we are true mortals. We die and we age like any human. But not here. He shook his head and then glared at a group of laughing people who were approaching us, ready to chat and drink. They wisely changed course, like they were one coherent unit. Here we age a lot slower, but we do age. Our strength is weakened. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. They had the choice between immense power, old age, and death, or prolonged lives and weaker powers. Something didn't add up. You and Loki both have to be as old as the hills. You look like a healthy 30-year-old, I added. It was quite the understatement, given his appearance. I silently wondered how many chickens had to pay with their lives every day to maintain the man's physique. And why are you here anyway? You don't seem like a happy partier. I remembered Loki saying something once about the royals liking the supramundane a little too much. They were especially fond of getting them into their bloodlines. I glanced over at the man's wife again. There was little love lost between them. That was obvious. Now she was taking her lover's hand and following him out of the room with a dreamy smile on her face. Her baby bump was visible under the flowing black dress she was wearing. Is this an arranged marriage? I asked Hercules. Maybe I should have been less blunt, but he didn't seem offended, merely resigned. She's a Lanvero, yes? She is. And the moment she gets pregnant, she runs back into her lover's arms. It is what it is. I suppose that means the Lanveros have something you need, then. Hard to imagine a quick mind like yours falling for the lies of Loki Laufey, Hercules said, a lopsided smile to go with the backhanded compliment. Who said I had? So what is it? Something to do with prolonging life? Ambrosia. What now? The food of the gods. I blinked, looking around as if something like that would be served at the party. We eat it and rejuvenate. The Lanveros have it. I need it. They want my... what do you call it now? Genes. That's it. So you agree to be a baby breeding machine and get to live forever? The big man winced at that, but I wasn't wrong and he knew it. How's that worth it? Won't they just end the deal when enough babies are born? You forget about those babies. They will grow up and care for me. That was his plan? I mentally shook my head. There was no guarantee children raised inside a royal clan would honor the man who was essentially a sperm donor. So, what has this got to do with Loki? I've not heard of how he attains his nourishment. I'd seen the guy eat food all the time, but understood what Hercules meant. Am I right to assume there's a market for this ambrosia? Yes, and as far as I know, your work companion does not shop there. Huh. Interesting. Troubling, Hercules corrected me. You're like an ex-demigod, right? Maybe you need more than him. All gods need it now, he said, agitation marking his voice for the first time. He had been a legendary hero at one point, but now he was struggling to survive. Why are you all ex-gods anyway? I asked him. No one seems to know. I'm not certain, Hercules admitted. But whatever caused it, it happened up north. North? I frowned. Oh, like the other guys were involved. Not your lot? Your trusted companion likely knows more than most. He always spoke with two tongues, always seemed to pop up where he shouldn't. Yeah, that sounds like him. I shrugged. There was little else to say to this, but I knew Loki was in the same boat as me when it came to our punishment, so I didn't doubt him in that regard. This information was interesting. I couldn't deny that. Loki consciously stayed away from the royals, so where did he get the ambrosia that the ex-gods so clearly needed? It was like getting answers about the old gods only created additional questions. Before I could ask the talkative ex-demigod anything else, the return of Saphiro created a literal barrier between us. I have glorious news, he announced, swaying into a position way too close to me, between his brother-in-law and me. I have fetched the wine. He held his goblet up triumphantly, sloshing more red liquid over the rim. Great, I managed, wondering how in the realms to deal with this drunken turd. What's your name then, sweetie? He added before I could say anything else. No, wait! He yelled and looked like he was trying to stand to attention. I shall guess. I met Hercules' eyes over the drunk royal's shoulder. That look told me all I needed to know about this fop. Loki had been right. He was a drunk and a womanizer. Is it cherry lips? Ew. I rolled my eyes. Maybe silky skin? I shuddered. Saphiro's gross behavior made up my mind for me. Loki would likely not have approved, but I didn't care. My name's not important, Saphiro Lanvero, I told him, plastering a fake smile on my face. May you find inner strength and a free spirit of mind today. My flat words and frozen smile did the trick. Agaton had not been lying about Saphiro's connection to the Red Kin. The old greeting seemed to sober the man up in an instant. His eyes widened, and he cast a glance at his brother-in-law over his shoulder before pulling me along with him, back into the hallway Loki and I had come in through. The chatter from all the people was more muffled in there, as was the music. It made it easier to talk in hushed voices. What are you doing? Saphiro wheezed. You can't talk like that in here. What if someone other than my dim-witted brother-in-law had heard you? At this point, I knew Hercules was not an idiot, merely a desperate soul trying to make it in a world he hadn't been designed for. He is a creature of magic. He is of no consequence, I more or less chanted out. It was funny how easily the old words spilled out of me. There was no grasping for them. Damn right he isn't, Saphiro muttered. though I suspected from the tone of his voice it had more to do with the ex-demigod's connection to his sister than anything else. "There are larger problems at hand, Saphiro," I went on. "The abomination that is the crown is being completed. They only lack one of the filthy gems." At this point, I was desperate, playing on his reaction to my words and behavior, since he'd responded so strongly in the first place. "I know. I swear they won't get it. My family thinks they're wielding power." He swayed on his feet a moment. Sobered up was a relative term. He was fighting hard to focus, but several goblets of wine had done a number on him. "But I won't give it over. I told you you could trust me, and I meant it." A sense of dread filled my chest at those words. My breath caught halfway down for a moment. Was he for real? Were there still kin members out there trying to stop the completion of the crown? For what purpose? To humiliate the new queen? They had something in common with the Lan Veros, then. I recognized something in Saphiro's eyes as he stood before me, attempting, and failing, not to slur his words. The true gleam of the fanatic. He would never tell me anything, and certainly not hand over the royal ember. The dimwit was using his family to further some last death throes of a crushed group. There was little point in talking more with him. I thanked him for his loyalty, keeping up the charade, and then decided to leave the party. Loki was nowhere to be seen, so I left without him. Turned out, leaving a party one wasn't invited to was easier than getting in. I simply walked out the front door, past the burly guards with their guest list. I suspected they were on the Lan Vero payroll, making sure no one from the state could reach Saphiro, and force the gem from him. The guards didn't even look twice at me. If you'd first been allowed inside, then clothes styles didn't alert anyone. Among the dressed-up guests, I was the odd one out. I stopped and frowned down a side alley. Was that someone lurking, moving away? Dressed in red? I had to be seeing things. Who would be caught dead, completely dressed in that color anymore? But Saphiro clearly knew free and active kin members. I walked on, feeling pure confusion. "Find out anything good?" Loki said 100 meters down the street where he'd been loitering, hidden against a hedge that covered a tall fence behind it. I jumped back in surprise. "Where in the hells have you been?" I snapped, angry at the shock. "I have been working. You? Find out anything interesting?" He stepped forward, the branches and leaves not hiding him anymore. "Quite a lot," I said, and fell in beside him as we began walking away from there. How much had he seen of my interactions in there? I had no way of knowing. I decided not to elaborate on what Hercules had said. I was curious to the point of wanting to shake Loki, but there was no point. He seldom said much about his past. I decided to stick to our job for now. Saphiro is strangely loyal to the kin still. There might be some of them about, and it's not a secret among them he has the royal ember. He will never give it over. "You are certain of this?" "Yes. Don't start making fun of me." But I could see it in his eyes. "Fun of you?" Loki tisked at me. "Do you not think a god, ex-god, a god has seen blind conviction in people's eyes before?" Fair point. Exactly. And to that point, it is a good thing that I succeeded in finding the information we needed then. "You did?" We waited for a carriage to drive past before crossing the street. The clopping of the hoofs quickly died down when it sped away. "I did. I acquired this." He held up a wallet for me to see. It looked brown in the darkness. "When you say acquired, do you mean stole?" "You are concerned with people's choice of words to a worrying degree, Red. This is Saphiro Lan Vero's wallet, and inside are a few receipts, one from the Lantian Trading and Savings Bank stating which safety deposit box he has rented there and how much he paid for it." "Why didn't you say that's what you wanted when we went in?" "I didn't know as such. I took a chance and I needed you to distract him." "What? When in the realms did you lift it?" "That, dear Chastity, is for only me to know until the day you spot me." I snorted and automatically went with him down a side street that was not a shortcut when we both spotted a couple of constables farther ahead. Hercules needn't have worried about me hanging out with Loki. I had as much reason as my roommate to stay away from the constabulary. I suppose there's nothing to do but rob the bank then? Burgle the bank. I'm the one obsessed with semantics, huh? Out of the two of us, I'd say obsession is more in line with your personality, yes? He wasn't wrong, unfortunately. And my short but telling interaction with Saphiro scared me more than I wanted to admit. For a second there, in a strange corridor with a drunk royal family member, I'd felt something familiar. Something that had once been safe and meaningful. Something that made life less daunting and scary. Chapter 8. I was fairly excited, standing hidden at the entrance of a narrow alleyway between looming brick and concrete buildings, when the ex-god decided to ask an annoying question. "And you're certain this is the place?" I glared at him. Really put some effort into it, too. "Are you sure dinner sat right with you, Red? You look like you're having digestive troubles." "I am sure," I hissed. "On both accounts, not that the last one is any of your business." We'd eaten a hot dog each from a cart on our way here, which could sometimes be a risk in Atlantis, but this was a vendor I had bought from before and trusted. I've spent the last 3 days watching these people. I know which of them has pets and what kinds. I know where they live and who is married or single. I know when they show up for work and how they interact in the bank as far as I can see them from outside and through windows. So yes, I was sure. "I've followed her here twice now," I went on. "She works part-time in the bank and here in the legal union registry office." "And she is single?" "What? You claimed you know everything about them. Is the woman single?" I shrugged. "Yes, she is. And her name is Eliana Sherry. She's in her 40s, in good health. I think she has a pet ferret, or maybe a rat is loose in her apartment, and it likes to hang out in her window." "Interesting." Loki stared at the building for a few seconds and then shrugged and headed out from our hiding place. "It is? What does her pet or lack of cleaning at home have to do with our job?" Oh, nothing." He waved my question off. "I don't think your plan will work," he told me instead when I caught up. "Of course it will. She works for the legal union registry office, you know. The marriage certificate place. They deal with married couples all the time. We pretend to be one, get her to leave her desk to search for our documents, and hey, presto, the key is ours." Turned out, there was an abundance of things you could learn about an institution when spying on them for days, and in this case that meant watching the director of the bank hand over a key to his assistant, Eliana, who took it home. It wasn't that bad of an idea. It wasn't unheard of for a bank director to be threatened to open safes and reveal pertinent information to bank robbers outside the workplace. Kidnappings happened too, but the assistant was less likely to have such vital information. I'd seen him give her the key twice now after doing his last rounds of the day, and each time had been in his office, where I could see them. I agreed with Loki on the fact that it would have been more prudent of the director to do this little daily ritual in a windowless room. But other than that, I had no qualms. The plan would work. Why in the realms wouldn't it? "Is this because it's my plan and not yours?" I asked him when we reached the building. Long and wide front stairs greeted us. "No." "Really? Because it sure seems like it. I thought you trusted me to handle the people." "Yes," he said, dragging the word out. "Entrusted you with the task, at least." "Okay." I glanced curiously at him. We'd reached the top of the stairs and wide and heavy-looking doors awaited us there. Loki merely frowned. "Well, if that's all you're going to say on the matter, then I say we stick to my plan. It is very unbelievable." "What, that we have to pretend to be married?" I linked my elbow with his and headed for the doors, effectively dragging him with me. "Couples come here all the time. What other scheme could we possibly use in a marriage registration office? Loki grumbled something but came along. The building was drab and gray within, with few people about. It was a government building like any other in any realm. A serious-looking receptionist pointed us in the correct direction, and 5 minutes later, we found ourselves in the basement, entering the archives of the Legal Union Registry Office. A few metal filing cabinets stood lined up in the visitor area, but I could see the vast space of archived material behind the front desk where Eliana sat. She'd been sifting through some files but had stopped this when we entered, ready to assist two normal citizens who'd lost their marriage certificate in the chaos of moving house. This had to happen several times a year here. The fact that she would find no such document was not a problem. We only needed her to go look for it while we lifted the key from her purse. I'd already spotted it, perched on a shelf to Eliana's left. Her coat and a bag of pastry also stood there. I knew she went from one job to the other every day, so this was no surprise to me. "Welcome to the Legal Union Registry Office. My name is Eliana. How can I help you?" she asked us when we reached her. She was a tall and slim woman, elegantly dressed in a teal blouse and black pencil skirt, her dark hair and makeup perfect. She looked professional and friendly, like she'd done every day I'd been paying attention. I laid out our false problem for her, making sure to smile and pat Loki's hand. So weird, but it got the ball rolling. "Mr. and Mrs. Kafalis?" she said and frowned. "Yes," I confirmed, face blank. "Something wrong?" Her eyebrows lowered, but she shook her head in response. Loki made an undetectable twitch. Undetectable unless you were linked to him with your arm, that was. I slid free and grabbed his hand. Even weirder. No, the ex-god had a point. We might not be all that convincing as a couple. There was no spark between us, but not every married couple was all lovey-dovey, right? Eliana found a notepad from behind the raised barrier between her desk and us. "Very well. I need the date of your wedding and the names of the witnesses." "Witnesses?" "In case it was misfiled under names instead of the date. Then I don't have to walk back and forth." "Ah, yes, I see. Dear?" I added to Loki and smiled. There was a slight narrowing to his eyes, but, just like I expected, he threw out some random names quickly enough for it not to sound like he wasn't making it all up. Eliana jotted it all down and told us to wait. Then she grabbed her purse and headed among the many filing cabinets and shelves of record boxes. I stared after her in silence, listening to the clacking of her heels as she disappeared into the depths of information behind the front desk. "Excellent plan, Red," Loki said, and let go of my hand. I huffed and then turned my glare on him. "I assume you didn't calculate her taking the key with her," he added. "Shut up," I mumbled and glanced at the shelf where the woman's purse with the key inside had been. No, this had not been part of the plan. At this point, we were supposed to jump over the front desk, grab the key, leave the fake I'd had produced in its stead, and then pretend to fill out some form or other with a complaint when our documents couldn't be found. That would buy us enough time to break into the bank tonight without her noticing she had the wrong key in her purse. It wouldn't be noticed until morning when the director tried opening the door with it. But now, that key was moving through the archives along with Eliana. Why in the hells didn't it work? "Well, first of all, because she's onto us," Loki said. "No, she's not," I objected. "Couples come in here all the time for this kind of thing." "Exactly. What does that even mean?" Loki didn't get to answer as the sound of heels hitting the floor came again, approaching us. I reached for Loki's hand once more, and was smiling happily by the time Eliana came into view. Her face was more serious than welcoming, like it had been before. "I'm sorry, but there is no trace of a marriage certificate for you two." "Are you sure you went far enough back there?" I asked. She had been fast. "The newest documents are placed in a holding area, specifically because there are often more issues with new unions. It saves us time." "Oh." I pursed my lips. Had I known that, I would have said we'd been married for years. That would have bought us more time. Not that it mattered now with the key in the woman's purse. "You mean there is no certificate?" Loki asked her, stepping forward, letting go of me and leaning forward over the front desk. "No, sir, there isn't." "Is that the same as us not being married?" Eliana frowned. "Not if you are, in fact, married." "But without a certificate, no one can prove it?" The woman looked perplexed at this line of questioning. So was I. "I suppose not," she told him and put her notepad down. Then her purse. It landed on the floor, between her feet and her desk chair. "Then I'm free!" Loki shouted. "What?" Both Eliana and I blurted, looking like we had question marks on our foreheads. "You do not understand how bad it's been," Loki went on, confiding in the woman, completely agitated. "I didn't want to marry her. She pushed, and when I refused, she used her potions." "Wait, what?" I blurted and stepped closer. Loki jumped back with a squeal. "What in the hells?" "Your powers don't work down here. There's no sun. Stay away from me," he shouted at me, yet backed up a little. He turned to Eliana again. "She used her potions to make me love her. We did get married. I remember it. But I couldn't say what I wanted to." "Okay, listen," I began with a nervous laugh. I noticed Eliana's scrutinizing look at this preposterous revelation. "You have no idea how bad she is," Loki told Eliana. "She's a monster." "I am not a monster. What in the hells are you on about?" Loki yelped and jumped over Eliana's desk. She backed up a bit, but didn't tell him to get out of there. "Is there another way out of here?" he asked her, grabbing her shoulders. The urgency of the situation caught up with her. She nodded. "I need to leave before she does. Run away, out there." He waved his hand theatrically, if you asked me, toward the stairs. "She regains her strength, and then she doesn't truly need her love potions anymore." "Love potions?" Eliana asked, and then gently nudged Loki a few feet away from me. "Hey!" I said, and stepped closer, but she raised her index finger at me. "Stop there, Mrs. Cephalus, or I will call security." I raised my hands in a non-threatening gesture and stepped back again. Eliana and Loki bent their heads together and began talking, but Loki did something to alter the flow of sound because the words reached me nonetheless, like an echo, but clear enough to hear. "She produces love potions?" Eliana asked him. "Yes, potent ones. I don't know how she gets them into my food and drink, but she does. You have to help me." "I can help you," she told him, her eyes glancing toward the numerous filing cabinets. I could only assume there was another way outside there. "But I need something from you, just like she needs something from me." "Oh, thank you," Loki said and nodded enthusiastically. "You won't regret—" "Wait, what?" "I know she's a thief. I pegged her the moment she walked in here, pretending to care about you." Loki glanced nervously at me and licked his lips. Good grief, he was convincing. I'd never seen him as anything but suave and debonair, and now he looked like he was about to shit his pants. I had no clue what he was up to, but had to play my part. "Hey!" I snapped. "Come back here. Stop all that whispering." "Now, Mrs. Cephalus, I told you. I will call security." She wasn't afraid of me, buying Loki's claim that I needed sunshine for my alleged witchy powers to work. "I know she's after the key in my purse. She's not the first one to have tried." "She is," Loki confirmed. And now I did want to shake him. How could giving away our plan be beneficial in any way? "I don't care about the key," Eliana said. "You can have it." "I can?" "Use it to bargain for your freedom," the woman said, indicating me. "What are you talking about?" I asked them, raising my voice and playing my new part without disturbing them too much. "And you want a love potion?" Loki asked, looking confused. "You don't want to mess with those. They are dangerous. I had no free will." Eliana waved that off. looking unconcerned. The way I see it, your shrew of a wife wants the key to the safety deposit boxes in Hoja's bank. You want to be free from her, and I want Hoja to feel what it's like to love someone and be spurned. Oh shit, I blurted, before thinking, realizing what this meant about Eliana's relationship with her boss and the director of the bank, Hoja. Loki and Eliana both turned and stared at me, Loki looking less than happy about my mistake. Oh shit, I repeated. Are you leaving me? Me? Sounding outraged wasn't an issue since I was already angry and confused by Loki's change of tactic. Deal, Loki said and offered his hand. Get me out of here. Make sure I have a head start, and I'll return with one of her potions in exchange for the key. Eliana nodded and ushered him in between the myriad of filing cabinets, minding to reach for her purse on the floor and take it with her. Hey! I shouted after them. Where are you going? Their magically enhanced voices faded too. Either the ex-god's magic didn't have the range, or he didn't see the point of me hearing anything else. Well, I murmured when I couldn't hear them anymore. That should do it. Unfortunately, that was not it. When I reached the stairs to walk back outside the way I'd come, 2 security guards were approaching from above. Eliana must have hit a hidden alarm button to summon them. They did not look happy or inclined to listen to anything I had to say. I squared my shoulders and started the ascent, vowing to throttle Loki when I saw him again. Chapter 9. You're lucky Ms. Sherry showed up when she did, or else... One of the guards threatened ominously when they escorted me out of the legal union registry office. Super lucky, I mumbled while contemplating twisting out of his grip. His hand was clamped around my upper arm. I could stab it with one of my daggers, of course, which they'd given me back when Eliana had feigned innocence at my detainment upstairs. That had been half an hour later when the guards had finally located her. That meant she'd gotten Loki out and had come back to pretend that nothing had happened. I settled for not stabbing the man. He was only doing his job, and I did want to leave. What I did not need was to be forcefully escorted out. I huffed indignantly when the other guard opened the front door and watched me with disapproving eyes while his colleague forced me out. He let go in a rough manner and my arm smarted. I rubbed it and glared after them as they walked back inside. It wasn't that they were so bad, but I'd had enough manhandling in Brennan Shadowend's house a few days ago, so I was less happy with regard to people threatening me than usual. And Loki? I wasn't happy with him at all. He had to be lurking about somewhere. So I started walking in a random direction, and sure enough, 2 minutes later, he appeared at my side, hands clasped behind his back, looking nauseatingly glum. You ruined my plan, I said, looking around the street and wondering where he'd come from. I must have passed his hiding place somewhere. I did not ruin your plan. I merely improved it. It was necessary. How did you know she wanted a love potion? How did you not know? How could I? I've been following her and the other people in the bank for 3 days now. There was no sign she was into anyone. Oh, Chastity. Loki shook his head, a grimace of mock disappointment on his face. It was all there, right in front of you. Whatever. I didn't care that I sounded like a petulant teenager and kicked a pebble into the nearest wall for good measure. I had been so sure the plan would work. It wasn't like this was rocket science. And I get my powers from the sun? Who am I? Supergirl? She needed to think you weakened inside. It doesn't matter now. We must focus more on the task at hand now anyway, rather than your clumsy attempts to grasp the intricacies of human amorous signals. Now you're just rubbing it in for no reason. Am I? Or do we currently have a giant huntsman living with us because you failed to take his people's customs around mating into consideration? I glared at him, but except for a woman dressed in heavy skirts in the heat of the city, no one, including the ex-god, seemed to notice. We crossed the busy street we were on and headed down a less official-looking alley toward one of the city's many marketplaces. They were usually a good place to catch a ride on a carriage. If only I knew where we were going. You may have a teeny-tiny point, I admitted begrudgingly. But I was not wrong about this. And unless you tell me what I missed, I won't see it. Besides, don't you want me to improve in things like this? I sure did. I had missed out on so many of the social situations people took for granted because of my involvement with the Red Kin. All of my teens and early 20s had revolved around the mission of the kin, not rules of dating and partying and the like. Not until I got out had I realized all the normal things that should have shaped me and prepared me for life were things I'd missed completely. It wasn't all about being able to defend myself with my daggers. I could only do so much with those. Everyone who hears you speak in a social gathering wants you to improve, Red, Loki said, because he was nice and blunt like that. Though I'll grant you, for someone so awkward when asked how often you come somewhere, like Lutz did when we were in the Grey Crane Tavern and he was turned down by your fumbling ignorance of his flirting, you are most loquacious when a subject interests you, or angers you. Whichever. He shrugged and stopped at the corner of a street that led into the busy marketplace I'd heard for a while now. There were a lot of people talking, shouting, buying, and selling, everyone trying to gain someone's attention. That was partially a compliment for what it's worth. "Aw," I teased and bumped him companionably with my hip. "You're the best partner saying encouraging things like that." Loki grimaced. He probably still saw me as an infant at times, but I was going to win him over. Despite the kind of crap he'd pulled with Eliana, as well as all his teasing, I did like having him around. He was my complete opposite and could talk to anyone about anything, which helped with weirdos like me. Since we were forced to work and live together, getting along also seemed the smarter choice. We depended on each other, so we needed to trust each other. "So, tell me what I missed then," I urged. "The task at hand, Red," he reminded me. His unnaturally green eyes scanned the marketplace, searching for something or someone. "Yeah, I don't have a love potion if that's what you're thinking. I didn't even think they existed. That kind of thing crosses a line if you ask me." "You are correct. Worse than the illicit date drugs to be found Earthside, too." "They are?" "Consider the same result as an Earthside chemical concoction where the victim is rendered helpless. In the case of a love potion, the victim ends up begging for it, and then they remember everything afterward." "Oh, that is bad. It must amp up the guilt 100-fold. "Just so." Loki found what he was looking for and pointed at a parked carriage on the other side of the square with a nod. In unison, we began making our way there, walking around the busy square rather than cutting right through it. "Then how in the hells are we going to get hold of such a potion? And should we?" "I believe Eliana Sherry will tattle on us if we do not honor our deal." "Your deal," I pointed out. "Nevertheless, we must deliver. Tonight is our only chance to retrieve our target." "Okay. Can you make love potions?" "I don't need such crude aids to have people fall in love with me. I merely smile and... ouch." "Sorry, not sorry," I said, and suppressed a smile from the sight of him trying to regain his balance after I pushed him sideways. "Most disappointing, this violent streak, Red." Loki tisked at me as he was wont to do. "I cannot help my dazzling nature." "Oh, gross. The love potion?" I added to get to the point. "You have a witch friend, no? At least this is what you claim, though I have never seen proof of it." "That's because we don't have social media in Atlantis. But yes, I know other people than you and the kin." "You sounded so proud just then. It's a little sad." There was a smirk on his face that said otherwise. "Asshole," Loki shrugged. "Any better ideas?" "No," I said, and followed him to the carriage. We had a long night ahead of us. It would be best to save our strength and not walk all over the city. "Was it something she said?" I asked Loki when we exited the carriage near Pingbrook Square. We had not been alone in the carriage. They were the equivalent of taxis in Atlantis, and you weren't guaranteed renting them alone. At least not the regular-priced ones. Being joined by 2 elderly ladies and a man and his young son did not allow for talk of breaking into banks, acquiring love potions, or talking about running scams on people. Which was why I was asking Loki now, as we walked into Pingbrook Square, across from Dell's shop.
Yes, but more than that.
I rolled my eyes.
That doesn't help, you know. It's about all of it. The whole picture, if you will.
He expounded with an elegant flourish to his hand.
Great. That explains it then, I muttered.
Ah, this must be it, he said, changing the subject and stopping in front of Dell's shop.
Imaginative name,
he added while staring up at the sign above the door. Alba Herbs and Potions. It's called marketing, smartass. It's not good business sense to be fancy if no one knows who you are and what you do.
Nothing wrong with a little showmanship,
Loki argued while following me inside. The bell above the door was still not back, but the store itself looked much improved. It was, in fact, back to normal, at least to my eyes. I couldn't tell the difference between the dried herbs, bottled potions, and crystals anyway. The furniture was back where it belonged, and the smell was back to its aromatic herbal scents, too. Relief flooded me at the sight. This had been a rare and safe place outside the kin when I had still been a member, a place where no one judged me for mistakes within the group, or for belonging to the group. Dell was one of the most important people in my life. I doubted she fully understood what she'd done for me, which was why I entered her shop with trepidation now. Asking for a love potion, especially after Loki's explanation of them, was not something I relished doing. Dell was busy behind the counter, stacking small bottles into one of the numerous drawers there. Despite the lack of the bell, she noticed someone coming in and turned to see us. "Emery, I wanted to thank— Oh." She stopped herself and eyed Loki, who pranced over toward her by my side. "Is this the ex-god, then?"
"Ah, the smell of sulfur is strong in the air," he fired back.
"Loki, shush."
"What? She's obviously a bog witch."
I frowned. I couldn't remember ever telling him that fact. "How do you know?" He shrugged and jumped up into a seated position on Dell's counter.
"I smell it."
Dell snorted.
"He senses it, like I sense his weakened, supramundane state."
"Severely weakened," she added and glared at the impudent ex-god, staring at his chosen spot with a pointed look. Loki ignored it with a smile. Thankfully, those didn't seem to work on Dell. I introduced them, though they already knew each other's names because of me. At least their immediate animosity struck me as more of a principle rather than anything deep-set. I was thankful for that. I didn't need the few people in my life to despise each other. It would be nice if they got along, but hey, small steps. I filled Dell in on the broad strokes about why we were there, avoiding talking about Brennan Shadowend at all in front of Loki. With all our training, he wouldn't approve of how I'd botched that whole thing. I'd gone in, my figurative guns blazing, while he would have said to think it through more, assess, and then act. Dell didn't bring up the trouble with the other witch either. Of course, she didn't know Loki, so why would she? No, I had to reassess and deal with Brennan, but not tonight. I could only hope Dell would be safe until I could. "If I understand this right," Dell said when I finished with the tale of the Legal Union Registry Office and downplaying everything that had happened there, "you came here because she wanted a magic potion?" "Yes. So we are here to buy one." I nodded emphatically, and then stopped when she asked her next question. "What kind of potion?" You know, a love potion." "I didn't quite catch that with your hand covering your mouth, Em."
"What she is attempting to utter is love potion,"
Loki said, voice loud and clear.
"No."
Dell's eyes widened under raised brows as she glanced back and forth between us. You did not come here shopping for that. Yes, we did, I admitted with a despairing huff. Are they illegal? It hadn't occurred to me to ask Loki before, because I'd just assumed, but Dell's reaction was one of disgust, not outrage over being asked to commit a crime. No, they should be, she said, confirming that. Wait, I held my hands up defensively. Are you saying that a cure against Ophidian rash is illegal, but a love potion isn't? That's insane.
Ah, I see, Loki interrupted. That's why you're witch hunting. This one is breaking coven laws.
He knows? Dell said, waving a hand toward him. He didn't until now, I admitted. I needed to remember to watch my mouth around him. He caught on way too fast sometimes, and probably knew enough about witches to conclude this. You can trust him. Ha! Dell flicked her hands out, the bracelets on her wrists clinking together. I don't think the word trust can be said in conjunction with his name without rising bile being involved. Loki nonchalantly adjusted his dark jacket.
Harsh words from someone who I assume is selling the cure for Ophidian rash. A nasty disease, I believe.
Both Dell and I stared at him. Is he serious, or is he mocking me? I don't know, I admitted, eyeing him sideways. Usually, I think it's a bit of both.
Ladies, Loki went on.
The love potion? What do you want with one of those anyway? Dell asked, and then bent forward over the counter in a confiding manner. Do you know what they can do to people? She added, her voice hushed. I nodded, with a glance toward Loki. His words had been to the point. Then you know I can't make you one. We need it to finish the job we were assigned. Dell pursed her lips. She knew how important it was for me to succeed at this. It would be the first and longest step in making amends for my past. Love potions are bad news, Emery. And why would I hand one over to the likes of him?
Likes of me?
Loki put on a mask of faux affront. I assure you, I will use it only for our intended purpose. Dell humphed at that. I can't in good conscience. The one who drinks such a thing. But she wants him to pay for dumping her or turning her down or something. I'm not quite sure. The dumping part, I believe, Loki chimed in. I flicked my hands out in exasperation. How do you even know? Her need to punish him is great. He is married, yes? Yeah. I did know that. I'd followed the director of the bank, too, but I hadn't seen him and Eliana in any kind of in flagrante situation.
Well, there you go.
For once, the ex-god's slim explanations of what he deemed obvious made sense. Married men seldom left their wives for their mistresses. Eliana and Hodja's case was likely not any different. I focused on Dell again where she was still bending forward, her long hair touching the counter, hands flat on it in her need to convey the gravity of the situation. Eliana is in it to make him feel the hurt, not the more shady bedroom part of a love potion. See, I can't know that. She might mean that now, but then when he suddenly sees nothing but her feelings may impede her judgment.
Surely there is a solution that will benefit all here, Loki said.
We turned our heads in a synchronized manner to look at him. And by that comment, I assume you have an idea? I asked. He shrugged and appeared unconcerned.
You're a witch, aren't you? With a most witchy potion shop where you witch around making all kinds of witchy concoctions?
Dell sighed and waved her hand for him to continue.
Well, how about adding a little something to the potion? Something that is, say, of the more impotence-inducing kind of concoction.
He splayed his fingers in a what-do-you-think gesture. Dell was silent for a few beats. Then her brows rose again as she thought about what he'd said. You mean to make him impotent and in love?
A sad fate indeed, Loki said.
But only for a few hours? I asked Dell. I suppose it could work. I've never considered it before.
He might still do foolish things in the name of fanatical love, but if I lessen the effect of the love potion... She straightened up while mulling everything over. I can't think of any ingredients in the two potions that would nullify each other. She walked along the back of her counter and began looking for something under there. I met Loki's eyes, and he smiled and winked at me, way too satisfied with himself. Sometimes you're too clever for your own good, you know that? It has been known to happen, yes, he admitted, but tonight is not one of those times. I rolled my eyes at him and then saw Dell lifting a heavy tome of spells or something onto the counter. I walked around Loki to see. The book was leather-bound and slightly cracked, the pages well worn. She flipped through them with care, but also no fear in using the book, and it didn't take long before she found what she was looking for. "Yar!" she shouted in the direction of the kitchen behind the shop. "Yes?" came his voice from far back there. "Do I have some dried Agarthan rosebuds? And if so, where did you put them?" I arched an eyebrow at this. I had seen little of Yar these last few days, but then I hadn't been home much since I'd been following bankers and security guards. I wasn't aware he was still helping Dell out. "I'll find out," he shouted back from the bowels of the house. I automatically glanced toward the door and instead noticed Loki watching me. That was the problem with associating with con men. They read people for a living, and I was sure he was curious about my reaction to this. But my reaction was that of relief. I was glad Yar hadn't been sitting at home doing nothing but training and being miserable. "Here, I left it with the Elfine Felicius," came Yar's voice before he emerged in the doorway behind the counter with a glass jar full of green and purple dried leaves. "They stem from the same root, so to speak. He noticed me and halted in his steps. "Emery, you are here." "Yes. Glad to see you're doing something fun, Yar," I told him with a smile. His eyes flicked to Dell and back, and he cleared his throat before nodding. Then he approached her, with sudden stiff movements like he was overthinking every step he took. It was so unlike how the agile step hunter usually moved. Interesting. I looked to Loki and raised an eyebrow. The ex-god met me with a knowing look and a smile suppressed into a tight line. So I was right. "I wanted to thank you for bringing Yar here the other day, Emery," Dell said, unaware of all this since she had her nose in the book. She took the jar from Yar's hands and pointed at a few things on the top shelf behind them without looking up. Growing up in the enchanted flatlands means he has an affinity for recognizing plants and quickly learning the difference between them. She kept talking while they worked together in silence, him handing her the high-reaching ingredients she needed. If I hadn't known better, I would have said they'd been running the shop together for years. It really helped put everything back together. "I don't understand how people in this city survive to adulthood without being poisoned," Yar said. Apparently identifying edible, medicinal, and poisonous plants was second nature to his tribe. Dell looked up from the book and flashed him a smile that was warm, yet harder to interpret than Yar's, which vanished when he saw me paying attention. His quickly downcast eyes and then retreat to the kitchen seemed lost on Dell, who was busy consulting her book again. "Yes, I think I can do this for you." Loki clapped his hands together. "Excellent." "Not you, Emery. Then I suggest we put this on her tab." Dell glanced up and smiled at me. I'd given her a pair of jeans on my return from Earthside exile, and denim was incredibly valuable in Atlantis. After this, she refused to take payment for anything I bought. "No, we will not put it on M's tab. If I understand you correctly, you interfered with her plan. Because it wasn't working." "Nevertheless," Dell grinned now and walked over to Loki. "You'll pay," she told him, and stopped next to him, leaning an elbow on the counter and looking up at him, smiling even wider. "Why do I think you want something other than money, witch?" Is he always this perceptive, Em? "He sure likes to think he is." Dell laughed but didn't take her eyes off Loki.
"What is a little essence of the supramundane to you, anyway?" she asked, almost casually. "Essence?" I blurted, and stared at Loki's crotch. "Gross." Del and Loki shared a moment's silence and then turned their gazes on me. "Oh, Chastity, your dirty little mind is what keeps getting you into trouble." "What else did she mean by essence?" I asked, focusing on their annoyingly amused faces instead. "Likely blood," Loki said. "No, I just assume you won't give me that." Del straightened up. "Right you are." "So I'll settle for this instead," she continued and yanked a few straws of hair from his head. "Ow!" he snarled and began rubbing his scalp. "I see what binds the two of you together are your common sadistic traits." Suck it up, big boy," I told him while fighting not to laugh. Del swiftly put the hairs into a tiny glass bottle and found a pen to label it. "We have a job to do tonight, and sulking's not encouraged when retrieving stolen magical crown jewels." Chapter 10. The nearest clock tower peeked over the neighboring buildings, informing me it was soon 4 a.m. Darkness was not something that usually stopped Lantians from moving around the city. With up to 8 hours of daylight, life couldn't stop. People did, however, need sleep, and so the quiet around Loki and me was both expected and welcome at this point. Lantians followed time to structure their days and nights, and the clock towers were important in making it all work. They were what everyone set their watches after. At the moment, Loki and I were counting on that too. At 4 o'clock, there would be a guard change, which meant that this was our window. This was the time when most people were asleep, preoccupied with deep dreams. Call it the witching hour or the wolf's hour. Many things are said about this time of night, but the fact of the matter was that at this time, the current shift in the bank would be tired and wanting to go home. "Here it is," Loki whispered. I craned my neck to see what he'd found. He sat hunched down near the south wall of the bank, the shadows our only protection from being seen. He'd dug up some dirt by the building foundation and was now looking at a small box. At least I thought so. It was hard to tell in the dark. "And that will break the circuit?" I asked him, also whispering. In the quiet night, voices could travel far and reach the wrong ears, like the ears of the guards who regularly patrolled the outside of the bank. Loki nodded and shifted his position slightly, producing a pair of pliers. "Head down to the corner and keep an eye on the entrance," he told me. "Okay." I checked the wristwatch I'd put on for the occasion. What with cell phones, I'd gotten out of the habit of using a watch when Earthside. "You have 7 minutes before they come round again." A quick dip of his chin was the confirmation I got that he'd heard me. I moved around him and kept close to the wall while sneaking along it. Like Loki, I was wearing dark clothing, not all black, to blend in with the shadows. Loki had left his sword behind for this and was armed with a single dagger instead. A ski mask covered my face. That was a first, but I didn't have time to reflect on how bad this looked, as well as the irony of it all, considering I was trying hard to make amends for past crimes by committing new ones. Eliana had gotten her coveted love potion. I hadn't been part of handing it over. Loki had done that, and from what he'd been able to gather, the director of the bank would have had his taste long before I was sneaking along a darkened wall. Del had assured us he would feel a lessened effect, and he would certainly not be able to perform should Eliana change her mind. Come morning, the potion would wear off and Eliana would be implicated in the robbery. She'd seen our faces, but she didn't know our names. Even if she cracked, we would be fairly safe. I hoped. The low chatter of the 2 guards by the front entrance reached me when I neared the corner of the building. I glanced back at Loki and barely saw him where he was working on the alarm. At the moment, I was thankful that Atlantis hadn't caught up to Earthside standards of high-tech alarm systems, but to be honest, I didn't know how to circumvent the system they were using here. I peeked around the corner but saw nothing special. The guards were there,
each with their cup of something to drink in their hands. When they were done with those, they'd begin their round. I'd seen them do this many times now. What I hadn't seen was the drunken group of people heading our way. It started with a muffled sound from farther down the street. Then the group, 6 of them, men and women, came closer, singing, cheering, and generally having a good time while waving their bottles around. They didn't give the guards as much as a glance when they paraded by, though the guards kept an eye on them. Pressed up against the wall, I feared I would be spotted and hailed by one of these idiots, but the streetlights that surrounded the bank and nearby buildings didn't light up the lower part of the walls, and actually made it hard to see in the dark with blinded eyes. A sharp buzz sounded, startling me. Thankfully, I was pushing against the wall so hard I didn't leap out and reveal myself. I turned and saw Loki's indistinct shape waving me over. With a last, suspicious glance toward the partying people, I ran back. The guards had not reacted to the buzz, which would surely have reached their ears had they not been preoccupied with the noise from the drunkards. Seeming drunkards. "Was that your diversion?" I asked him when I returned. Loki had buried the box again and was standing up. The ground looked level and uninteresting for passing guards. "Couldn't risk the guards hearing the circuit being broken when I triggered the system. Here," he added and folded his hands to give me a boost up. "I believe we only have 4 minutes now." I caught the ledge of the window above and scrambled up, spurred on by the fact that Loki came up behind me. He had spent a lot of time training me, and now I was seeing why he was so obsessed with scaling buildings fast. I didn't want to let him down. I reached the window on the 3rd floor which we were aiming for. I could see the spliced wires of the alarm under the window frame. Was it laziness that had left the installers to do this? With Loki's triggering of the system, the alarm was not supposed to go off if this window was opened now. And how did Loki know this? Had he seen it from below? Or did he know someone who knew? I didn't have time for those questions either. Instead, I took the curved little knife Loki handed me and got to work. We'd been over this too during the last few days. When I hadn't been spying on the bank employees, I had been going over the plan with him, learning the things I needed to as we went. The lock gave a satisfying click, and I opened the window which swung outward. For a moment, I froze, but there was no alarm or a buzzing sound like the one I'd heard at ground level. The alarm bypassed this one solitary window. I bit down on the blade to free my hand and climbed inside, Loki close behind. "Good," he whispered. And though he was already approaching the door in the sparsely furnished office we'd entered, I felt a sense of accomplishment that made me smile. "Are we done?" he asked when I made no move to follow him. I sighed and walked closer. So much for being appreciated. I looked at my watch using a modified tiny flashlight that gave just enough light for me to see the time, but not enough to fully wreck my night vision. "The guards' round up here should be close to an end," I informed Loki, who had his ear pressed to the door. He was listening for steps outside, but I knew he was also trying to sense the presence of a magical ward. The steps came first, calm and not hurried. A guard strolled past in the corridor out there, oblivious to the intruders so close by. Loki stood stock still until the steps faded. I knew the guard would head upstairs now because he would pass a window soon where he was visible from the outside when ascending the stairs. "Is there a ward?" I asked when it was safe. "I believe so. There is a faint signature." Loki moved back from the door and retrieved a small, dark, metal-looking square from his pocket. He set it against the door where it stuck on its own. Then, a glow of indigo emanated from it, spreading and pulsating. Something else, a white and hard light, came to the surface and was swallowed by the indigo power which engulfed it before it vanished in a puff. As did the metal square. Even to my untrained eye, it was obvious the magical ward had been completely devoured. How did you even get that kind of magic? It can't possibly be sold openly? All the institutions using magical wards would have a fit if that was the case. And considering the amount of money they wielded, they had to have made magic ward breakers illegal ages ago. Loki only smiled, which was clear enough in the dim light from the streetlights outside. "Time?" he asked me instead. "We can go," I told him. From what I'd seen from spying outside, we still had a few minutes on this floor. Much like Eliana's other place of work, this was a large and cold building, but meant to serve bankers instead of bureaucrats. The two groups seemed to have an imposing and monochrome architecture in common. Somehow, Loki had managed to get hold of older blueprints a couple of days ago. He'd told me he hadn't obtained them in person, so that was yet another trace that wouldn't lead directly to us. The theft would be noticed at some point, and the constabulary would surely investigate such things. We'd been going over those blueprints during the last couple of days, memorizing the layout to the best of our ability. It was paying off now. Except for a few rebuilt offices, our route was as we'd expected. We needed to get down to the basement. That was where the safety deposit boxes were. With light steps and eyes and ears out for anything moving nearby, we went down the stairs, avoiding too much time in front of any windows. It wouldn't help if someone saw two masked people from outside by chance, and then sounded the alarm. We bypassed the second floor and went straight down to the ground floor. Our target was the stairs farther down to the basement. Halfway through our route, I tapped Loki on the shoulder and indicated a nearby section of furniture, hard-lined leather sofas and a chair all facing a table in the middle. I pointed under the sofas, and he nodded. He understood. The approaching footsteps already sounded before we were fully under our piece of furniture, but we were well hidden by the time the guard came walking by. I'd noticed early on that the guards working here did not take one round per hour, but several, and not at the same time. The guards didn't necessarily walk 2 and 2 either, so there were a lot of them about at different times. I rolled out from under the sofa, thinking the employees here had a nice and elegant meeting area, and joined Loki to continue. To reach the final set of stairs, we needed to go through the basement door, but to get to that we risked being seen from the front desk area farther down and near the front doors. More steps sounded, and with nowhere to hide, we flattened ourselves against the wall. Loki raised an eyebrow at me, but I could only shake my head. This was not part of the routine, and it wasn't dark enough to remain unseen like this. I could hear mumbled talk from farther down the hall we needed to cross, but 2 guards were coming our way. My pulse was thundering in my ears when the first one became visible, and my breath stopped in my chest. But he didn't turn left. He didn't even look our way. Neither did the one following him. Instead, they went straight for the door next to the one we were aiming for. If I remembered the drawings correctly, it was a small room, like a broom closet. That's when it dinged in my head. Loki nodded sideways in a silent question for me. Should we head back? I shook my head and leaned closer, whispering as low as I possibly could. No, I recognize them. They have a thing going on. Give them a second. A soft thud sounded from behind the door. And they won't notice us at all. I had been following roughly 10 people for the last few days, so I couldn't be everywhere. But I knew this couple's thing was boning where they could almost get caught. They didn't seem to hook up outside the bank. Loki wasted no time, trusting I knew this, and glanced around the corner and down the hallway to the foyer and the front desk. Then he waved me on as he took a step forward. I followed, glancing down toward the foyer. It was brighter and more welcoming than the rest of the building. More importantly, no guards were there. The voices we heard had to come from what we thought was a break room behind the front desk. We could only hope the guards outside didn't see us. Loki used something as old and simple as lockpicks to open the basement door. It opened onto a flight of stairs that led down into the basement, which housed the vaults, safety deposit boxes, and storage rooms, wardrobes, broom closets, and those kinds of things. It was why the lock on the door wasn't particularly fancy. With the door closed behind us, we could breathe more easily. Loki had told me beforehand that he suspected magic wards down here too, but mostly to detect anyone digging in or trying to disable the wards completely. We were doing none of that. Instead, we searched through numerous corridors and rooms. It had been impossible to find drawings of the basement. No wonder, and we had to wing it here. We also encountered a couple of cameras, but were warned early by their clunky appearance. No alarms were raised. No shouting guards came. We even found the entrance to the bank's vault before we found the sealed room containing the safety deposit boxes. Again, Loki pressed his ear and hands against the massive iron door, sensing whether there was a ward on it. When he concluded there was something there, I wasn't surprised. This time, the magical metal square he placed on the door devoured a sickly green magical ward. I took out the key we'd gotten from Eliana. It was the non-magical thing needed to open the door, a small added security to a massive lock that looked unpickable. We would never have known about it had the director of the bank not handed it over to his assistant every day in a place where I could observe from across the street. Loki turned it, and the door popped open, almost as if the metal weighed nothing. "That was easy," I commented. "Never say such things, Red," Loki told me while he walked inside the room. "That's how you jinx it. I suppose it's fitting for ex-gods to be superstitious." I took in the room. All 4 walls were covered from floor to ceiling with rows upon rows of black boxes. Every single one had a small golden lock, a knob to pull them out with, and a plaque with an engraved number on it. We didn't have time to waste and went straight for the one numbered 671, Saphiro's box, according to his receipt. Loki had another magical square ready. I wondered how many he could fit into his pockets, and he fastened it to the box we wanted. We didn't have the key, and neither of us believed spending time looking for it would have helped, especially when Saphiro Lanvero would never hand it over. It was likely under lock and key in his family's palatial villa, and a lot harder to find than this room. This time, when the indigo-colored magic began spreading, Loki lifted his hand and seemed to be guiding it because it didn't spread all over the wall of boxes. Only the one marked 671. A glare of magic burst out, the indigo eating the magic underneath, and then Loki took hold of the box and gently slid it out, slow and careful. "Don't want to disturb the surrounding magic into sounding the alarm," he said, eyes focused on his task. When it was all out, I drew a deep breath of relief and watched with excitement as he put what was a long, rectangular metal box on the table. The lock still needed to be opened, but Loki wasn't worried. Neither was I. He'd told me this was the easiest part of the plan, and I could only guess this wasn't the first time he'd ever opened one of these without a rightful key. Instead, he put his hand flat against the lock. A few streams of green magic escaped his hold, but the rest was compressed into the lock, breaking it with a muted bang. No one heard us down here anyway. The box contained some cash, a few expensive wristwatches, letters, and photos of people in some exposed situations together with Saphiro. "Think he's a blackmailer?" I asked Loki. He shrugged and removed a small silken pouch with something hard in it. "That, or he's saving such activities for a rainy day." I frowned. Then I grabbed the photos and stuffed them in my jeans pocket. I'd burn them later. When I looked up again, a big ruby lay in Loki's palm. It didn't glint in the dim light in the room, but it was impressive in its size. It had a round shape with a pointed underside, and with a deep red color, it was a marvel to look at. Maybe more so considering what it meant for us. "Carbunculus reawakened indeed," Loki said, his emerald green eyes focused on it. "It feels like an armoring stone." "What it is," I said, when he put it back into the pouch and handed it to me, "is our way to respectability. With this, we've saved the state from the shame of an incomplete crown. Now we can begin to negotiate terms, Loki. This is huge." Loki hesitated. "Perhaps." He shut the lid on the box but let it stand on the table. The hole in the magic ward would be noticed anyway soon. He indicated the door with a wave. But for now, let's hope the guards are still amorously occupied so we can sneak back past them unnoticed. Chapter 11. You can come through, the soldier said, waving us on so we'd get a move on. The pyramid loomed above us, obliterating the sun from our view. That's a new attitude, I remarked. Loki and I did as told and walked through the gate while the soldier, the sole one on duty at this gate, was busy talking to a group of people who also wanted to get inside the gated area. That is how one should always greet gods, my partner informed me, although one would appreciate some bowing and scraping added to the mix. If only there were any such gods in existence to greet properly. Your lack of deference aside, I agree. It is a new attitude. The coronation draws near, though. He scanned the vast open space that surrounded the pyramid behind the fences. No benches or flowers had been set up out there, but that work wouldn't start until the day before the ceremony anyway, and that ceremony would now be complete because of our effort. Loki, of course, had wanted to hang out in a bar while we waited for morning to come, and I'd spent the wee hours with my hand in my pocket, clenched around the pouch containing the royal ember. We walked on and were not stopped by anyone. People minded their own business, but during our previous visits to the pyramid, we would at least get a few nasty glances. Ever since forcing our way through the gate with my Uncle Alan and the constables chasing us, the guards who had been there had spread the rumor about the former kin members who came and went here as if they'd done nothing wrong. It was strange how I was unnerved by the lack of hateful stares. Agaton was in his office in the lower levels. The few guards we passed on our way barely batted an eye and gave us a short wave to move on. "Enter!" our handler shouted when I knocked on the door. He was seated behind his desk, but I got a distinct impression, judging by his rigid position, that he'd forced himself to sit down. His back was straight, his hands folded on the desk, his face alert. Nothing about him seemed at ease. I frowned and walked fully inside the office. "Do you have it?" he asked, his voice sounding restrained and clipped, like he was trying to keep from shouting in his suppressed urgency. I exhaled. Of course he was anxious. A coronation was at stake here. Dignitaries from other realms would soon pile into the city. I nodded my response. "Then give it here," Agaton said and stood, stretching his arm, palm flat up for me to lay the gem. I reached into my pocket and got the pouch out. "Before that," Loki interrupted, "we would like to be assured that there will be no retribution from the Lan Veros." Agaton's brows creased. "Did you rob him?" "Indirectly." Agaton nodded. "The Lan Veros can hardly claim ownership of the property of the state. Once it's rightfully back in its place, the royal crown, they will have to watch it there like anyone else. Claiming ownership or that someone stole it from them is social and political suicide. It would mean admitting one of them stole it in the first place." "Nevertheless," Loki persisted. Agaton sighed, and I thought I saw a slight eye roll there. "The Lan Veros will not find out who took the gem from them. Quiet retribution cannot happen when they don't know who to attack." He glanced between us, annoyance apparent on his face. "Satisfied?" Loki opened his mouth to argue, no doubt, but I wasn't here for that. I handed the pouch over to Agaton, who immediately shook the gem out into his palm. The red stone glinted in the light. "Finally," he mumbled and made to step around his desk. I got in his way. "What about us?" "Excuse me?" He halted, looking startled, like he'd already forgotten we were there. "We made a mistake trying to escape the Guardians upon our return to Atlantis. The deal was that we'd be let off if we helped you." Agaton blinked, and I got the distinct feeling he'd dismissed us from his mind, even though we were standing right there. This entire conversation was off. This was not how I'd imagined this going at all. "Come back tomorrow. We shall deal with your case then. Until then, show yourselves out and go home." Agaton was done talking. He swung around me and held a hand up, palm flat toward Loki when he appeared to want to add something. Then the man was out the door, the sound of his footsteps vanishing too. I stared at the door. What in the hells was that? "Not certain," Loki said, and crossed his arms over his chest. "Nothing good, I think." "He knew we had the gem," I said, looking to my partner for confirmation. "He did ask, but he was expecting us." Yes. Agaton had been too pent up not to be expecting the arrival of the final piece of the royal crown puzzle. Did this have something to do with the people I'd seen at the royal party and outside Brennan's shop? Were they Agaton's spies? I shouldn't be surprised if he'd had us followed. We were convicted criminals, after all, not trustworthy at all to someone like him. "Let's go outside," Loki said, and headed for the open door. "And let's make sure we leave a way in open so we can keep to this appointment tomorrow." "You think he'll shut us out?" "I think the realms are full of people who will not pay their debts when they can get away with it." "But it's the state that owes us, not Agaton." "I think the appropriate Earthside term here is same difference." I pressed my lips together, thinking this through, hardly noticing the seemingly never-ending corridors of carved stone blocks surrounding us. We'd been in here, escorted by guards or on our own, enough times to know the way by now. We'd worked too hard to retrieve the crown jewels to be discarded like this. Loki was right. We needed to make sure there was a way inside the pyramid for us tomorrow. I would not let Agaton toss us aside now that we'd done the jobs for him. The bright sunlight blinded me when we stepped outside on ground level, and the warmth of the day hit hard. It was always like that, coming out of the cool lower levels of the giant structure. The sound of many boots hitting the ground was not. Considering there weren't that many soldiers here half an hour ago, I find this odd. I watched several of them gathering in the large open space between the pyramid and the fence. Agreed. Let's gain some height. Loki took a right, aiming for the nearest exterior stairs. The stepped pyramid had long and wide stairs on each of its 4 sides. People walked up and down here every day. There were stairs inside too, but no matter which ones you chose, the climb was steep. While we took the stairs, I noticed no one tried to stop us or inquire as to what we were doing here. The guards were usually more alert than this, especially when they were aware of someone's past, and a few of them were regarding Loki and me. No one hailed us to ask what we were doing. I followed Loki, who went halfway up the pyramid. There, outside the civil servants' entrance, we sat on one of the stone benches that had been placed there for those who wanted to take their lunch in the sun with a view of the city. Atlantis spread out before us, the myriad of houses cluttering the vast space between the canyon walls that framed the city. Far off up there, the aqueducts stood like great monoliths themselves. Beautiful lifelines of a once-island city now seated in a desert landscape. Lanteans always found a way to thrive and survive. "They are gathering," Loki said, his attention on the guards, not the city. I looked down and saw the same. The soldiers were lining up in square units. "They sometimes have drills, don't they?" "Not all at the same time. Look." He pointed at more of them streaming out from the barracks on the east side of the pyramid and joining the others. I glanced at the gates I could see from up there and noticed no one was on guard duty anymore. A cry rang out. I couldn't decipher the word, but it was an order because the soldiers, in unison, began marching. Despite the large number of them, they filed through the gates in an amazingly swift troop movement. "What in the realms?" I mumbled. "Something is happening, and if not for the unmanned gates, I'd say we were watching a peaceful power transition." I eyed Loki. "Power transition?" "Those are the pyramid soldiers. They have no reason to leave, not even for a new queen." The clomps of the soldiers' feet hitting the paved ground amplified, and I cast my gaze farther, noticing movements outside the gates. More soldiers emerged out there, though these were marching the opposite way from the pyramid soldiers. Is that? I craned my neck and then stood to see. Are those the Guardians? They seemed to multiply as they emerged from between the buildings that surrounded the pyramid. If ever there were soldiers who lived up to the term uniform, it was these guys. They were all tall and burly, highly disciplined, all wearing the same leather and armor, dull colors as opposed to the other branches of the military in Atlantis. Those are indeed our old friends, Loki said. I slumped down beside him on the bench again. This is so weird. No, not weird. Transition of power, the ex-god maintained. When have you ever seen so many Guardians in this place? That was true. The Guardians weren't unfamiliar with the pyramid. They had business here all the time. Never this many at once, though. This had to be nearly all of them. The way they moved between the houses, eerily quiet except for their boots stomping on the ground, looked like an army approaching. Who was manning the shimmer if they were here? Were the borders to the other 8 realms open? There is magic in the air, Loki said, taking all this in with calm. You sense it? It flows back and forth, strong and weak. It's not wielded by anyone used to it. I was about to ask more, but became aware of people moving behind us. I looked over my shoulder and saw many people running down the stairs, hurry in their steps. With the height we were at and the wind taking hold up there, it was more like careful jogging down the steep stairs, but still. This is where the saying of rats leaving the sinking ship is fitting. Huh, I said, and turned back, facing forward. I actually understood that one. The Guardians halted for a few minutes while the last of the pyramid soldiers exited the premises. No matter how organized this appeared, there was no way they could all pass through the gates at the same time. At the back of the crowd of exiting soldiers, clerks, and bureaucrats ran to catch up, leaving their place of work. If this was a peaceful power transition, then why were the civilians running? They had to sense something wrong, which meant... Why aren't we leaving with them? I think we should do just that, Loki said and stood. Look to our left. See something familiar? My pulse sped up and my skin felt cold and clammy. I watched and couldn't believe it. And yet there they were, dressed in red from top to toe, running between the incoming Guardians, heading toward the pyramid. No matter how much I willed it, they did not disappear from my sight like a bad dream. The kin, I whispered, yet Loki heard anyway. Indeed. Which means this may look peaceful, but it is not. Time to leave. He didn't get far. I was standing in his way, stock still, eyes on the increasing number of red-clad people entering the premises. Civilians were still allowed to leave. No one was stopping the ones heading for the gates. There was still time for us to get away, but... Emery. The fact that he used my name properly had me look at him. This is not the time to fall back into old patterns. I shook my head. My gaze snagged back down to the orderly chaos. There, among the Guardians, a small group of colorfully dressed people appeared. They were being forced through the nearest gate. I recognized the dark-haired woman who walked with rigid pride even from the distance we were at, the queen-to-be. They must have overcome her and her entourage in the streets down there and taken her with them against her will. There was a complete lack of blue-clad royal guards surrounding her. Did they lie dead in the streets? Loki followed my gaze and turned back to me. This smells like a coup d'etat, and if you know nothing of them, there are only 2 things that are important to be aware of. And that is, they are swift and bloody, no matter who wins. I felt dizzy for a moment and reached out and grabbed his arm to steady myself. He must have seen it on me because he let me. The red kin was back. They were taking over the pyramid somehow, and had even taken the queen hostage. This was too much. It was unexpected. It was insane. And yet, it was happening. The very thing I'd dreamed about in those first few weeks imprisoned and awaiting my trial. I had no clue what the true story was here, but I knew one thing for certain. I squeezed Loki's arm for emphasis. We need to stay. Chapter 12. This is a mistake, Loki said, following me through the myriad of corridors within the pyramid. We were so high up in the megalithic structure that I was navigating through old stomping grounds at this point. Walls carved from enormous blocks of rock surrounded us at every turn. But unlike the lower levels, it wasn't cold up here, merely a pleasant temperature. We still passed the odd civilian who'd gotten the message of the new coup d'etat late. Frightened faces hurried past us, almost blind to anyone going the other direction. They wanted out. That was the sensible way to react in this situation. I simply couldn't. Come on, I told the ex-god. We need to get to the upper levels. That's where everything will go down. It had been the last time I'd been in this part of the pyramid. It was the undisputed power seat of Atlantis, and the powers that be always ruled from the top. So had the kin the first time around. Oh, I have no doubt of that, Loki said. He did not look happy with me. The corridors flew by, doors leading into various offices, suites, and meeting rooms. Like the rest of the city, the pyramid was lit inside by a mix of oil lamps and electric lights, the wires fastened to the walls. This place had never been built for the modern world, but it had been forced to comply. The farther up we got, the more the oil was substituted by electricity. It always gave a better impression. Still, the electric wonders that had reached even the realm of Atlantis flickered hard when Loki and I reached the back stairs up to the next floor. We stopped. More than one person had broken bones or necks falling in sudden pitch darkness over the decades we'd had electric lights. There was usually only one thing that caused such disruptions. Magic? I asked Loki. Yes. He appeared to move erratically, the lights blinking, revealing him turning around, sensing something. Then the lights came on again. The magical force that flowed through the corridors and likely outside, subsiding. It is a powerful force, Loki said, frowning. But it feels new and inexperienced. He'd said something like that outside, too. Like someone not used to whatever is causing this? Just so. He shook his head in exasperation. This is a foolish venture, Red. It is best handled by the city's mages. But they're not here. And we are. So? He looked genuinely puzzled at my reasoning. This is not our problem. But it is. I raised my hands to emphasize my point, but dropped them to my sides. We may not be convicted traitors, but as close as can be. I don't know why Agaton was in such a hurry, but I fear it has something to do with what's happening here. What if he needs help? What if the crown jewels are the only weapons that can help against this attack? Still not our problem. And what are you going to do with them anyway? I scoffed and rolled my eyes. Not me. You. You've already used them. I cannot. They amplify your magic, right? He crossed his arms over his chest and regarded me for a long moment. With us quiet, I could hear far-off screams, muted through the thick walls, but many and loud enough to be heard even here. This is the problem with people who wish to be heroes, Loki finally said, seemingly not bothered by the screams. We're not heroes, I argued. We're convicted criminals, and we've been trying to right our wrongs. If we can help stop this, then maybe we can have the threat of our last crime deleted from the record. But you said that about working for Agaton and finding the missing crown jewels as well. And now look where we are. A minor setback, I'll grant you that, I said, ignoring his raised eyebrow at this. You also say we, like I'm a voluntary part of this. You are. You came inside with me, didn't you? That's what partners do. Loki huffed. Why in the god-forsaken realms do I always end up with bleeding hearts who have hero complexes? I shrugged. You inadvertently choose good company?
No, I do not. This is historically documented.
Listen, I began, but he held up a hand to stop me.
No, you listen to me. You just saw your old friends enter the premises, probably to perform another coup. There is no other reason to risk their necks for this building. Can you honestly say that you are not curious, tempted, longing for the good and safe old days?
I opened my mouth to argue, but stopped myself. I was curious. What in the hells were they up to? Why were they trying again? Was illustrious guide among them? No one had heard anything about his whereabouts since his trial ended. And why was I thinking of him by his old title again? I was curious. I couldn't deny that. I remembered my talk with Safiro Lanvero. He was an idiot, but I'd understood him. I had fallen into old patterns during our chat so easily. Who would not be curious? This had all been such a monumental and important part of my life. But I was not tempted. Not tempted. Not at all. I glanced up the stairwell. A door slammed farther up, another clerk running down to get outside and away. I really wanted to run up, not down with him. I wanted to see and hear what was happening. The Red Kin? Could it be true? Were they truly back?
Emery.
I looked at Loki again. I am not interested in joining them. Trust me.
Uh-huh.
Loki eyed me suspiciously. Those might not have been the best words to someone like him, who didn't seem to trust anyone. The frightened clerk rushed past us, jumping down several steps at a time to get a move on.
Run! He shouted at us. The Red Kin are back. They're taking over and they have the Guardians protecting them.
Loki ignored him and kept on considering me. Then he exhaled and began climbing the stairs.
It's too late to get out now anyway. If whoever's running this show has any sense, they would have closed the gates by now.
Why do you say that? I asked, hurrying to catch up, elated that he was coming along.
Because that is what I would do.
I followed him, grateful he was here when he clearly didn't want to be and did not agree with me on the reason why. The fact that he was worried about my interest in the sudden appearance of the kin was disappointing. But I couldn't blame him. Unlike me, he had never been a kin member. He'd never believed in them, soaked up their explanations as gospel truth, never belonged among them. I had, and no matter how much my mind had been deprogrammed over the last 2 years, it was still hard to let go of something that had encompassed my entire life for 10 years. Hell, much of the teachings had been taught to me before that by my parents. I had no idea how long they had been members before moving us from Earth to Atlantis, but I never felt like a stranger when we arrived and began working for Kerwin Bowden in earnest. Loki stopped ahead of me, alert to voices that drifted closer. Someone was speaking in hushed tones nearby, around the corner in front of him. "It's really happening!" An excited woman almost squealed, not able to contain herself. Someone shushed her, and their footsteps became fainter as they walked away from us, down another corridor. There were many of those, and Loki and I sneaked our way through them, hiding from others who passed by, using every cranny and nook we could find, or vacant rooms. There were many of those too. Most of the people who worked in the pyramid had escaped, but Loki was probably right in assuming it was too late to get out now. If the kin wanted to take the pyramid, then they should shut the gates as soon as the Guardians were safely inside. And how had the kin even gotten them on their side? I had so many questions and felt a desperate need to reach the top floors where we would find the answers. "There is no point for me to lead the way any further," Loki said after a while. "I haven't been up here for ages. You know the way better." I nodded my agreement and took the lead. "What did you do up here then?"
"Nothing that matters anymore."
"Do you even remember it?" He had admitted, during our trek through the enchanted flatlands, that his mind became muddled sometimes, that being mortal had its disadvantages on a once supramundane mind.
"Of course I do.
I am not demented," he huffed out. I smiled at the offended grimace he was surely making behind my back, but then remembered Hercules' words at the royal party in the Lon Vero villa. How did Loki stay young and alive without the god's ambrosia? I suspected I wouldn't get any answers. Considering how much this guy blabbed all day long, he sure avoided saying the things I wondered about the most. I stopped at the top of a set of familiar stairs and glanced around. "Something wrong?" I shook my head. "Don't think so," I added when I was sure we were alone. "The throne room is on this floor. It's big enough to hold 1,000 people. If they're gathering somewhere, I'd guess on that being the place." "And you are thinking we march in? Remember, no one included you in this coup. You are not one of them." "I know, I get it. Geez, with the reminders." I sighed. "The throne room is enormous. It's possible to spy on them." "Now that is something I'm more in tune with." Loki smiled and swung a hand out to get me going. It had been a couple of years since I'd been in these halls and corridors, but the memories came back quick. The throne room was notoriously easy to spy on with all the doors leading in there. There had also been spy holes made over the millennia. There was a reason the city leaders never actually used the throne room for meetings where state secrets were discussed. It took us a few minutes longer than expected, but we found one of the hidden nooks in a corridor to the side of the throne room proper, where there was a spy hole. I didn't want to chance using one of the adjoining rooms. They were all used as shortcuts for getting in and out of the throne room itself. The nook was tightly spaced and smelled musty despite the curtain looking new. Loki and I had to stand shoulder to shoulder to both fit inside. The spy hole was an uneven rectangular opening right inside one fireplace. I'd used it before, like many of the younger kin members once did to spy on the older ones during their parties in there. Parties in the kin involving long discussions, boring speeches, and the serving of food. For a moment I caught myself wondering what all the fuss had been about, but forced the thought away. It had been Kerwin Bowden, of course. We had all wanted to hear him speak. That fact was not quite untrue now either. I waited with ill-concealed patience while Loki took his time watching through the spy hole. He uttered after a while. "Oh, for crying out loud. What is happening?" I whispered. There was less of a chance of being heard from the throne room than the other way around because of all the noise in there, but sounds traveled both ways. It was best to be careful. "You were right about the use of the room," Loki confirmed, and then moved to the side when I nudged him away so I could see. I noticed his eyes on me, likely assessing my intent the whole time. It annoyed me. I should be allowed to be curious. Who wouldn't be? I put my right eye to the spy hole and took in the sight. The fact that there were a lot of people there did not surprise me. We'd been able to hear the muffled voices before reaching the nook. I was glad no one had thought to light up the fireplace beneath the spy hole. I'd experienced that once during a dinner for the grown-ups many years ago, and the smoke would block the view and the heat would make it impossible to lean your face close to the stone for long. One could still hear everything, but it was better to see. And see I now did. Guardians stood around the large space, their backs to the walls. I couldn't see the entire space with my limited vision, but could only assume the guardians were standing like this around the whole room. In between all the mighty guards were an array of people. Huddled together on one side were what I assumed to be the people working in the pyramid who had not reacted fast enough and gotten out. They looked like normal people, except for their frightened faces. Circling the large space of the throne room freely was someone I had never thought to see again. Dressed in all shades of red, or simply changing into such garments in a hurry now, were the Red Kin. I could see they were armed, most of them at least, and some of the ones changing were discarding pyramid uniforms or normal work clothes for the crimson clothing of their choice. "Perhaps remember to breathe," came Loki's voice next to me. I inhaled deeply and focused on the sight in front of me. I'd chosen this particular spot to spy on them
because it gave a perfect view of the high seat. At least, it had been that when last I'd been here. Kerwin Bowden had always been seated in the high seat, his most trusted, or more truthfully, his recent favorites, seated at the table beside him. Now there was an actual throne there, large and imposing, made from some gilded metal. Decorations, like the lawn terra colors and the Atlantis sigil, the pyramid surrounded by water and olive branches, and a ton of decorative weapons dominated the area behind and around the throne. It had already been made ready to show every dignitary from every realm attending the coronation what a powerful state they were guests and allies of. Up there, on the elevated dais, some kin members waited patiently for everyone to gather themselves. They seemed calmer, more alert, rather than jittery and excited. The leaders. I frowned at the realization. I didn't recognize them. Maybe a few, but not as leaders from before. I scanned the faces of the other kin and noticed the same. I recognized a few. They'd been low-level kin during Kerwin's reign. "Anything interesting?" Loki asked. I pulled back from the spy hole and let him see while I told him this. "So this is essentially the new Red Kin?" he whispered when I was done, his attention on what he was seeing through the spy hole. "Maybe not so new," I said, straining to hear anything from the throne room. "Probably old members who were never caught. Kerwin had people everywhere, in every branch of the state." "They certainly seem to have come out of the woodwork now." A smile broke out on his face. "What?" "An old friend, that's all." "Let me see." Loki moved sideways to do just that. I noticed the general noise of all the voices together teetered out. Had whoever was in charge arrived? I placed my eye in front of the spy hole to see. Had Kerwin truly come back? And why did that thought speed up my pulse? Was I afraid? Excited? I never found out. As I got the room in focus again, it was Agaton Groth who had entered the throne room and was walking toward the dais where the other leaders were. Agaton Groth, the nondescript man, perfect for a spy, dressed in red from top to toe, as identifiable and easily recognizable as a clown at an accountant party. He stuck out, even among the similarly dressed people. I understood why quickly. Every eye in that room was on him. They looked to him for answers, for orders. Agaton Groth, who'd berated Loki and me for our connection to the Red Kin. He'd threatened us with prison or banishment for our pasts, more than the crime we'd committed upon our return to Atlantis. I was staring right at him, and could hardly believe it, even though he'd acted so weird in his office recently. I'd thought he knew something was happening and had run off to help, not lead the coup. And he was. I did not doubt that. 3 people dressed normally followed him inside, their faces serious, their gazes not for the other kin that awaited them. "Agaton," I whispered. "He was waiting for us to arrive with the last gem. I sense it better now up here. The magic of the gems is being used. Must have been his spies I saw around the city then." "Spies?" I shrugged while still watching the events unfold in the other room. I told Loki about the people I'd noticed around the city, how I'd thought they might be wearing red, but that it was both hard to see in the dark and unlikely because of the backlash of being caught as a Red Kin collaborator. "You did not think this was pertinent information?" "No, not when it came to the robbery. Burglary. I didn't sense we were being watched, but I suppose we were. Or you didn't want fellow kin members to get into trouble." I took my eyes off the scene in the throne room and faced him. "That's not true. I've changed. Just because you sail through life not wanting to do that, doesn't mean the rest of us can't." "Wanting to change and being able to are 2 different things." I shook my head and looked inside the throne room again. "May you all find inner strength and a free spirit of mind today," Agaton said loud enough for everyone in there to hear. "For today we will need it." Cheers broke out, only to be dampened a few moments later when Agaton signaled for silence. "We have already done much,
but there is a lot left to do. Today, we restore the reign of the Red Kin in the name of illustrious guide." The cheers started up again, flowing through the space. They cheered for the resurrection of what they had lost, what we had lost, and now they were taking it back, unafraid and ready. After all, we'd all done this before. Chapter 13. "We have taken the strategic points already," Agaton informed his crowd of onlookers. "The Guardians have taken control over the power plants and the Shimmer. No one arrives or leaves without our say-so." The spontaneous cheering had subsided somewhat now. The words coming out of Agaton's mouth were too important, and too unreal to me. Seemed I was the only one feeling that. "What about the aqueducts?" one kinsman asked. "We need to drink that water too. Poisoning the city's water supply is a bad idea unless the ones out there who think themselves to be in power wish to poison their own people. If they do this, they will lose their support. We are now well positioned. We do not wish to be stretched thin. The city is ours." "Will they attack the pyramid?" the same kinsman asked. One of the other leaders around Agaton answered him. "They must assess first. We are working on raising the magic barrier that protected us before, but this may take time. Until then, the Guardians will defend us." I didn't think they'd ever figure out the old barrier since a key component had been stolen from it the day the kin fell. What worried me more, however, were the dead stares of the Guardians. Loki took my place to have a look when I asked him. "They are using the Seme talisman," he concluded after about 10 seconds. He stepped aside to let me have a look again. "See the medallions around their necks?" "Yes," I said, seeing the small golden chains with a simple pendant on every Guardian in my sight. "The Seme talisman is a reversal stone. The kin are using it to reverse the spell embedded in the medallions." "Like you did when you lifted the curse on the children in the Runner tribe camp." "Yes. The medallions protect the Guardians against magic. Now they make it easier to ensorcel them." "So they have no minds of their own?" "Not at the moment. Efficient way to get allies." "If you look to Mr. Groth's left, you will see 2 women and 1 man who are not dressed in red." "Yes?" They were the 3 people who'd followed him inside. "The mages in control of the gemstones, I believe." The kin would never use magic so blatantly. How else to take the city with just a handful of followers? And yes, I know, there were uses of magic before, but the kin is against it. They wouldn't be the first to go back on a promise to gain power. Maybe there is a short-term plan for the mages. "You mean they'll die when things settle down?" "Such things have happened in all the realms. It is the walk of the world." "Again, it's the way of the world. As I said." I gave him an exasperated look, turning my attention away from the spy hole, and thereby noticing the sound of approaching footsteps. My heart began pounding hard. We were in trouble. I was hardly aware of Loki maneuvering beside me before the curtain was ripped open and 2 Guardians stood there, dead eyes on me. "Another one," the closest one said, and reached for my arm. I backed up on instinct. I did not crash into Loki. Where was he? "Come here, girl," the Guardian said and stepped in, grabbed me and pulled me out. Unless I tried to stab him, there was nothing to be done. With their reputation, even attempting to raise a weapon was foolish. I was yanked into the corridor and saw a few other strays that had been captured by the Guardians. They had to be searching the entire pyramid to avoid people doing exactly what Loki and I had been. The thought of my partner made me resist the Guardian a little. I suddenly understood where he was, and the last thing needed now was for the Guardian to look up. Good grief. Loki had jumped and climbed up fast. The nook was narrow enough for it to be possible. Why hadn't I thought of that? The Guardians led the other prisoners and me farther through the corridors, checking more rooms and the last few hiding places that were there. No one else was hiding and spying, which meant our next destination was the throne room. The hand of steel around my upper arms left no doubt in my mind. Escaping was pointless, and a world of hurt awaited those who tried. My pulse was thundering in my ears when the burly guardian reached for the doorknob to one of the many entrances to the throne room, opened it, and then pushed me ahead of him inside. A few voices lowered at the sudden approach of more guardians and prisoners, but things had changed in here in the few minutes the guardians had used to lead us inside. There were fewer people and guardians about. They must have run off to do whatever needed to be done to take over a city during a coup. Like the other 2 new prisoners, I crashed to the floor when pushed, but went with the fall more successfully than the others. They both got their faces smacked into the hard tiles and curled up in pain. Another good thing about training with Loki, Earthside, I'd focused on learning to use my daggers properly, honing those skills. Loki was more preoccupied with having a wide variety of skill sets, like falling properly when it couldn't be helped. This time, when I landed with one knee on the floor and my hands braced in front of me, it drew attention from the dais and Agaton, who still stood there. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Agaton blinked, then frowned, and then walked away from the man he was talking to mid-sentence, making his way straight toward me.
Ms. Morgan, I believe I told you to leave the premises.
Yeah, well, I began and made to get up. The nearest guardian stepped closer, but Agaton waved him off and then signaled for me to get on my feet. You did, I said, but you didn't tell me you were planning on reviving Illustrious Guide's reign once again. Agaton raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, which had me think he might not be all that interested in bringing back Kerwin Bowden.
And you thought you should stay then, did you?
Hells yes! I slammed a fist into my palm. I can't believe you're a kinsman. I've never seen you before I returned to Atlantis.
Returned illegally,
he pointed out. I noticed we were being watched by most of the people in the room. Oh yes, Agaton was the undisputed leader and his word was law. Because I knew what people thought of the kin. I get it now. You were one of the hidden members last time around, but I was not. I know what it's like to pay for being a loyal kinswoman. And there are those who fared worse than me. I glanced around and noticed a few familiar faces, others who had been exiled, deemed too young to truly have known better. By their nods, I could see they recognized me too. I didn't have much of a shot here, but I had to give it my best. Being holed up somewhere among the other prisoners was not my best bet. All I could hope for then was for Loki to get me out. If he still wanted to do that. He'd been freakishly quick in climbing up and watching me get caught. But no, I had to not think like that. It had been the only way. There was no possibility of us both climbing up there and escaping notice when the Guardians had likely heard movement from within. Now I had to do whatever it took to be allowed to join these, well, new kin. My gaze swept across the room and the people in there before resting on Agaton again.
This is incredible, I said, and meant it.
The Red Kin had come back, ready to take power again. When had this ever happened? Except for that one French guy, Earthside, who we'd learned about in history class, of course. Are you going to free the ones still imprisoned? I asked. I figured that was a normal question from someone like me and the others who'd been in the pyramid the last time. We'd been among the heavy hitters in the kin, not the hidden spies. Of course we'd want them back. Agaton thought so too, at least judging by his eyes flickering to our audience.
Everything will be handled in time. Where is Mr. Loft?
I shrugged. No clue. He left the moment we saw what was happening.
Did he, now?
Yep. He was never one of us, remember? Didn't seem to care one way or the other.
Yes,
Agaton said, eyeing me openly. He had no idea of where I stood. I'd tried my best to seem fully reformed when working for him. Now, I could say whatever the hells I wanted regarding positive kin thoughts, but I was not. Of course not. I needed to do the right thing here. Oh yes. No falling into old patterns, as Loki had put it, no matter how tempting. Listen, I'm going to be blunt here, I went on before Agaton could voice any doubts or threats. I want in on this.
Do you?
Hells yes. What's out there anyway? A city that shuns us because we tried to do the right thing? If you're planning on freeing Illustrious Guide, then I want to help. Hell, I don't even know where my parents are.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Ms. Morgan. You have not been part of this for a reason. Because you decided to use me to restore the crown. You may have thought me loyal to the state, but I was only trying to survive, just like you were, working for them. I crossed my arms over my chest. I am not a traitor to the cause. I'm not even a traitor to the city, no matter what they say. Unless you've all forgotten what we set out to do with Illustrious Guide in the first place? I felt warm and close to shaking, but directed those last words to the other kin in the room. She is right, Agaton, one of them said, a woman who'd been inside the pyramid the last time. I remember her. She was Illustrious Guide's favorite. There came a snicker from one man I didn't recognize. Not that kind of favorite, the woman said before I had the time to shut him up. Everyone knows he had more than one of those. The woman shuddered at the thought, making me suspect she might know a little too much about Kerwin's favorites. But I remember her, she repeated and indicated me with a nod. She was different. She was like his secretary or something, always watched. Everyone thought he planned to use her for something. Suddenly all the kin in the room stared at me, the prisoners too. Well, I shrugged sheepishly. I know nothing about that, but if that was the case, then he never got around to do whatever it was. Could the woman be right? This wasn't the first time I'd heard comments like this, but it was the first time they'd been said with the belief Kerwin had had a plan for me. I'd simply thought I'd been an exemplary kinswoman. Oh God, I was an idiot. Those daggers were a gift from Illustrious Guide, another kin, a man my age, said. There were rumors that they are magical. A gasp went through the group, and at this, I had to fight not to call them out on their double standards. The kin lived to end magic in the Atlantis realm, but we sure had used a lot of it in our cause. Even now. Agaton's eyes froze at the sight, the two weapons still sheathed on my left hip. They're not magical, I hurried to say. They nullify it. Maybe that's why Illustrious Guide wanted me to have them. Agaton did not seem too preoccupied with that. Why is this prisoner armed? He asked, boring his plain eyes into the guardian closest to me. There was no answer. Agaton looked over his shoulder and signaled one of the mages. She reacted at once, lifting something green. I stared when I realized it was the Seimei talisman, the green emerald Loki and I had risked our lives to retrieve from the enchanted flatlands. Now, the mage used its powers to amplify her own, controlling the guardian who had most likely tried to rebel in letting me keep my weapons. I had, until now, just assumed they were no threat to him. His stony face became slacker when the mage wound her magic around him, forcing the medallion around his neck to enslave rather than protect him from magic. The mage had a mean streak because the large man who looked to be as strong as a bull was forced to his knees. I could see the strained tendons on his neck as he tried fighting her, but there was no use. Nor did I think it was necessary on her part. The man was wholly under her spell and control. The Guardians were not my favorite people in Atlantis, but this sight gave me an uncomfortable feeling. These daggers were given to me by Illustrious Guide to protect him. If he had bigger plans, then I was not privy to them, but I am sure he did have plans. If you are here to restore his vision, then I want to help. Agaton's focus on the Guardian's pain was disrupted by my words, and he signaled the mage to ease up. I sighed inwardly, glancing briefly at the Guardian, a young, dark-haired man who was getting his normal color back and breathing with less strain. "Follow me," Agaton said, and walked back toward the dais where a few of the new leaders still stood waiting and observing our exchange. "At least show your true colors."
Agaton added when he stopped next to the pile of red clothing others had used to dress in earlier. They had to have smuggled this in beforehand. The fabrics ranged in all shades from light to dark reds. I walked over and began rummaging through it all and found a tunic that seemed like it could fit. I switched my wallet from my jacket to the pocket in my pants, and then took the black jacket and shirt off. I left the tank top underneath on, no need to give these people a show, and put the tunic on over it. A knee-length coat of a thin fabric went over it. I kept my pants and the daggers which Agaton seemed to have allowed me to keep. He didn't comment on the dark pants and shoes. I had still been dressed for the bank job, and Agaton knew that. "Where's Saphiro?" I asked when I rejoined him. One of his fellow leaders scoffed. An older, gray-haired man I'd never seen before today. "Saphiro Lan Vero is most certainly not involved in this. It is why we had to take measures to prevent him from stopping our cause. Or have you forgotten your latest assignment?" "No," I shook my head. "But Saphiro is a true kinsman. I talked to him. He is involved with the kin." "Correction," the gray-haired man said. "He is involved with a breakout faction of the kin." "You mean there are more of us out there?" "More, yes. Us? No. Various cells are hiding in the city, working to get back into the fold," Agaton explained, making me think he was now, and likely had been, defining who the fold was. This was all news to me. I'd thought they were all one group. I had assumed they would be because that was what we had once been. But things had changed more than I had imagined possible. I hadn't even thought anyone was still fighting for the Red Kin. I hadn't been. I'd tried distancing myself and righting my wrongs, and here I stood, dressed in red, like before my exile, the top floors of the pyramid surrounding me. It felt like home. I glanced around, taking care to keep my face neutral. The people around me, though, were strangers. It filled me with an intense sadness of what I had lost. I knew we'd been wrong. On an objective level, I truly knew that. But emotionally, it was harder to let go. Even after 2 lonely years Earthside, where I'd been able to put some distance between myself and my past. Saphiro might be a party-going drunk idiot, but I understood what he was trying to recreate. He hadn't known that another faction of his own group had been out to usurp the Queen-to-be, and so he hadn't helped in restoring the last gem. And Agaton? He had not risked trusting such a loose cannon. He seemed to extend a little trust my way now, probably because of my daggers and the other kin members' interest in them and me. Agaton began giving orders, dispersing the people who were still in the throne room. They all had tasks to do. Taking over the building was merely the first step. The prisoners needed to be moved into the Chrysia parlors. There, they had facilities close by, and it wasn't too far to the main kitchen either. It would make it easier to feed them. The Guardians were sent to join their brethren in protecting the pyramid and rooting out more stowaways. The pyramid was so large that it was impossible to search through it in a day. The kin members were also sent on their tasks, which mostly seemed to involve communications with the outside. They had to have sympathizers there, too, among more ensorcelled guardians who worked to take strategic places like the Shimmer, power plants, the aqueducts, and more. They had acted swiftly, and no one had sensed what was about to happen before it was too late. From what I understood, Agaton had taken the city in one fell swoop, and the gathering of people and the army in the streets now were a little too late. I found myself trailing our new guide through the corridors, part of a group of so far taskless kin members, young ones. At 26, I was one of the older ones now. "You really knew illustrious guide?" a blonde woman no more than 20 asked me. She hurried up to fall in beside me. I would have loved to hear what Agaton and his cohorts were talking about, but their words came muffled to us back there. Joining them was not an option unless I wanted to appear suspicious. Yes, he was very gracious to my parents and me. I hope Agaton plans to free him soon. No one knows where he was taken after the trial. Yes, I heard.
I wonder what happened to him.
Some say he was executed,
A man my age volunteered. I think illustrious guide would be too valuable for that, I said. I wasn't lying either. Unlike me, the authorities must have known about the scattered groups of kin members in the city. Kerwin Bowden could be used to mine information as a hostage, anything to fight the remaining members. They will have to hand him over now, the young woman said. We have the primos, both of them.
Really?
The primos, the first ministers, were the equivalent of prime ministers in Atlantis, the true leaders beside the regent. They handled the day-to-day running of the city, though they could be vetoed by the regent. One of them represented the magical community, the other one the mundane community. The ministerial council had gathered earlier than the coronation, simply because it was their duty to formally endorse the new regent. The ministerial council was always given 3 names, voted for by the royal families, and then elected the candidate they approved of. Or had been paid to elect. That was at least what Kerwin had always said. I had to agree with him on some level. It wasn't all that democratic. The ministerial council comprised 13 members, 11 secundas magister, and the 2 primos, 1 prima magister and 1 primus magister this time around. They were elected by the citizens of Atlantis. If Agaton had one or both as prisoners here, besides Lady Cora, whom I'd seen being taken inside the premises, then he had a hell of a lot of leverage when city officials wanted to negotiate. They are kept with the other prisoners in the Crucia parlors, the kinsman told me. They were here, planning the coronation and the subsequent takeover. I nodded at this. It made sense that Agaton had been so impatient with Loki and me then. He had planned to take the pyramid nonetheless, but to get the primos at the same time? And the queen-to-be? It was like he was crapping out golden eggs now. I didn't mention the queen to the others, but wanted to know more. However, before I could ask, the group we were in stopped.
Ms. Morgan?
Agaton's voice floated back to me. I craned my neck to see up ahead. Yes? We'd stopped in front of the door that led into the Atlantic Hall.
You have come as a bit of a surprise today.
Sorry about that. I just took a chance when I saw you all, I said, and noticed the friendly faces of my peers in that corridor. Agaton? Not so much.
Yes. Well, I have a task for you. We need to make an example of someone.
Okay. I didn't like the sound of this.
We will show this city that we no longer tolerate its lapse back to its otherworldly ways.
Of course, I replied automatically. Thankfully, in this case, I had been trained to do so for years. Yet somehow, before he even made his request, I knew I would hate it.
We need a magic wielder, someone versed in the unnatural arts, to be punished for the city to see.
I nodded because my throat suddenly felt dry and I wasn't sure if I'd sound normal if I spoke.
You will decide who our sacrificial lamb will be.
I will? Somehow, those 2 words sounded normal, exactly like a kinswoman would say it when mildly surprised and honored.
Yes. Bring us a witch for this sacrifice, and we will trust you.
All their faces were turned toward me now, all of them with expectant frowns. They wanted magical blood, and I was supposed to give it to them. All right, I said, and pressed my lips together before following them inside the Atlantic Hall. Chapter 14. I didn't remember much from the last coup d'etat the Red Kin had been involved in. At the time I'd been so young, not 18 yet, that my parents had for once kept me at home. It had probably been one of the most sound parental decisions they'd ever made on my behalf. Of course, about a week later, I'd been allowed inside the pyramid and had lived there for the next 6 years. Now, I saw firsthand what must have happened that first week last time. The coup was a waiting game for those of us inside the pyramid, while guardians and armed kin were out in the city, securing the strategic points and fending off people and soldiers alike. Agaton's kin were outnumbered despite the thousands of ensorcelled guardians,
but they didn't have to resort to fighting in the streets. Without electricity, the shimmer and its access to food, as well as clean water, the city was essentially hostage to the new kin. Steps had been taken last time to ensure these things would not happen again, but no one had foreseen the Guardians joining the Red Kin. The thought was even now too preposterous, but the Seimei talisman in the hands of a rogue mage spoke differently. As I sat among the younger members inside the Atlantic Hall, I chatted with them while keeping a subtle eye on things. The new leaders were busy with reports from all over the city, reacting to them and giving orders where necessary. At one point, Agaton left us to deliver a radio broadcast to the entire city, announcing himself and the Red Kin as the new rulers in Atlantis. That had to go down well with them, I thought sourly, while we all listened. Given the general hatred toward the kin for our previous years in charge, this wouldn't help anyone, not even the ones who were now seeing things differently. And here I sat, one of both, it seemed. I'd thought this a golden opportunity to do the right thing, but a growing sense of worry was dominating my mindset, even while keeping up the facade. The clock was ticking down, and all I had was a half-assed plan. I had not foreseen having to sacrifice a witch to prove my allegiance to the new kin. And essentially, the populace will come around once they understand that they will be free from the unjust oppression of those few who wield magic. The blonde kinswoman who had now introduced herself as Maureen said. "They were hard to persuade last time," I argued. Oh yes, chatting was usually a bore to me, but not now. This I could do in my sleep. The kin members near me looked confused at my seemingly doubting statement, until I continued. I always thought the best course of action was to banish them all from the realm. That way, normal people would truly understand freedom. "Ooh, I never thought of that," one of them said, and the discussion went on. It was an unrealistic point, though. More than 1 million people lived in Atlantis, and out of those, probably 100,000 or 200,000 had a magical ability, or were some kind of supernatural creature, or shapeshifter. The city had been a sanctuary for more than mundane humans for 1,000 years. Throwing out so many citizens was a futile task, but I let the others talk on, occasionally chiming in while the hours went by. It became clear, too, that the 3 mages were paid to help. Greed made for paradoxical allies. I wondered what would happen to them when Agaton didn't need them anymore. We only heard the radio when Agaton and the others allowed it, so I knew little of what was happening out in the city proper. Whatever it was, Agaton at least had spies who moved unharmed in the street because my name was eventually called out at the same time the doors to the Atlantic Hall were opened. I stood just in time to see a woman forced inside by 2 guardians. She looked dazed, like she was drugged. I drew a breath and walked forth. "This is the witch you named?" Agaton asked me when I reached them. He had to know about Dell, I was sure of it. The people I'd seen at the royal party and outside Brennan's shop had been his spies keeping an eye on me, and those had been the spies I had seen. He likely knew I hung out in Dell's shop often. I studied him as he stared down at the witch at his feet. Had he expected her? "Oh, crap. It's you guys again." Brennan's shadow end slurred, staring up at us through the strands of dark hair that hung in front of her face. She was drugged, all right, unable to defend herself with magic, at least in any helpful way, but she recognized the red-clad people around her. "Yes," I said. "That's her. A nasty witch, too. She uses magic against normal people. I should know." "You!" Brennan snarled, her eyes sort of focused on me. "Yes, me. You remember hurting me with your magic?" "You broke into my house," she mumbled. "Yes, I did," I said, hoping she wouldn't mention I'd been there to help another witch. Given my present company, that would not look good. "And you sent me flying with your filthy magic. Why were you in her house?" Agaton asked. Did he not know I'd been there? "I was investigating something for our impending job," I said, racking my brain for something, anything,
that could sound plausible. "Sir," another kinsman said and stepped over to Agaton. He whispered something to him. Then they both looked at me before Agaton nodded. He turned toward the witch again, while the man vanished back into the group of kin. One of the spies who'd been there then, I gathered. Maybe many of the younger ones were. It was easy to not take them seriously sometimes, and therefore not see them as a potential threat. "Take this witch to the bursar's office. We will make an example of her tomorrow morning." The guardians who held Brennan nodded and took her out of the room. She was too out of it to resist. "What will happen to her?" I asked Agaton, now that I had the chance with him being so close. "She will be executed in Atlanta Square for all to see, and it will be broadcast on the radio." "Executed?" "Hanged. The city must know we mean business. Do you have a problem with this?" I shook my head. "No, of course not. That witch held me down with magic and poured cream all over me just for the fun of it. I do not have a problem with this." "Good." Agaton gave me a curt nod and turned to his counselors and fellow leaders, but then halted and looked back at me. "When this first step is over, I'd like to have a talk about your daggers and how we can use them. Illustrious guide is not forgotten." "Really?" He nodded. "Somehow you and that misbegotten ex-god managed to retrieve the 3 crown jewels. I may have use for you yet, Ms. Morgan." "Thank you, sir," I said, the relief palpable in my voice simply because I was. Relieved that I hadn't been caught yet, not because Agaton was beginning to believe I was a good little follower. Agaton nodded again and then walked away to finish his coup d'etat. For me, this concession of my true loyalty to the cause left me with some freedom. I could now walk around the premises. Like before, the Red Kin ruled from the top 10 floors where the main rooms and chambers were. Up there were more windows too, as the structure had been modified over the centuries. I walked around, pretending to go down memory lane when anyone asked, but was really looking for Loki. He was nowhere to be seen. I wondered where he'd been able to hide. There were people in most places. Now and then, though, I found myself alone in corridors, searching and keeping an eye out for both my reluctant ally and the overwhelming number of enemies. I came across the bursar's office in the corridor, nicknamed the Bursar's Coffers, a few hours after they'd thrown Brennan in there, and immediately saw why she wasn't placed with the other prisoners. I knew this place like the back of my hand, so the door next to it, which led into the Minister Secundi of Finance, was no surprise to me. The fact that it, like the door leading into Brennan, also had a magical seal on it was interesting. Who were they keeping in there? Someone else who had magical powers? Why else separate this person from the other prisoners? I was curious, but focused on Brennan first. The magical ward was written out in the large brown wax seal that had covered a spot from the wall, across the doorframe, and over the keyhole. The squiggly signs said nothing to me, but I was sure they did the trick in keeping the witch docile. I glanced over my shoulder and listened for any approaching footsteps, but was alone for the moment. These rooms were more in the servants' part of the top floors, where traffic was less, though not absent. I didn't have all the time in the realm. I tried pulling the seal off, but it didn't budge. "Of course not," I muttered and unsheathed one of my daggers. With that, I cut right through the seal, insert idiom about butter and all that. The door opened on the first try. The mages must have thought locking the door with a normal key unnecessary with such a powerful spell, locking it. I smiled as I glanced at my dagger. Then the smile was wiped from my face as the sight of Brennan appeared before me. She sat on the floor in there, next to a large table with chairs around it. "Oh, for crying out loud!" she snarled. She seemed more focused now. Maybe she'd had enough time for the drugs to wear off somewhat. It certainly made me wary. "Are you here to gloat?" I shook my head. "I'm here to make a deal." Brennan eyed me, the suspicion so clear it could light up an entire street. "You're going to be executed tomorrow." "Freaking readies.
she muttered and shook her head. She didn't look scared. Maybe it took some time to take in the news, to understand that this was really happening. They want to make an example of a magic wielder. And you chose me. I'm so honored. I chose you, yes. Because I poured some cream on you? Life is tougher than that, sweetie. Because you threatened Dell. I was annoyed about what Brennan had done, sure. But I was worried about my friend. Blackmail always ended badly. Eventually, this woman would tell on Dell because she would run out of funds. Delphine! I broke her off. I don't care. I turned you into the kin because I'd rather have your life on my conscience than hers. But I don't want to see you executed either. Really? I shrugged. Yeah, so I propose a deal. I'll help you out of here if you never bother Dell again. Brennan sat up, straightening her back, looking right at me. She looked a bit haggard, her clothes rumpled, her dark hair matted and wild. She'd likely put up a fight before the Guardians had subdued her. Still, I knew from painful experience that she was not to be messed with. She needed to think the same of me. Let me get this straight, she said. You get them to bring me here in the first place, and then kindly offer to help me get out? Am I supposed to be thankful for this? I gave a thoughtful sideways nod. Yes, that is exactly it. You're not as stupid as you look, are you? Why would I? Hey, I wasn't even part of this new kin a few hours ago. Now I am. And I gave them you. I'd think that says a little something about how devoted I am to getting you to stop pestering my friend. You joined this circus only to get back at me? She asked, sounding incredulous. I merely smiled in response. She didn't know the truth about my motives. This was merely a bonus. Fine, she huffed then. I'll back off. Just get me out of here. You lot are all freaking crazy. Deal, I said, and then whirled around as I heard someone draw a breath behind me. It was Maureen, and her face spoke of betrayal and disbelief all at once. You're freeing her? She gasped. Good grief, had I been so young and dramatic when I'd blindly followed Kerwin? The last 2 years had matured me for the better. Listen, Maureen, I began and took a step forward, afraid I'd spook her so much she'd run off and fetch the others. That was not what she did. Instead, she charged so fast I didn't even raise my dagger to fend her off. What the? I managed, and then she was on me, slamming a fist into my face so hard I fell back on my ass. What in the hells? It felt like she'd hit me with a horseshoe. You traitor! She wheezed as she went down over me, likely to keep punching, but Brennan was faster. She flew out the door and grabbed Maureen, taking her with her, thankfully off me. I rolled to my knees and got up. A broken-off cry of pain left Brennan when Maureen punched her in the gut. Brennan staggered backward, her dark clothing billowing around her erratic movements. How was Maureen so strong? Was she some kind of creature herself? Then what in the realms was she doing among the kin? We've launched the most incredible rebellion against those who mean us harm, and you betrayed us, she shouted at me. I winced at the volume with which she threw her accusations, hoping no one was close enough to hear and come to her aid. I ducked another blow aimed at my head and glided to the side out of her reach, momentarily at least. She ran after me, her face contorted in anger. Blue lights flashed, Brennan throwing her painful magic after her. Maureen stumbled sideways from the impact, more from being startled than anything else. The magic didn't hurt her much. Brennan hurled more of her magic toward the kinswoman, but to no avail. I had to throw myself out of the way to avoid being hit straight on. I got up in a crouch, my hand clenching the hilt of the dagger, catching my bearings. Maureen swung sideways, pushing Brennan, who fell and slammed into the nearest wall. I could hear the painful huff of air being pushed out of her lungs. Then I rolled to avoid Maureen's kick in my direction. She'd learned some fighting skills at some point, but this was mostly brute force. I swung my arm out, slashing Maureen with my dagger. Her immediate hiss of pain told me she was at least not invulnerable. Unfortunately, she could get angrier. She raced at me, eyes flaring with hatred for my so-called betrayal. I backed up, but was too low to regain my balance properly. I twisted sideways in a desperate attempt at avoiding the collision, swiping with my dagger again. It sliced into flesh, and Maureen gasped in pain or shock. I didn't know which. The only thing I was aware of was her so close, her painful fist raised to strike, when a metal pipe swung from above and behind me, hitting the side of her head. On a normal person, blood and teeth would have flown everywhere, but she merely looked shocked from the pain that had pierced whatever magical armor she had. She stumbled, and I kicked out, toppling her over. "Do something, witch!" Loki demanded of Brennan, stepping around me and closer to Maureen. He held the metal pipe in his hands like a bat, ready to strike again. Brennan, who'd sunk into a crouch, forced herself forward on her knees and raised her hands. For a moment I expected her painful blue magic to flare through the corridor again, but that didn't happen. She was capable of learning and adjusting. Instead, a glob of something waxy, reminiscent of the magical seals on the doors behind us, flew from her outstretched hands and smacked into Maureen's face. The beige substance clung to the kinswoman's face, making her forget to get up and fight us. She couldn't breathe. She clawed at the mask of goo but couldn't get it off. Brennan and I got fully to our feet and stepped closer too. I noticed Loki still didn't lower the pipe, his green eyes on the writhing kinswoman. When she started passing out, I looked to Brennan. "Take it off." "Why?" she asked, a smile on her face. "Because our way out of here is not made clear by killing her. She's brainwashed. She doesn't truly know what she's mixed up in." Brennan merely raised an eyebrow as she pointedly stared at my red clothes. "Never mind me. Just do it." Maureen fell back on the floor, limp and unconscious. I turned toward Brennan, my dagger raised slightly, the threat clear. "Ugh! Fine!" she hissed, likely remembering how my blades had withstood her magic when I broke into her home. She released Maureen with a flick of her hand, the gooey mask vanishing from the kinswoman's face, leaving her mouth and nose free to breathe. Thankfully, she didn't wake up. "Let's get her in there," I said, and pointed at the room where I'd found Brennan. "We could use her," Loki prompted. He held the pipe more relaxed now. I glanced over at him. I was relieved to see him, that he hadn't abandoned me. That didn't mean I liked his suggestion. "We are not hostage takers." Brennan rolled her eyes. "Ah, supramundane," she said. She had to sense what Loki was, just like Del had. I should have known. "Are you sure you want to finish that sentence, witch?" he asked her, the drawl making him seem nonchalant. His smile did not. "Whatever," she huffed out. I was pretty sure the ex-gods weren't stronger than witches, but at least Brennan seemed to think them a threat not worth antagonizing. She used the trick she'd done on me, lifting Maureen so she hovered above the floor before she sent her flying inside the room. She crashed into the table Brennan had been sitting next to. I winced. That had to hurt, but Maureen only moaned in pain and didn't wake up. Loki slammed the door shut and indicated Brennan should do something with the seal. She snorted like this was beneath her. Instead, she placed her hand flat on the door and focused. Then, a red shimmer expanded from her hand and covered the door and doorframe before it disappeared. It reminded me of the magical wards on the doors in the Lantian Trading and Savings Bank. "That should keep her inside for a while," the witch declared, looking pleased with herself despite wincing because of the pain she'd received in the brawl with the kinswoman. "They're using magic to gain strength, aren't they?" I asked Loki. He nodded slowly. "I think so, yes. The royal ember is my guess." "The ruby?" If that was true, then we'd robbed a bank only to strengthen the new kin in their coup d'etat, strengthened them physically to the degree they could take as much pain as they dealt, and that was a lot. "They are not shying away from using magic this time," Loki said, and then nodded sideways,
indicating we should get a move on. So far, no one had noticed the noise we'd made. We'd been lucky. "Just a sec," I said, and stepped over to the other door with a magical seal on it. If someone was trapped in there, they were the enemy of the kin, and it was only fair to free them. I used my dagger and sliced through the seal like before. The door opened with no issue and revealed a room much like the one I'd found Brennan in. Except, no witch looked up and stared right at me in my red attire, which suddenly felt like it burned on my skin. Lady Cora Lan Terra, queen-to-be of Atlantis, stared back at me with suspicion in her eyes where she sat calmly in a chair by the table, probably wondering what crime I was here to commit. I opened my mouth to say we were here to help, but never got to it. Before a sound could leave my mouth, Loki came up to me and glanced briefly inside. "We've been spotted," he announced and slammed the door shut. Before the future queen could be notified, we were, in fact, not her captors. Chapter 15. "No!" I protested, the word almost turning into a squeal of shock and anger. Lady Cora had to know we were on her side, or this might all be for nothing. "Not now!" Loki yelled, the alarm in his voice so hard my mind snapped back to the here and now. If not for him, though, it would have been too late. I barely registered the blue and crackling magic around us from Brennan when Loki grabbed me around the waist and hauled me away. The next second, sparks flew as the blade of a giant axe hit the wall next to the door. "What the?" I blurted and saw the reason when Loki swung us around to face the threat. A guardian, huge and hulking, silent and neutral due to the curse on him, wielded the huge battle axe with expertise as he controlled it on the backswing and sent the lethal blade straight for us again. Loki let go of me, and we both dove sideways. The guardian must have been aiming my way because I could swear I felt the surge of the blade close to my head. I kept rolling and crawling on the floor, never stopping, just moving to get to my feet. The guardian was so fast, I had to roll out of the way again to avoid getting cleaved in two. Brennan's magic, which hurt like hell, was of no use either. The man took the hits with barely a twitch to his mouth the few times she did strike him. "No use," Loki said, appearing at my side again. We were being pushed down the corridor, thankfully away from the common areas and the large number of kin there. But what good would that do if this guy sliced us to pieces on his own anyway? Loki added his magic to Brennan's, but the green and blue forces did nothing. The guardian evaded, jumped, and rolled out of the way, all the while almost taking us down with the damn axe. It was like having the freaking Terminator following us down several corridors. There was a reason these guys were respected and feared throughout the city, and now they were amped up through the same talisman, fearing and caring about nothing. Brennan, usually snarky and confident, screamed in fear when he got near. Her magic vanished in a puff when the axe hit her. Lucky for her, it wasn't the blade's edge full on as the guardian was busy slamming a fist out toward Loki's head. I saw Brennan fall, clutching her arm, but I could do nothing more than what I already was. I leaped forward and kept low, hoping to strike at his legs with my dagger, but he was so quick. My only reward was a kick to my side that sent me flying. The stone corridor blurred when I landed on the hard tiles. It hurt like hell. I couldn't stay still, though. That would be death coming too early. I twisted around to see the guardian raise his axe, aiming for Brennan again. She was the easiest target. Her magic mattered little when she wasn't normally a fighter. Blackmail didn't make her tough, only cunning. It wasn't an admirable trait. Loki had an opening. He slammed a sideways kick into the guardian, who merely shifted sideways a step. But his attention was drawn back to the ex-god, who got hit hard before his foot was even back on the floor. My eyes were wide with the shock of how fast this guardian was. Loki flew a couple of meters and hit the floor, just like I had, except that instead of rolling away to avoid being hit or trampled before he got his bearings, Loki shifted form, the blur of his transformation making it hard to discern details before he got up in the form of a huge black wolf.
His still unnaturally green eyes identified him as Loki to me. The Guardian hesitated. The sight must have been unexpected, and he appeared to forget me, in a crouch behind him, ready to spring. Loki acted first, the huge beast pouncing forward, his sharp-toothed maw open and ready to clamp down on the Guardian's throat. At least that was what it looked like. Nothing else in the world mattered more than getting all these details as I sprang forward from behind the Guardian. I needed to anticipate the man's movements. He swung the axe where the wolf would have leaped for his throat, but Loki didn't aim for that weak point. Instead, the enormous wolf remained low and, flattening under the swing of the deadly weapon before twisting sideways, his jaws clamped down on the Guardian's right arm. I heard him grunt in pain and adjusted for the man's sudden movements in that direction. Then I leaped onto his back, making sure that my knees hit his sides painfully while I held on for dear life. The Guardian dropped his axe, the blade's edge cutting into the wolf's side. The Guardian reacted quickly, despite the added weight of me, and the wolf shaking its head, its teeth gnawing into the flesh of the man's arm. The Guardian twisted and moved back, slamming me between himself and the wall. I cried out, couldn't help it as pain flared. In desperation, and before the man could shake me off or pull the same stunt again, I grabbed for the chain of his medallion. The metal link stung my fingers, and I hissed. It wasn't audible over the growls of the wolf. The Guardian punched it in the throat, but it hung on. I defied the pain and grabbed the chain again, clenching my jaw shut as I slid the blade of my dagger under it and then cut at it. The metal fought me, the magic didn't, but the blade was too sharp and a link in the chain gave. Despite the magic curse being lifted, the Guardian was fast enough and strong enough to kick the wolf away and throw me off in the same motion. I landed on the floor with the broken chain and pendant in my hand. This time, though, there was no need to keep moving. The Guardian had stopped. He was standing motionless in the barren corridor, looking down at himself, taking in his surroundings and us. I glanced over at Loki, who shifted back into his human form. His left side was bleeding, crimson drops hitting the tiles beneath him, coming from just below his ribcage. I had no idea how bad it was, but his dark clothing glistened with it in the golden light from the few lamps on the wall in there. Brennan lay on the floor, eased up on her elbows, staring at us all eyes wide and mouth hanging open. "It's you," I said upon closer scrutiny of the Guardian, now that he stood still long enough without trying to kill us. It was the same man who'd found me in the nook and tried leaving my daggers on me. He turned toward me, a deep frown on his face. He seemed to recognize me. I could only hope he'd noticed my sympathy for his plight when the mage had punished him before. "You removed the medallion," he said, eyes on the thing. I nodded and got up, tentatively stepping closer to give it to him. Loki and Brennan got up as well, the former supporting himself against the wall. I stretched my hand out, handing the broken medallion over to the Guardian. "You're not one of them," he said when he took it, a slight sneer directed at the medallion that was supposed to protect him from magic, not help ensorcel him. "No," I confirmed, deciding to omit my past with the kin. Now was not the time to sow doubts. "None of us are," I added, and indicated Loki and Brennan. "Why did you plant yourself among them?" the Guardian asked me. "To stop them. They're taking over the city again." He eyed me for a long beat and then lowered his hands and nodded. "I will help you." "You will?" The surprise in my voice was palpable. I had gotten so used to not getting help because of my low status as a former kin member, I didn't expect this. Certainly not from a Guardian. They were famously strong, loyal, and honorable. "Yes, they must be stopped. We are the only ones in here who can think for ourselves. My brethren are conscious but unable to act upon their own thoughts. I must do what I can to free them." "Then we're totally who you need," I said and smiled. Maybe my rash decision to stay inside the pyramid could be salvaged. "The hells we are," Brennan interjected and stepped forward. Now that the Guardian wasn't actively trying to kill us,
She seemed to have gotten some of her countenance back. "I did not sign up for this. You had me kidnapped, and now you expect me to risk my life for this?" Her eyes flared in indignant righteousness. I managed, before she threw her hands up and turned and walked away. "You're all insane," she announced. "Brennan Shadowend!" I shouted after her, not caring about the volume. If no one had come after the noise we'd made so far, then no one was close enough to hear. She stopped and looked back. "You will not threaten Dell any further. I swear I won't stop if you do. I hope for your sake that you don't doubt me." She eyed me a moment before her gaze flicked to the two men. Maybe she settled on my weird allies, or the insane choice to stay here and fight the kin, or that I had helped defeat a guardian. Either way, she gave a curt nod and then started running, likely to find a place to hide. "Well," Loki said, and gave a slight shrug. "She wasn't all that useful despite her powers." That was because she was lazy and scheming, more into pressuring others than to put up a fight herself. Good riddance, I thought, despite our insanely low number. "You need to hide," the Guardian said and picked up his axe. Loki and I shared concerned glances, but if he saw, he didn't care. Instead, he began walking down the corridor. I noticed the blood drops on the floor and hoped no one else would, or at least that they would ascribe them to one of the prisoners. The Guardian, who informed us his name was Brogan, led the way through more corridors, most of whom I knew well. "We need to lift the hold on my brethren. The pendants work against us now. We need to remove them. The faster way is to take control of the crown jewels," Loki explained to him. "The gemstones the mages have. You have seen them despite your previously enchanted state, I'm sure." Brogan nodded, a sneer escaping him. Then he stopped next to a nondescript door. The last time I was here, it had been a simple office for one of the kin. "Very well. I will suss them out. The mages cannot be taken out when surrounded by my brethren or all three of them together." He proceeded to patch the broken link on the chain of his medallion back together and then put it back on. He needed to look the part. "You two," he continued and opened the door and ushered us inside. "Stay here for now." "What?" I said, but the door shut behind us before I could demand to know the man's plan. Thankfully, there was electricity in the darkened room. I found the switch by the door and lit the lamp above, which revealed the room was now a broom closet with all kinds of cleaning supplies around us. "Great," I muttered and simply sat down, leaning back against the only wall which didn't have mops or shelves with cleaning supplies stacked there. "You okay?" I asked Loki, who searched through the shelves until he found some paper towels that were neatly stacked on a shelf and used them to wipe off the blood. As he lifted his shirt, I saw a long gash right below his ribs. It was deep enough to bleed a lot, but at least nothing more important than blood was coming out. The axe hadn't cut deep enough. "I heal fast," was all he said on the matter. Must be nice. He threw the bloody papers in a bin and came over and sat next to me, taking up the rest of the available wall space. "You stayed," I said then. "I did." He straightened his shirt, which seemed less wet with blood now before he relaxed against the wall. "Why? With the way you were talking earlier, it sounded like you believed I stayed inside to join the kin, not fight them." He sighed, not dramatically, so I assumed the answer would be serious. "You belonged to a cult, Red. You might have left, but some things are hard to shake." "I'm out. I left it all behind." "You still arise early in the morning, like the kin. Work hard with whatever you do because an idle body is not of use. You're unusually frugal for a person your age who's never had to worry about money, and sometimes you slip and refer to your illustrious guide." He shrugged. "As I said, some things are hard to shake." I was about to protest again, but then remembered my initial question. "But you did stay, and kept hidden and helped when I needed you. Why?" "Shouldn't we discuss plans for getting out of here or retrieving the gems?" Again?
No, I want to know.
Oh, fine. You kept your wallet.
My wallet? I had. But what did that have to do with it? Apparently, he'd remained in the nook a while after I was caught, watching what happened in the throne room.
You did not discard your wallet, as if you did not want to be identified later.
I nodded. I had kept it. It was not something kin members had. They never needed their own money. Everything was provided by the kin for the kin. With all their own money. But yeah. I did not want to leave traces of myself here. If I survived to see the outside, that was. Maureen and I, for that matter, was sure to be missed soon. Then they would find out something was wrong. I hoped Brogan would turn out to be helpful. So, you stayed. Thanks, I said, and nudged his arm with my elbow.
Oh no. The mushiness. Is this where you profess your undying love for me? This will surely be very awkward for us, and we both know how you handle awkward.
I made an annoyed grimace at him. Not everything is a joke. After we retrieved the glory of Avalon from the Order of the Learned and the Reflective, you asked why I came back for you. And I told you, that's what partners do. Now you seem to get it.
Loki huffed. Red emeralds will be the death of me, he mumbled.
You mentioned that before. Me dying from my non-innate kindness? Oh, I'm sure. No, the red emerald. You said that when we first met in Alaska. What is that? Is it something to do with me?
I thought cult members were supposed to not ask questions.
Ex-cult member. He sighed like the matter was closed, but I kept staring, not willing to give up. He sighed again and leaned his head back.
The red barrel is a rarity.
The red barrel? What is that? A pirate?
Your lack of knowledge sometimes astounds me, Red. No, it's a rare type of emerald. Someone once told me a red emerald would be of great importance to me.
Who said that?
Some gnarly, annoying ladies.
Oh, well then, that is helpful. I shook my head. Whoever had told him this, though, my name was literally Emerald, and my hair and affiliation to the Red Kin brought enough of the color into the picture. Something told me not to make light of this. Loki had been a god once, surrounded by magic and able to reach all kinds of creatures and mystical beings. Did we not? I began, feeling an icy shiver run down my spine. Did we not meet by coincidence that day? I thought we had. That we had met there in Alaska near a gateway to Atlantis, because it happened to be the same day for both of us, where we could return to the city from our exiles.
It might not have been, Loki conceded. Fate is a twist of threads.
We both fell silent then. Everything was quiet around us. In there, it didn't seem like the city was in turmoil, because history was repeating itself in a bad way. It's difficult sometimes, I said after a while, leaning my head back against the wall and looking up, staring blankly at the ceiling. Like everything else in the pyramid, it consisted of enormous stone blocks. They brought me into the kin so early. My parents, I believed everything I was told, and it felt so... not only good, but easy to know all the answers to everything. It made me feel special, like I was in on something most people weren't. Like being chosen to know the meaning of life, you know? But I understand now that we were all wrong, that it was just about Kerwin's need for power and, let's be honest, his need for bedfellows. That was all. Still, it's tempting sometimes to return to that easy way of seeing things, but I swear I am done with that.
Good, Loki said, with no hint of mockery.
I really wanted to stay here to do the right thing. I may have been a bit hasty.
And foolhardy.
And foolhardy, I agreed. But I don't want to be seen as a traitor anymore. Who is deemed a traitor is in the eye of those who are victorious in the end. The same goes for rebels and heroes.
One's best bet is to keep to one's own course and not bother with any of it. I sighed in frustration.
That's easy for you to say. You don't care whether people like you unless you're working some kind of angle.
Loki refrained from commenting.
You're being uncharacteristically quiet, I pointed out.
And you are not yet engaged to the burly guardian who came to our aid. I guess we are both acting out of character today.
Shut up, I mumbled, annoyed at his chuckling. How's your wound anyway? I added to avoid more snide remarks about my misadventure with Yar.
It heals.
Must be some healthy foods you eat to have such excellent cell regeneration. I hadn't forgotten Hercules's words about the ambrosia and wondered how to broach the subject. For once, Loki was sharing more than joking. It didn't last long, though.
I think the saying here is an apple a day.
Means 3 under your foot? I interrupted, expecting some weird twist. Oh, whatever. I waved him off and then knocked my head back against the wall when the door was suddenly opened. Brogan hurried inside and closed the door behind him. He hadn't made a sound when approaching out in the corridor. I rubbed my head and groaned in annoyance, more than pain.
The mage called Nelia is alone in the throne room, he informed us without so much as a hello. She is in possession of the large sapphire.
The glory of Avalon, I said.
Then that is where we start,
Loki announced, a wolfish smile on his face.
Just like before.
Chapter 16. The throne room? I asked, while following Brogan back toward the areas most populated with kinfolk. Yes, it is mostly empty now that the prisoners were taken to the Chrysia parlors. You mean she's alone? That's ridiculous.
Not necessarily, Loki said. They are using the gems to protect and strengthen quite a number of people, and likely the pyramid itself. The mages need to focus.
Upon reflection, they had been quiet and unengaged in the happenings around them when I'd last seen them. Agaton had been running the show, and they'd been there. But that was about it. Loki was probably right about this. The kin had taken over a city with 1 million citizens. That would require strong and long-reaching magic, and we were about to confront the mage who was effectively immune to magic with the aid of the glory of Avalon. Great. I noticed Loki draw his dagger for the first time since we'd set out to rob the bank last night. The white bone pommel protruded from his clenched fist. I considered drawing both of mine instead of just the one, but never reached a decision as a loud oof sounded. I stared ahead, only to see Brogan had grabbed someone around the nearest corner and slammed them into the wall. It was a kinsman. He slumped to the floor when I reached them. The man was unconscious, his nose bleeding from the impact.
We need to hurry,
Brogan said and stepped over the man.
It's a matter of minutes before they're on to us anyway.
That was so not a part of my plan. Not that my plan was anything more than an impulsive act.
I suppose stealth is overrated, Loki commented with his usual nonchalance.
He too stepped over the man and followed our allied guardian.
You, with the magic,
Brogan said when we reached one of the corridors surrounding the throne room.
Go in and distract her.
I could see Loki was about to object to this order, likely because it was exactly that. An order. But Brogan turned to me next, expecting his commands to be followed.
Do you have any magic as well?
He asked me, his voice brusque. I merely shook my head.
That dagger broke the curse on me.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Fine.
He seemed disappointed, though it was hard to tell with the guardian trademarked serious face.
We don't have time for elaborate plans. Let's get in there, and whoever gets close enough, grab that gem. He rivals you at laying plans, Red,
Loki said with a smirk. I rolled my eyes at him. Not for the first time that day. When Brogan passed me to find a suitable entrance, I followed Loki to do the same.
I thought I was supposed to distract her, he said.
Might as well do it together. I glanced down at my weapon, then at his. Maybe hide that for a short while? Loki gave me a curious glance while we walked toward the main entrance to the throne room, where state officials and the regent always made their grand entrances. "Very well," he said, and made a flourishing gesture. The dagger disappeared like a cheap magic trick. My guess was that it had been transferred up his sleeve. How he'd avoid cutting himself was his problem. Voices reached us from down a close-by corridor. I stopped outside the door we were looking for. "Want to run?" Loki asked me. We could, of course. If we ran now, we might even get away. The kin were too busy controlling the city to focus too much on us if we caused no more trouble. But no. If we left, we'd never again be this close to the magic that kept the new kin in power. "Maybe," I told my partner. He was too good at reading people for me to bother lying. "But that would be a mistake." Loki tutted at me, but then shrugged like it didn't matter either way for him. "I'm going to take a page from your book, though," I told him. "I'm going to kick you. That should make you happy." "I think you overestimate my predilections toward pain." "Oh," he interrupted himself and grinned. "A scheme? I like it. I thought you would." Instead of me kicking him, though, he went all out, blasting the door open with his magic, the swirls of green flames in the air hiding the fact that he wasn't forced inside the room. I couldn't see anything, and had to run after him, taking care not to be touched by the flames. When inside, I saw him several meters ahead of me on the floor. He looked to be in pain. "Help me!" I shouted. The mage, Nelia, Brogan had called her, was standing up next to a table. A chair had toppled over behind her, and there was utter surprise in her widened eyes. I ran for Loki to make it look good, and dodged the flames he sent my way a second later. My red clothes did the trick. The mage grabbed something I couldn't see from the table and came out from behind it. I hoped it was the gem and was proven right when she raised it while approaching Loki. The ex-god played his part, launching a magical attack against her. Like I had that time in the Order of the Learned and the Reflective, she held the gem up for protection, and Loki's magic died in a puff of flames before her. "He's a spy!" I shouted and ran forth toward them. "We need to stop him!" Nelia glanced at me but quickly focused on Loki again. He was not giving up, launching more attacks. The green magic exploded against the blue sapphire in the woman's hands. I screamed for show and hoped it sounded genuine, all the while approaching her. Streaks of blue light began emanating from the gem, forming a shield in front of her. "Thank you," I said, out of breath and anxious. "Who are you?" she asked me. I was so close. A few steps more and I could reach her and take the gem. She was immune to magical attacks, but not regular physical violence. "He was hiding in the Gothia chambers. He's here to thwart illustrious guide's plans." This would have been outrageous news to me 2 years ago, and I played on that emotion. Another step closer. Loki sent another bout of fiery green flames toward her, and she focused on him. The glowing shield in front of her destroyed his magic, and she sent that power forth. It slammed into Loki, sending him flying along the floor until he crashed into the edge of the dais. For a microsecond, I stared in shock. Then I remembered my part in this. I lashed out, aiming for her hands with my dagger, hoping to startle her enough with pain to make her drop the gem. But 2 large and unforgiving hands found the sides of her head. I hadn't seen Brogan sneak up on her, but there he was, his eyes as cold as his next actions. He twisted her head so hard that the woman cried out in agonizing pain. He didn't break her neck with that first twist. It was the second jerk, pulling her body along and throwing her to the floor, that did the trick. I gaped in disbelief at the now lifeless mage's form on the cold tiles. "The gem!" Brogan chided me, probably unaware of why I was stunned. That had not been a clean death. I hurried to do what he said, and bent to retrieve the glory of Avalon. The gem felt cool to the touch, just like the last time I'd held it after it had been used. "Loki? Are you okay?" I shouted at my partner. He was gathering his limbs under him, getting up slowly.
A distant roar sounded then, like the anger of thousands of people.
"What is that?"
Loki asked. He'd stopped mid-motion, looking like he was waiting for the starter pistol in a race. In a weird sense, it turned out that he sort of was. That sound meant the beginning of the end. I'd frozen at the noise. It kept coming. "That is the sound of thousands of angered Lanteans," I said. I knew there had to be enormous crowds outside the gated area of the pyramid. Something had changed out there now. "I've heard it before," I added. I pushed away the thought of my last few hours in this building 2 years ago.
"Regardless," Brogan said and hefted the axe in his hand. "We need to—"
"Nelia!"
a woman dressed in red shouted as she came running.
"The defenses are down! Why aren't you—"
She stopped abruptly and stared at the dead body of the mage. Then her eyes swiveled to us. I hoped she'd attack, but no. Instead, she screamed. High-pitched and dramatic. It was like a damn foghorn going off. It wouldn't have surprised me if it was audible outside the pyramid. It certainly drew the attention of other kin members. "Crap!" I whispered at the sound of several feet hitting the floor out there.
"Loki!"
I shouted and bent down. I threw the gem toward him and watched it slide across the floor where he caught it, and then got up on his feet. That was our starter pistol. Shouts filled the throne room then, as kinsfolk rushed in through the wide doors of the main entrance. The yells increased at the sight of the dead woman and us. There was nothing to do but meet the onslaught of magically amped-up red-clad people. I ducked a hasty blow toward my head and swung my dagger, barely slicing into a man's stomach. I noticed Brogan cleaving someone's head off, and then everything changed. Blue lights streamed forward from behind me. I felt a breeze of comfort when the protective magic passed over me and then slammed into our oncoming attackers. It seemed to slow them down, but not quite. I knew the new kin were protected by the royal ember. It gave them strength and agility that they didn't have from nature's side. We should never have burgled that bank, I thought bitterly, and drew my other dagger. The blaring noise of the kin members attacking us drew more to the fray. They began coming in through other doors, flanking Brogan and me. We both fought, but defensively, as we had to back up toward Loki. Of course, defensively for the Guardian meant only 2 or 3 kills instead of dozens, whereas I managed a good cut here and there. When we reached the dais, blue light enclosed around us. Kinsfolk fought against it, looking like they were trying to push through molasses. This wouldn't hold against the magic protecting them. Not in the long run. Guardians began filing into the throne room then. If not for the closest threats, I would have felt a cold touch of fear at the sight. As it was, I had no time to spare them, and they were the deadliest threat. I could see the granite mask that was Brogan's face at the sight. Those were his fellow soldiers. Even if he was willing to raise weapons against them, he wouldn't stand a chance on his own. "Step up!" Loki warned when the dais was right behind us. I could hear the strain in his voice. He was no longer a god of old. Using the sheltering stone had to be taxing on him. We were pushed back against the throne. "What is going on?" Agaton suddenly shouted above the screams and yells. The need to attack us seemed to override his authority. It wouldn't last long, though. "To your left, Red!" Loki shouted to be heard, despite being right behind me. It was full chaos in front of us. I looked where he said, and noticed Agaton where he'd come in through a side door, accompanied by the male mage, the one with the royal ember. He was focused on the ruby which he clutched in his hand. "Your daggers, Red. Don't hesitate." But I did hesitate. How could I not? I knew exactly what Loki wanted. "Emery," Loki warned. My daggers were the only things that might work against all this magic. "Now!" my partner shouted, and I reacted. I shifted my grip on one dagger, aimed and then threw it with all my might. It spun exactly once on its way through Loki's sheltering shield and struck the mage square in the chest. The man's face contorted in shock and pain, and he took a few seconds to fall. "Get ready,"
Loki warned Brogan and me. We turned to face the onslaught, understanding that Loki only barely had those same few seconds to react. The shield gave, and he shoved the glory of Avalon into my hand, and then ran straight for the falling mage. I couldn't see more than that. A swarm of red enemies ran toward us, and Brogan and I had to fight simply to stay alive. Some of them were armed, but not all, and behind them, the Guardians waited for their turn. We didn't stand a chance. But something changed. The kin were no longer as strong and fast as they had been. The mage's magic no longer helped them. Being dead would cause such things. Still, dozens of regular humans against the two of us, even if one was a guardian, were bad odds. I ducked and dodged blows and strikes with weapons, parried with my remaining dagger and got in a cut, sliced a body part, or simply stabbed. But they were so overwhelming in their numbers, and all the while I could sense my missing dagger somewhere to the left. It was being moved, closer to me. I didn't dare look, but something else overpowered the urge to be reunited with my missing weapon. Something warm started in my chest. It spread through my body. I punched a nearby kinswoman, and she flew backward, taking 2 others with her in the fall. What in the hells? Someone used my distracted mind against me and hit me. I staggered back at the impact, but a fist striking my shoulder should surely hurt more than that. Loki had control of the royal ember. He had to have, or I had grown superpowers on my own. Next to me, Brogan swung his axe, slashing into several kin members. The screams and panic changed so abruptly that I was shocked to find a little space ahead of me. It gave me a second to glance left. Sure enough, Loki held the royal ember in his hand, my dagger in his other hand. That last sight almost gave me more relief than knowing the tides had turned. I always wanted my weapons close. Our attackers were suddenly backing up, trampling each other. There were likely a few of them who were trained fighters. They'd been protected by the royal ember, and now we were. And we were so to a greater extent than they had been. Loki probably didn't have the magical force to protect such a large group as the new kin, but he had more than enough for the 3 of us. It felt intoxicating. I could feel the force of strength coursing through my body as I now charged instead of backing up. My body felt stronger and faster than ever. People didn't just fall under my punches or strikes with my weapon. They crashed into each other and never managed to harm me. It was worse for the poor souls who came into Brogan's path. I did, however, notice that when the enchanted guardians reached us, he turned the sharp edge of his axe away, unable to harm his brethren lethally. "Guardians!" A shrill voice broke through the ruckus with more effect than Agaton had. "Regroup!" The soldiers backed up several meters and drew closer to each other. The movement let me see the last mage. She stood behind them, the Seme talisman in her hand. "That gem is powerful," Loki said nearby, making me jump, despite the amped-up condition I was in. I felt invincible. Loki had come closer to Brogan and me, his face half turned down to the ruby which glowed in his hand while he focused on it. I took an involuntary step to the side when I noticed his eyes were glowing red. He looked like a demon from a horror movie. "She's fighting me," he said. I could see the strain on his face when I stepped closer. Of course she was. The Seme talisman was likely the most powerful of the 3 gems. It could alter and reverse spells. We probably didn't have long before the tables were turned on us, too. I stared down into my hand, feeling the glory of Avalon. It wasn't cool anymore. I made a snap decision then. Didn't think it through. Which was likely for the best. "Brogan!" I shouted at him, even though he was 2 meters away. "Protect my back!" I ran forward without checking to see if he did as told. But as I fought my way through the crowd of guardians, incredibly pushing and kicking them out of my way, not one of them got close enough to stab me in the back. "What?" the mage shouted, watching me approach. "No! Guardians, protect me!" They tried. They really did. But the insane power rush from the royal ember kept me going.
The warm feel of the glory of Avalon increased, and something else ran up my arm. Something warm and powerful. It felt forceful, like I could do anything, like I couldn't be hurt. I was sheltered from magic and pure force, and I felt a connection to something outside of myself. The mage screamed when I jumped and kicked off from one of the poor guardians, elevating my jump, which was already impressive due to Loki's boosting magic. I raised the hand with the sheltering stone and swung it down on the mage's head. Her scream was snuffed out as the magical stone connected with her skull, breaking off a small piece of the gem. The mage fell unconscious to the floor, and I did not stay still to take in the sight. Instead, I grabbed the Same talisman from her limp hand and then scurried forward along the floor to retrieve the broken-off piece of the sapphire. It glinted on the floor between several guardian boots. I hastily stuffed it in my pocket to avoid losing it and peered up at the menacing guardians. But no one touched me. Instead, the entire room fell quiet. I stared up and saw the same reaction I'd seen in Brogan earlier. The spell was broken. There was no longer anyone keeping it going. The relief and confusion among the guardians was palpable. Even I felt relief.
"Brethren, listen to me," Brogan shouted. "The curse is lifted, but the danger is not."
He was bloody right, I thought, as I got up and hurried between the guardians and back to Loki. He kept the added strength coming. I glanced around. No, the danger was still all around. First and foremost in the form of several beaten and hurt kin, and there were so many more of them still in the pyramid. "Where is Agaton?" I asked, almost out of breath after all the commotion.
"Your Majesty,"
Brogan said behind me. "Not quite yet," she responded. I turned to see her enter the throne room with a whole host of prisoners behind her. She must have gotten out after we broke the seal on her door and then freed them. I knew she had some magical powers herself. She'd once felt the force of the glory of Avalon, after all.
"No!"
Agaton yelled. I stepped to the side of Loki and saw him still near the dead male mage. At the sight of all his mages defeated, his kin wounded and broken, the guardians free, as well as the queen-to-be, he simply bolted through the nearest door.
"Hells no!"
I blurted and ripped the royal ember from Loki's hands. The red in his eyes flashed and withered, his normal, abnormal green returning. I felt the added strength leave my body, and for a second was overwhelmed by the temptation of handing the gem back to Loki.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, pulling me out of the momentary lapse. "The right thing," I told him. At least I think so. If not for the fact that everyone was shocked out of their minds, even the highly trained guardians, I probably never would have reached Lady Cora. But as it was, no one stopped me. "Here," I said, and handed the 3 gems over to her. She gave me a perplexed look. Then I turned and ran back, urging Loki along. "Agaton is not getting away after all this," I said, and went after the coward. Chapter 17. What kind of plans Agaton had now was not clear beyond the fact that he wanted to get away. He took the servants' stairs down, what in any building with a defined front and back would be deemed the back stairs. I'd never seen them so abandoned. Usually, this was a lively place, bustling with working people who made everything run smoothly every day. "Agaton, stop!" I yelled down after him. I could hear him running down a few floors below Loki and me as we chased him. Agaton had no such inclinations, though. Loki stopped briefly, leaned over the railing, and hurled his magic after the man. A pained scream followed, but I could still hear him running down there. I leaned over to see for myself, but the winding stairs allowed a very limited view of him, especially now that Loki's attack forced him to stay closer to the walls. "I am not letting that coward get away," I said, and kept running. Floor by floor past us, even the odd kin member, but a flash of Loki's magic sent them scurrying away. They weren't all that brave now when the added strength from the royal ember had left their bodies. What in the hell's is his plan anyway? I was getting annoyed at running around and around,
deeper into the pyramid which was no longer under Agaton's control. "Plan?" Loki said next to me. "Panic. This is sheer panic." We were about midway down the monumental structure when the recent leader of the city changed tactics. I heard a door slam and the sound of his steps vanishing. Loki glanced over the railing again as soon as we reached the level below, but only shook his head. Agaton was no longer below us. It wasn't a ruse. We went through the same door and I recognized we were in the levels of higher-ranking officials who were not occupying any top positions in Atlantis. Large open spaces greeted us with furnished open offices and doors leading into secluded ones. The stone surfaces were toned down here with intricately woven carpets on the walls and floors. "There," Loki said, and nudged me to move when he saw Agaton farther ahead. He was not trying to hide anywhere. I ran after the man. "He's going for the main stairs." As I said, panic. Agaton disappeared from our view, but it was clear where he was going, and sure enough, the entrance to the level we were on was wide open when we reached it. The wind had increased since we were last here. It had gotten dark outside, too. What struck me most, though, was the roar of the crowds outside the gated area. Something was happening down there. The agitation had increased ever since Nelia the Mage was killed and lost control over the glory of Avalon. Then all the royal gems had fallen like dominoes. The guardians down there, awoken from the spell cast upon them, had to be facing a frenzied population as well as their anger and confusion at what had happened and what they'd been forced to take part in. I was sure the crowd would burst through the fences soon. It was all too familiar to me. That did not mean I lost sight of my target. Agaton was racing down the steep stairs with no regard for the wind or darkness. He was jumping down several steps at a time, looking like he was about to lose his balance now and then. Electric lights along the stairs let us see this, including the stairs for our sakes. "Can you stop him?" I asked Loki. "Thought you'd never ask," he said, and halted. This time, there were no curves in the stair structure or railings protecting Agaton. Screams broke through the crowds far below when the magical green flames soared down the stairs and hit Agaton. It was a spectacle of magic illuminating the stairs in the dark. Then Agaton's broken scream joined the choir. Loki's magic hit him in the back of his legs, and he fell forward, tumbling down the stairs. "Crap. That might have been a bit much," I said. "Doesn't matter," Loki said. "We need to go." I was about to ask but followed him, and then heard the whizzing noises above. I dared to glance back, careful not to fall and break my neck, and saw arrows landing where we'd just been, right where Loki's magic had originated. The people below were not messing around. By my estimation, Agaton fell 30 or 40 steps before he came to a stop, but he was alive and groaning when we reached him. At the sight of someone approaching, he tried crawling away in a pitiful attempt at escaping his actions, but I grabbed hold of his shirt and hauled him back. It wasn't the royal ember helping me anymore, only good old-fashioned adrenaline. "You!" he gasped when I rolled him over on his back. Agaton Groth was no longer the tidy, unremarkable man I'd considered him to be. The perfect spy. No, he was bloodied and bruised, teeth broken from the fall, hair in disarray, and with a burned smell from the likely burns on his legs. I couldn't quite discern it all in the semi-dark. "You ruined everything," he added, his voice broken, the sentence ending in a moan from the pain he was in. "People are too generous with that term," Loki said. He'd slowed down and stopped by Agaton's head. "Atlantis is not everything. It's all that matters," Agaton said. Something glinted near his hand, and I jumped back on instinct as he tried swiping a knife toward my legs. I lashed out with a kick and heard the clatter of the knife as it fell several steps below us. Then I knelt beside Agaton, making sure to place a knee on the arm he'd tried to stab me with. "You used us!" I snarled and laid my dagger at his throat. "I wanted to help, to do the right thing for once, and you used us. We needed the crown jewels." "You needed magic!" He swallowed hard. "Yes,
he admitted. It looked like a hard thing to do. Loki snorted. Funny how morality is always so easily preached and not lived by. I was just going to use the mages until things settled. And then what? Execute them? Yes. I shook my head. They were all dead now, so maybe it didn't matter anymore. You're no better than Kerwin. I was going to... Agaton began but started coughing hard. I leaned back a little to avoid him spitting blood in my face. You were never going to bring him back. This was all about you. As I said, you're no better than he was. In a few weeks, you would probably have had him killed and then started acquiring sex slaves yourself. I would not, he tried, but the coughs overtook him. I raised my dagger, shifted my grip, and hit him over the ear with the pommel. Then I stepped back and stared down at his unconscious body. It was all lies, I said to Loki. I guess you're happy. We never stood a chance at redeeming ourselves. Happy? No, he said. I'm so tired of all the damn lies. I know. Loki shook his head slowly. We can't stay here, I sighed. We needed to focus on the here and now. Can't leave him like this either. What if he wakes up and gets away before anyone finds him? We were, despite being out in the open, fairly secluded high up on the pyramid. It could be long before anyone came this way. The interior stairs were famously easier to walk because they were winding stairs with flattened sections. Fine, let's bind him and get out of here. Trust me, we do not want to be found here. No ropes. Your newly acquired garments. You don't want to be caught dead in those. I nodded and tore at the thin coat and tunic to get them off. It might be dark in Atlantis, but it was still day and warm enough to not be a bother in a tank top. Loki handed me back my dagger and retrieved his own before he started shredding the garments. I stared down at the dagger he'd given me. It was stained with the blood of the mage who'd controlled the royal ember. I took one strip of fabric and wiped off what I could. Then I sheathed both my daggers and helped Loki tie up Agaton. There, he said when it was done. Hogtied, Agaton could only roll down to the ground level from here, and if he by some miracle survived that, then he wouldn't get any farther. Now, let's leave. Not so fast, a man shouted behind us. Loki and I both whirled around. The wind had masked the approach of a large group of people, probably 30 or so. At the sight of the large ensemble of guardians, Loki and I, in unison, took a couple of steps back. Seemed the compulsion to run from guardians was still there, just like the day when we'd returned to Atlantis. I drew a breath and stopped. I reached out and took Loki's hand to get him to do the same. That decision hadn't helped us that day, and it sure wasn't going to now. Loki gave me a questioning look, but I only shrugged. We were screwed either way. At least this way, we could keep our heads held high. The guardians at the front of the group separated a little, allowing a smaller figure to step forward, Lady Cora. I gasped and shook my head. This was increasingly getting worse. I didn't see the gems in her hands, but figured they were somewhere on her person. Surely one of the long and elegant garments on her had a pocket. She told the nearest guardians, including Brogan, to stay still with a hand gesture. Then she stepped down to Agaton, who lay unmovable, still out of it. "This is the leader?" she asked the men behind her. Several of them nodded. Brogan said he'd been conscious of everything when ensorcelled, so they would all have known what was going on and who had done what, as long as they'd seen them. I swallowed hard. Many of them would have seen me together with the kin. Lady Cora straightened up and stared right at me, then Loki, and back again. "You can leave. For now," she said, her voice controlled yet audible over the roar of the crowd below. I opened my mouth to say something, but Loki took advantage of the fact that I was still clinging to his hand. He pulled me with him before I could say or do anything stupid. It was probably wise. Without looking back, we hurried down the stairs,
running as fast as one could on the treacherously constructed steps. The absolute deafening noise from the crowds increased when we reached ground level. Banging and screeching metal blended into it all. "That fence is coming down soon," Loki shouted, just to be heard even though I was right next to him. I took it all in, the angered crowds, the guardians manning the fences, the confused glances between the latter. They hadn't been part of this but were about to pay for it now. "Here," Loki said, and pointed at the area next to the stairs. The advantage of a giant stepped pyramid was the added, uneven building parts, like the protruding exterior stairs and the shade they offered. I followed him and hid among the shadows there, understanding his plan. We needed to wait for the crowd to enter the premises and then blend with them and get out that way. It didn't take long. First, the guardians retreated. It was a sight I never would have thought to see, but they did, in an orderly fashion, of course, backing up against the pyramid, across the open space, and then up the exterior stairs. Then, the gates and the fences gave way and the collective screaming grew louder. People streamed inside. They were so many it was no problem seeing them in the dark. They were not having this. Not again. That much was clear. Better to beat down the red kin now than to wait another 6 years like last time. Unlike the last time, I was not at the top of the pyramid, waiting for the oncoming reality of an angered city. I'd been lucky then because that crowd had been led by soldiers and the constabulary, not a lynch mob. That was not the case this time, because no one seemed to have organized anything. The people running toward the pyramid were regular citizens, screaming and shouting for the madness to end. When the first ones had passed us, Loki and I nodded at each other and slipped out of our hiding place and into the crowd. Instead of following it to the stairs, though, we eased our way through it, bumping into people and almost tripping several times. It was a complete chaos of noise, near trampling accompanied by the scent of washed and unwashed bodies everywhere. The smells and irregular movements were overwhelming. We were forced around a quarter of the pyramid, in front of another stair than the one we'd come down before we got far enough away to gain some control. It was a miracle we hadn't lost each other in the melee. People were running back and forth, and no one paid any attention to us, who wore no red garments and moved toward the nearest gate. The sight of that gate was a relief despite the gate doors barely hanging by broken hinges. "Come on," I urged, even though Loki was a step in front of me. "No, wait," I added and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "What?" he said, craning his neck to see above the people milling around us. "What do you see?" There, my uncle. Oh yes, there he was, Uncle Allen, among several constables who were not intervening with the actions of the crazed citizens around them. And seriously, how could they? They had no jurisdiction within the fence, and they had no chance against an entire city. Against me, though? That could pose a problem. Loki and I moved away from the gate, banking on not being noticed by the man. He had no grounds to arrest me for anything, but I knew he would. Especially now. He'd probably arrest me for rioting. "Why look?" Loki said. "She made it." I arched my eyebrows in an unspoken question, but followed his line of sight. Sure enough, there she was. Brennan Shadowend doing the same as us, hiding in the crowd and navigating toward the gate and her freedom. She had better keep to her word. Hopefully the hell I'd put her through this day would be enough to keep her in check. "Hey, tell me something," I said to Loki when she vanished from sight, and we took up position near the still-standing fence. "What?" There were so many things I wanted to know, like what crime he'd committed to be considered close enough to the kin to be banished, or how he obtained the ambrosia. But now, I couldn't deal with any more difficult things. I'd had a long night and day. How did you know my plan in the Legal Union Registry office wouldn't work? Loki smiled. That is what's bothering you now? There are many things bothering me, Loki, but you're only talkative when you want to. He frowned,
a faint smile still on his lips. I told you this before. How do you expect me to improve at this when you won't help me learn to read people better? I glanced around him, but the constabulary and my uncle still hung around like bewildered rabbits. Very well, Loki said, drawing my attention back. Eliana was an obvious case. How so? From what you told me, she lives alone and has 2 jobs. To make ends meet, I'm sure. She cares little for housework, which means she does not entertain suitors at home. Suitors? I mimed and shook my head. You said there was a rat on the loose. She dresses elegantly, Loki went on. Always mindful of her appearance, something her second job in a drab basement does not require. Her boss entrusts her with the key to his bank vault, which means he both trusts her and considers her expendable should someone want the key. Ergo, he's not thinking of marrying her. The handover of the key also happens in the bank director's office, in front of a window where highly questionable people with ill intentions can spy on them. It should have happened at her desk where no one external can see, only the other employees, but her boss wants her for himself. His office is best suited for that. Ew! I shook my head and huffed. So, as you can clearly see, not really, no. Eliana was seemingly single, but all these things indicated something else. She was having a relationship with someone, and her boss was the most likely candidate. Ah, damn it, I groaned. I should have seen that. It sounds so simple when you put it together like that. Don't fret, Chastity. Don't call me that. What I mean is, I didn't see everything. You didn't? I did not foresee her request for a love potion. Sometimes things happen and you have to go with it. Like now? I asked and stepped back as a screaming man who was drunk and partying, not rebelling against a short-lived regime, almost ran into me. Yes. A flash of light lit up the sky to my left. We both turned to look. It came again, stronger this time. Blue and vibrant, the rays emanating from the stairs we'd come down, yet bright from our angle too. Seems the Queen-to-be has finally got the hang of the glory of Avalon, I said. The royals are powerful, Loki offered. Yeah, in more than one way, apparently. Lady Cora would help clear this chaos. I was sure of it, and she would come out stronger on the other side afterward. A strong Lantian queen indeed, taking care of everything as per tradition. Loki turned and saw, just like me, how more partygoers had shown up amid this chaos. They were outside the gate, being handled by struggling constables, including my uncle. That's our cue, Loki said. Time to go home. Yeah, I said and smiled, appreciating his use of the word home. That meant something. Oh, miss, Walworth said, looking relieved and anxious when we walked in the door. There is trouble in the city. Are you all right? Walworth, tall and thin, elegantly dressed in his dark attire, looked perfectly put together. I looked down at myself, and then considered Loki. We were both wearing dark clothing, but they were now stained and crumpled, and we both had bruises and scratches in the few places we showed any skin. We're fine. But yeah, it might be best to avoid Atlas Heights and the pyramid for a couple of days. All right. Walworth looked confused. My answer probably told him we'd been there, in addition to our appearance. Well, you have a visitor. I told her she could wait in the library. I do? I asked when Loki uttered, She does? I rolled my eyes at him. That's not nice. Did you expect me to be? You know, you talk a good game for an ex-god, but I have come to a conclusion about you. Oh, really? Loki smirked. I am so curious. Yeah, you are nice to me. You make fun of me, but I have decided that you're laughing with me, not at me. I smirked myself and headed for the library, passing a perplexed butler on my way. Wait, you have decided this? That's not how it works, Chastity. It is now. Come on, partner. I added and hurried through the hallway leading toward the library. A loud groan came behind me, accompanied by his footsteps. My smirk turned into a smile. It did not vanish when I entered the library a few seconds later. Seated at the large dining table was Dell nursing a large cup of something Walworth must have given her. She looked up at our entrance. "Oh, Em, thank the spirits. You are safe." "Yeah, should I not be?" There has been complete chaos over in Atlas Heights the entire day. Everyone said the Red Kin is back. They were, for a few hours. Dell stared at me, eyes wide, clearly waiting for more. "You two look horrible. No offense. Were you there?" I raised my hands in a placating gesture and came farther into the room. "Yes, but don't worry. I wasn't in on it. Good. I wouldn't have blamed you if you were, you know. They were all you knew for a very long time. See?" I told Loki as we walked properly into the room and sat down as well. We needed a break. I hadn't eaten for hours and was feeling it now that I had the time. The same went for the various aches and pains. That is how you say that, truthfully and with compassion. "I was truthful about my concerns," he objected. "Yeah, but not compassionate. I do not understand why you expect such things from me." "I agree," Dell said. "The supramundane are known for little but their silly and thankfully inconsequential egos." "Oh," Loki gasped dramatically. "And to think we saved the city for you all today." "What? Is he joking?" Dell asked me. For the sake of crushing his ego, I wish I could say yes, but he is not joking. Her gaze flicked back and forth between us. "You don't look happy about it." Walworth came in then with a tray of what turned out to be water. A large jug of it, ice water even. Suddenly my mouth screamed at me how dry it was. I had been forgetting all kinds of things the last day. Loki looked disappointed until the butler produced a large glass of ale, too. He'd lived here long enough for Walworth to learn our habits and tastes now. We might have stopped the coup, but might also be a bit implicated since no one knew our intentions, I said. Walworth's professionalism cracked slightly as his eyebrows went sky high for a microsecond. "You might as well stay, Worthy," I told him, "because I don't know what will happen now, if we'll be arrested or exiled again. Either way, you deserve to know." With his professional mask back on, he gave a curt nod and sat down. I downed a large glass of water and then settled for sips from another one, while Loki and I relayed the happenings of the day, omitting the bank job. Neither Dell nor Walworth should be implicated in that in any way. "Wow," Dell said after 15 minutes of this. "Sounds like quite the—" She met my gaze. "Sorry, don't know what to call that." "But the Red Kin are not back?" Walworth asked. "No, not anymore. But there were a lot of them hiding in plain sight after the fall 2 years ago. I believe the new queen and her administration will have a lot of work ahead of them rooting these guys out." "Not our problem, thankfully," Loki commented. "No, and anyway, Lady Cora has all 3 crown jewels now," I said. "She can—" I stopped myself and dug my hand into my pocket. There it was, the small, chipped-off piece. Dell's eyebrows twitched. Loki seemed unconcerned, and Walworth looked confused. "I forgot to give this to Lady Cora," I said, holding the piece carefully between my thumb and forefinger for them to see. The edges of it were razor sharp. "I doubt it matters," Loki said. "What is it?" Dell asked, and I explained how it had come to be separated from the rest of the gem. "That reminds me," I said, and lowered my hand, putting the shard on the table. I felt something when I attacked that last mage. I knew the royal ember wasn't going to be enough. I could feel it. And then I felt this immense sense of power run through me. It came from the glory of Avalon. But it was in my hand, not yours, I added to Loki. He gave a curt nod to confirm this, but otherwise there was silence around the table. "Guys, I need to know,"
I went on. Do I have any magical abilities? I'd never thought so before. Of course, I'd never done something like this before either. Del and Loki shared glances. They even refrained from snide comments directed at each other. You can sense stuff like that, right? Like the way you instantly knew what each other are? For the most part, yes, but I have not sensed it in you, Del said. And you didn't do this? She asked Loki to be sure. I didn't. She is right. She did it herself. But how? I asked. I've never done that before, have I? I looked to Walworth, the only one present who'd known me since I was a kid. Your parents were adamant you were to have no associations with anyone magical, witches, mages, creatures, or otherwise. You were quickly brought into the fold of the Red Kin when they moved here. I remember, I said, and nodded. Strange, then, Del said. She is connected somehow to those daggers, Loki pointed out. I nodded and unsheathed them before handing one to each of them. This close to me, my senses did not scream out to me as if I'd lost them. I sense nothing, Del declared. Loki shrugged and handed his back. He already knew this. How did you get such a connection to something so non-magical? Del asked and handed back the other one. I winced, yet this was not the time to keep this secret. A ritual. Shortly after we moved here, there were cuts. With the daggers themselves, I think. I couldn't see. It hurt. All I know is that it was done by a blood witch. Loki's and Del's eyes met again. They looked like they were having a silent conversation. Not truly? Walworth asked. He looked horrified at the thought, his knuckles white as he gripped the table's edge. Yes, I confirmed. I wasn't surprised he didn't know. He hadn't been there. All that craziness had happened among the kin, and I was sure my parents didn't go around shouting about this at home in front of someone else. How could they? He whispered, utterly appalled by my parents' actions, his employers for decades. I've never heard of such a thing, Loki said. But it could have been some sort of suppressing ritual. Blood witches are strong. I've never encountered it either, Del agreed. She sighed and reached out for the sapphire shard. I picked it up and handed it to her so she could examine it. I think that the new queen has enough gems, she said after half a minute of us watching her do this. I have a better solution for this little piece, and I think you're going to need it. I frowned. And that is? I can feel the ancient protective spell embedded in this mineral. It still rests even in this shard. I can make it protect you. How? She smiled. It will only take a pinch. That turned out not to be an understatement. Walworth went off to gather the supplies she needed for her spell, which involved using the shard to create magical ink. She ground it up using a mortar and pestle, breaking it down with added magic. Then she added some fluids we actually had in the pantry and kept on enchanting the ink. In the end, all it took was a prick in the arm with a sterilized needle before she poured half the ink on my arm and the other on Loki's. She held her hands over the ink blotches, and I felt an intense burn for about 10 seconds as the ink mixed with my blood and embedded itself under my skin. Then she lifted her hands and smiled at us. On the inside of Loki's forearm was a small blue tattoo with a tiny dragon twisted around a plant, trying to bite its tail. On the same spot on mine was a lovely floral pattern of intertwining flowers. That should do it, Del declared. According to her, the tattoos would protect us against some magic since they came from the sheltering stone itself. Just remember, you are not immune. That's all I can do. I nodded, so thankful for her help that I had trouble speaking for a second. Thank you. Half an hour later, while Loki argued with Walworth about the need for stitches on the wound in his side, I walked her to the door. Thank you again for getting Brennan Shadowend off my back. It was nothing, I said, waving it off. I'm sure it wasn't, she said, alluding to my short recap of the matter. We'll talk more about it later. Sure. Hey, your coat turned out pretty cool, I told her, only noticing now that she was wearing her newest creation. A long, black and gray coat inlaid with denim in the midriff section. Thanks. I put those pair of jeans to full use. You sure did. Oh. I glanced around, only now realizing we were a man down. Where's Yar? Dell froze and then glanced back toward the library. She put a hand on my shoulder and urged me to walk on with her. He's minding the shop for me. I wasn't supposed to be gone this long, though. That was the reason I came here. Then I heard the news about the kin in the streets. Okay? We reached the foyer and stopped in front of the door. Well, he's been helping me out in the shop the last few days now, and he's been great at it. He is a true nature spirit, Em. Ah. I was beginning to understand where this was going. Had I not already seen the longing looks between them and the guilt in Yar's eyes? You said your engagement was a mistake, a misunderstanding. To put it mildly, yeah. Well, Yar has developed feelings for me, and I think I may be having some for him too. Wait, I said, and couldn't help a smile. You're sure about his feelings for you, but not yours for him? Why is this strange? She looked genuinely perplexed. Sometimes it's easier to understand others rather than yourself. Okay. I held my hands up. Fair enough. You don't seem displeased. Oh, Dell. Of course not. I already knew. The signs were so obvious even I noticed. So, you are not mad? No. Because you are my dear friend, and I would never jeopardize that. We don't need the melodrama. I am genuinely relieved if Yar finds some happiness here, and some interests, like your shop, clearly makes him happy. So do you. I ruined his life. No, you didn't. At least, he says so. It was all just very unfortunate. I sighed and smiled warmly at her. It's a good thing, I concluded. It is. She paused. It is also a bit awkward? So awkward, I agreed immediately. Let's not talk about it for a while. Deal? She grinned and hugged me. I knew I was right when you and that misbegotten supramundane fop left for the enchanted flatlands. Right about what? I had a feeling you'd bring me back something nice, and you did. Huh. Darned if she wasn't right. She had asked that of me. Glad to oblige. She opened the front door but turned back once more. One thing before I go. Yes? I'm not sure Lady Cora's final words to you makes you all that safe. She creased her eyebrows. Watch yourself, Em. I intend to. I knew better than to disregard the intuition of a bog witch. Chapter 18. Put more effort into it, Loki instructed, even though I finally parried his move. Seriously? I said, and hurried to step back on the rubber mat that covered the basement floor before he came at me with the practice sword again. That thing wouldn't kill me unless used as a bat, but it hurt like hell. You tied up my right arm and expect more effort from this useless limb? I raised my left arm, with my practice sword in my hand, and then wriggled my right arm for emphasis. It was tied to my side to prevent me from using it. Your left arm is as limp as a dead fish, he announced. Makes me miss the pipe stock comparison, I mumbled, and then scowled at him when he changed his sword hand with a light toss between his hands and now used his left hand to wield his weapon. Yeah. Just rub in your innate ambidextrous skills. No, not innate. Being born like that doesn't count. I have trained. What if I break my right arm in a fight? I chanted atonally and nodded in exasperation. Yeah, I know. I could use my left hand with my dagger, but usually in tandem with my right hand. This was a sword, and the difference was staggering. I huffed and then took up my stance again. It was challenging, but I understood his point. All right, he said, way too chipper for my mood. Let's continue. Aren't you still hungover from whatever bar you went to last night? I am only moderately hungover. A perfect time to train. The sound of the basement door opening and closing before Walworth came running down the stairs interrupted any further attacks, mostly because Walworth never ran. Miss? He scurried across the mat, an area of the basement he usually refrained from stepping into, probably still a little miffed Loki and I had turned it into a gym. Yeah? Someone's here. You must come. What? Who? Not sure. Someone important. Someone high up, judging by all the soldiers. I turned toward Loki, but he only shrugged. He knew as much as I did, of course. I dropped the practice sword and reached for one of my daggers, cutting the rope that kept my right arm immobile while we all walked upstairs. Someone higher up? That could mean anything, good and bad. It had been 4 days since the failed coup d'etat by the new kin, and the newspapers and radio had mentioned hardly anything else. The theft at the Lantian Trading and Savings Bank had become a footnote compared to the failed coup. The new queen, to be crowned tomorrow, had become a hero after that debacle, and Agaton Groth, a villain most vile. The Guardians had been vilified at first, and then cleared when the truth about their magical captivity had become known. That knowledge had rocked the population's perception of them as indestructible warriors. But at least they didn't face treason, so that was a trade-off they had to accept. The new government had taken over a few days early since the military had admitted their failure to spot the growing number of spies within their midst during the transition period. There had been mass arrests as the kin members had been forced to out each other. This time, the public outcry of not letting any more hide in plain sight had been too loud. People were outraged that this had happened again. I couldn't blame them, and I still had Dell's warning in mind when I raced up to greet whoever it was. My doom? A reward? I had no idea of knowing, but was hoping for the latter. That was why I had chosen to stay. To help stop the Red Kin this time. And we had. It was still an overwhelming thought to know that Loki and I had accomplished that, with only the help of a single guardian. And 3 powerful relics. Emerald Chastity Morgan, a surly, high-ranking soldier inquired the moment I set foot in my own foyer. Yes, I answered, suddenly aware that he was accompanied by a dozen others, all dressed in their finest green uniforms with gleaming medals on them, and that I was once again dressed in a black t-shirt and leggings when officials came to my house. Damn it, couldn't I be representative and proper just once? And Loki Loft? Or Lawi. It says both here, the soldier added, looking annoyed at not knowing. Yes, and it's Laofoy. It really isn't that difficult. The soldier ignored him and nodded to another soldier who stood in the doorway. That man vanished outside to get someone, it turned out, when a man, dressed in a suit and a long coat, entered shortly after. He was middle-aged, tall and slim, with salt and pepper hair. Quite handsome for his age. I recognized him at once. He was often in the papers. Oh, I said. Primus Manel? He nodded curtly. I am Primus Silka Manel. I am here on behalf of Lady Cora Lon Terra. Do you have somewhere we can talk in private? I was still aware I was barefoot, and that several strands of hair had come loose from my chignon. I looked helplessly at Walworth, who stepped in quickly. The parlor would be suitable, Primus, he said, and led the way. I loved that man, and was the first to admit I wouldn't have survived in this house without him. I bring a message from the Queen-to-be, Primus Manel said, when the door closed behind Walworth and Loki and I were alone with the minister in the parlor. The Primus didn't wait to be offered a place to sit, and didn't give the impression he wanted to stay either. There have been investigations and interrogations the last few days, as I am sure you know. I nodded. I shall make this quick, he announced. Lady Cora says you got the crown jewels back from the Red Kin. It was the magical power by which they so quickly gained control of the city. We also have a guardian, Brogan Vigor, who says you aided in stopping Agaton Groth and his mages in completing the attempted coup. Attempted was a bit far, considering the man had had control of the city for a few hours. According to the papers, people had died trying to defend the main strategic points outside the pyramid. "We only did what anyone would have done, sir," I said. The man stared at me for a long time. This was the non-magically inclined First Minister. "Lady Cora remembered you. She says you met before." We had, when Agaton had shown us the crown and assorted jewels and treasure belonging to the Lantian regents. I was surprised she remembered us. Loki had pointed out then that it might not be good to be remembered by royals, and judging by the Primo's face, I was beginning to think so too. "You worked for Agaton Groth. He shuffled papers and made sure you were not punished for a re-entry discretion." Yeah. What in the hells was there to say to that? "We were led to believe that we could work off our sentence by accepting jobs from the state," Loki added, slightly more eloquent and coherent. "Yes, this seems to be the case." Seems to be? My heart sank. No, none of this sounded uplifting and promising. "You may have helped stop the coup, free the Guardians, and restrain the new kin leader. But," Loki urged, "these all sounded like excellent deeds to me. No one can truly attest to if you joined them and then switched sides, or if you inserted yourself in the coup and then helped thwart it." "But we did insert ourselves. The moment the coup went down, The Primus held up a hand to silence me, and I shut up. This man could end my life with the stroke of a pen, or a word to his soldiers out there. "Both of your previous connections to the Red Kin make you more suspect." "Sir, with all due respect," I began, but he waved me off. "The testimony of Guardian Brogan Vigor speaks to your favor. The Lady Cora is inclined to give you the benefit of the doubt because of this. But we are still arresting kin members all over the city. It would be political suicide to thank someone like you publicly now, especially when the press starts digging. What to do with you must be considered, and now is not the time. Do you understand?" Loki and I both nodded at this. The words felt like a punch to the gut, though, at least for me. What my partner worried about in life seemed very different from my worries. But I had tried so hard, and this was it? Not being sent to prison? It was something, sure, and the Primus wasn't saying anything about exile, so that was good. But what in the hells did it take to become a respected citizen again? "Also," Primus Manel said when he turned toward the door, looking at us over his shoulder, "it would be best for all if you did not attend the coronation tomorrow." I nodded. Wow, we were even persona non grata as faceless spectators in a crowd. He didn't want anyone to see us and recognize us by happenstance. Political suicide indeed. Loki seemed his normal self, but I felt defeated when we walked the First Minister to the door. He and the soldiers escorting him filed into 3 different horse-drawn wagons and went away, the horses' hooves clattering loudly. I glanced around, noticing the neighbors, including the nosy and mean-spirited Amaryllia staring, and then pretending to mind their own business. What are the odds they'll think something positive about some higher-up like the Primus visiting? I asked Loki. He laughed at that. "Don't get ahead of yourself." "Yeah, my thoughts as well," I said, and followed him inside. "Why aren't you more upset?" I asked him. "This is simply not the greatest disappointment of my life." "Really? We're still outcasts, barely allowed to live freely in Atlantis." He shrugged. There are worse things." "Care to tell me?" "No. Of course not." I'd been following him and noticed we were heading back toward the basement door. "So, what am I supposed to think about all this? Oh, wait, I know. It's the walk of the world." I waved my arms about grandiosely for emphasis. Loki threw his head back and laughed. "Now you get it, Red." "Yeah, but that's too bleak for me." "Oh, I know." He stopped laughing but not smiling. "So you don't give up and you keep fighting." "I can do that,"
Great. He clapped his hands together before he opened the basement door. Then we continue with the left arm, and when you can use that naturally, we hobble your left leg and take it from there, he announced, and went down the stairs. I groaned in exasperation, paused, then smiled and shrugged, and went down after him. This has been Rebels and Traitors, Book 3 in the Atlantis Outcasts series. Written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2021 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2026 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.